to express my deepest gratitude to all the sponsors of this event. With our platinum sponsors, DRDO and Cochin Shipyard Limited. Our gold sponsors, ABB. And the silver sponsors, Indian Institute of Shipping and Cadmatic. I also thank the Areas Energy Registration Area sponsor, Class NK Delegate Kit sponsor, Great Waters Delegate Batch sponsors. We also thank our associate sponsors, GRSE, Goa Shipyard Limited, L&T Engineering, Zentech Incorporated, apologies, Wärtsilä, Napa, Naval Group, Alwadi Daman, Shiptech Icon, and Mazgon Dock and Shipbuilders Limited. Also, we are grateful to supporting sponsors, Vedam, Simrix, Conceptia, SSI Ship Constructor, F&O Maritime, GMCG, CSS, IBI, Shoff Shipyard, Tyovision, Enchantia, Admiral, AEI AB Tech, Eagle Marine, Sea Delta, and SEX. Our media partner for the event is Maritime Standard, and Biz Event Management is our event partner. Once again, we thank you all for your support. Thank you.
Iris എത്ര കിടക്കണേ?
Everyone to note that the chief guest is arriving in next 5 minutes.
Iris എത്ര?
So right now, first of all, I'd like to give some mandate safety announcements. So right now we are at Oman Hall. Towards the left is the entrance, where there are few stalls of the Marine Expo that you might have noticed by now. Towards your right are few more stalls from the Marine Exhibition, and moving ahead is the M4 2, where all the lunch and refreshment will be served. In case of fire, I request everyone to use any of the 4 exits at your flanks to safely move outside, keeping yours and others' safety in mind. Parking area will serve as the assembly point in such cases. A very important announcement, there will be no mock drill scheduled for today or tomorrow. So any fire alarm are to be taken with utmost seriousness. Thank you.
മറ്റേതോ അത് കട്ട് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചു. എന്തായാലും അത്രയും ചുമ്മാ ഡിലേ റെക്കോർഡാവുണ്ടല്ലോ. വണ്ടി ഇവിടെ ഹാർഡിസ്റ്റ് വന്നിട്ട് റോഡ് ഓണാവുന്നില്ലല്ലോ. അത് ഊരി കുത്തിക്കും. കാട് കാടൊന്ന് ഊരി കുത്തും. കാടെടുത്തോ? ഇവിടെ കാടെടുത്തായിരുന്നോ അത് ക്യാമറയിൽ? കാട് റീഡായിട്ടുണ്ടോ അത്? റെക്കോർഡാവുന്നില്ലേ? യെസ് ഫാക്ടറി
Hello. So DG is on his way. The ocean is vast and wondrous place, full of secrets waiting to be uncovered by those who dare to explore it. A very warm morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with extreme pleasure that I, Mahima Anthony, invite you to the Dostas International Maritime Seminar 2024. With the inaugural session, I would request all the dignitaries of the inaugural session to please come up on the stage. Mr. Shyam Jagannathan IAS, Directorate General of Shipping, Professor Dr. P.G. Shankaran, Honorable Vice Chancellor, CUSAT, Mr. Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director of Cochin Shipyard Limited, Dr. Manu Kurla, Directorate General of Resources and Management, DRDO, Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee, Nausena Medal, Admiral Superintendent of Naval Ship Repair Yard, Kochi, Dr. Abdul Rahim, President Dostas, Mr. Navneet Mohan, Convener of the DIMS 24. Thank you. Before we light the fire and inaugurate the event, let us harness the positivity of our soul and belief. I request everyone to please rise for a silent prayer. Thank you, everyone. You may please sit. Starting with the inaugural, I request Mr. Navneet Mohan, convener of DIMS 24, to present a welcome speech.
Thank you, Maima. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Department of Technology Alumni Association Dostas is a alumni association of 1,000 plus naval architects who are in service to the offshore and marine industry across the globe. Dostas International Maritime Seminar DIMS was conceived as a collaboration platform for industry, academia, policymakers and technology providers. In the current edition of DIMS, we have about 530 plus registered participants representing about 130 companies. So as you are all aware, India is on a large trajectory to become one of the world's largest shipbuilding nation. So when we were discussing and conceiving the DIMS event for this year, we wanted to make sure that we address the challenges and the opportunities that we have in front of us as we move towards becoming one of the largest shipbuilding nation in the world. In accordance to that, the theme of the event this year is navigating the maritime future. And we are going to focus on topics regarding defense shipbuilding, sustainability, use of emerging technologies, and maritime policies. So I'd like to welcome you all for the event. We are very happy that we got large participation from the defense sector, with the naval officers and the Indian Coast Guard officers joining us along with the defense shipyards and the complete ecosystem of design organizations, defense PSUs. We are very proud that we have a large number of students, R&D organizations like DRDO, multiple units joining us today. So I'd like to welcome the dignitaries on stage. Our chief guest, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan IAS, DG Shipping. Professor Dr. V.G. Shankaran, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cochin University of Science and Technology. Mr. Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Dr. Manu Kurula, Outstanding Scientist, Director General, DRDO, also the President of INA. Dr. Satish Babu, Head of Department, Department of Technology, Cochin University of Science and Technology. And Dr. Abdul Rahim, President of Dostas. I am delighted to welcome all the panelists and speakers and the industry leaders who have joined us today, and also the students from the community. Sorry. Apologies, sir, I didn't use your repeat. Rear Admiral Suvir Mukherjee, Superintendent NSRY. I'm sure you can use this opportunity to exchange ideas, share knowledge, and build strong partnership which will help us evolve as a strong industry. With that, I would like to welcome you all for the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now for the presidential address, I'm honored to call Dr. Abdul Rahim, President Dostas, on stage. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I feel extremely proud and privileged to be here this morning and at the inaugural function of DIMS 2024 as President of Dostas. I think this is the 4th edition of DIMS, and I can assure you this will be by far the best conference we can have. As you know, naval architecture graduates are declining in number in the developing world, in the developed countries. Whereas in India, we have excellent chances, and we have a large pool of naval architects coming out. And CUSAT is in the forefront of producing high quality naval architects, and the alumni are spread all over the world, that too in top positions. Our industry is also going through not so easy times. Demand in shipbuilding, ship owning, and ship management are on the increase, and small perturbance cause turbulence in the system. This was evidenced during COVID, but our industry survived. Then the Ukrainian conflict came, which caused trouble with shipping in the Black Sea area. Then the drought in Panama caused transit in Panama Canal. And now the latest, the Red Sea issues, is creating a lot of trouble, especially for the container industry. Now the ships are being diverted through Cape of Good Hope, as you know. It takes about 10 to 15 days extra on a Asia to Europe voyage. And Suez Canal revenue has dropped by 60%, which is one of the major revenue for Egypt. So Egypt's economy is also taking a little bit of a bashing. Then another thing is the Red Sea issue is causing problems across ports all over the world. In Singapore, the normal waiting time for a ship was half a day. It went up to 7 days. And in the Mediterranean entry ports of Tangier in Morocco and in Spain, Casablanca, Barcelona and Algeciras, they have to refuse container ships from docking because of these issues. So the container rates jumped from $3,000 to $8,000 overnight. It will all be affecting us because the transportation cost goes up. India is not affected much, but to a smaller extent. The maritime trade in India has huge potential and it should go. If you look at a container truck of 40 tons, it emits about 80 grams of CO2 per ton mile, whereas a 1,100 TEU coastal ship emits only half, 36 grams. So we have absolutely huge potential for our coastal trade. And another thing is security. For any nation, security is paramount. As you know, currently China produces more than 50% of the ships in the world. In case of some conflict, it's an extreme scenario, but if they refuse to interact with the Indian interests, so our shipping will be hurt. So that also leads to a point that India should have a very strong commercial shipbuilding. We have a defense shipbuilding, but we should also have very strong commercial shipbuilding of big ships. And the recent initiatives by the government of India is very much promising in that direction. Now, over the next 2 days, we'll be discussing all these issues in 4 streams: defense, policy, sustainability, and technology. And your active participation in formulating the strategies, discussing the issues, not only for the coastal shipbuilding, but also for the ocean-going industries. With this, I would like to conclude, and once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for an impactful and informative speech. Next, I would invite Professor Dr. P.G. Shankaran, Honorable Vice Chancellor, CUSAT, for the opening address.
A warm good morning to all. Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director DG Shipping, Chief Guest of the function, other dignitaries on and off the dais, faculty members, alumni of Department of Ship Technology, participants of the International Maritime Seminar, and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to be here on the occasion of inauguration of International Maritime Seminar organized by DOSTAS, that is the Alumni Association of Department of Ship Technology. As everybody knew, this Department of Ship Technology is just completing 50 years of academic journey, The CUSAT has already completed 50 years of academic journey during 21-22 academic year. When the university was established in 1971, one of the main mission or the objective of the university was to produce experts in different fields of science, technology, engineering, which are useful for Kerala development. During 1973-74 period, the government of India established Cochin shipyard here. Then the University of Cochin that time was also thought of starting a program in BTech Naval Architecture program to produce naval architecture which are useful for the development of Cochin shipyard. So our alumni from Department of Ship Technology, they are doing extremely good in ship industries, maritime industries, and as naval architects across the globe. This department was started with the collaboration of East Germany. Now in the current scenario where a lot of changes are happening in the higher education sector, we are talking about the internationalization of the education and collaboration with the international institution. But this department, even in 1973-74, started with the collaboration, international collaboration of East Germany, in particular the support from Wiebig University of East Germany. Similarly, now we are also talking about the industry academia collaboration in higher education sector and other areas. This department was also established in view of with the mission to support the shipyard industry of the Cochin. So this is the vision of the leaders where the university was established in 1971. And when the university was established, we had only a few departments with less than 500 students in Department of Physics, Department of Hindi, Law and Management, etc. Now the university has increased in terms of number of students and number of departments, and more than 8,500 students are studying in the university for getting the degrees, both undergraduate and postgraduate degrees. The number of faculty at present is more than 450, and we got many awards and recognitions during last 50 years, and we are the best university in the state of Kerala, and got the Chancellor's Award 3 times in a continuous span of 3 years, 2017 to 2020. And last day we got the recognition from Government of India, that is the NIRF recognition, National Institution Framework recognition, where we got 10th position in the state public universities in India. We are the 10th rank in the state public universities in India, which is a very proud and this is a very proud achievement. When you compare with the overall ranking of the universities, which includes all the private universities, state universities, central universities, IITs, IIMs, IAC, ISERT, NITs, etc. We are in the 51st position in India, which is also a commendable position. So what we are planning is to increase our collaboration with industries, increase our collaboration with international institutions, and we are establishing many research centers with the support of private and public industries. For example, last year we have established a research center on synthetic biology, which is fully supported by synthetic industries. They have given 24 rupees to the university for the establishment of the research center on synthetic biology. And the Geogit Financial Services, where one of the leading financial services has also given rupees 5 crore to the university for the establishment of ESG center. And Cochin Shipyard is always supporting us at various levels, including their CSR funders are also given to the university. So, and we are going to start a new program with the support of Apollo Tiles, MTech in polymer science, completely sponsored by Apollo Tiles. We also try to establish collaboration with foreign university, and this year we are going to start a program, MS program on electronic science with the collaboration of St. Petersburg University, Moscow. So this is the current scenario where the university is planning to enhance their academic levels. I hope that the Department of Ship Technology will also try to develop their academic levels, and this alumni association will support for the development of Department of Ship Technology as well as University, Cochin University of Science and Technology. So we knew we realized the importance of alumni association. We introduced various schemes to make collaborations with alumni association. For example, we introduced alumni awards. The first alumni award was given 2 years back. Our proud alumni, Sri Madhu S. Nair, got that award, and he is here now. So we also seek your support at various levels, including sharing the experience of your industries, your knowledge to our young generation. I wish a very best to this program. I hope that this will give new insights to the participants in the area of maritime policies and maritime related issues. I once again wish you all the best to the program. I seek your support in all the future endeavors of the university. Thank you.
Beautiful words spoken, sir. Now so as to inaugurate the DIMS 2024, I'm highly humbled to invite Mr. Shyam Jagannathan IAS, Directorate General of Shipping, for presenting the inaugural address.
Namaskar. It's indeed a privilege to be participating at the Department of Ship Technology Alumni Society of the Cochin University of Science and Technology, the Dostas International Maritime Seminar 2024. This is an eminent think tank, and we from the administration look at this as an incubator for transforming India for ship, offshore design, building and repair industry. The intellectual capital that's a distillate which is present here and participating in this two-day deliberation has several eminent personalities, and the theme is rightfully mentioned as DPST, Defense, Policy, Sustainability and Technology. I remain indebted to Dr. Abdul Rahim, President Dostas,
and Sri Navneet Mohan, convener of DIMS 2024 for this opportunity. And I extend my respects to Professor Dr. P.G. Shankar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, CUSAC, Sri Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Cochin University of Science and Cochin Shipyard Limited, Dr. Manu Kurula, DG RNM DRDO, President, and Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee sir, Admiral Superintendent, NSRY Kochi, Dr. Satish Babu, and all dignitaries who are present off the dais. As I said, we look for a partnership, and please bear with me for the next 8 to 10 minutes. I will be slightly fast in the presentation, and this is just to set the tone, being privileged to be incumbent in the post of the Director Generalship. This is the Indian growth story that is talked about. We have the Viksit Bharat, which is now the roadmap that the Honorable Prime Minister has laid before the country. When we reach 100 years of independence, the Amrit Kaal period, we are looking at our economy touching 30 trillion, 46 trillion is a market estimate, $15,000 per capita income, and we will continue to be the fastest growing economy. Not only that, it is further qualified by being the most diverse and stable democracy, the youngest with the deepest labor pool, and also ostensibly the most favored destination for foreign direct investments. Why I'm mentioning this is, it's a very interesting cusp of times, both in terms of global leadership and also in terms of rightfully saying the nation's time has come, and that being yours, ours, and every Indian citizen's time has come. This is, if you will permit me, the progress report card for the last 10 years in the maritime domain. There are a lot of 100% plus growth figures. So if you look at the increase in the major port capacity, if you look at the cruise passenger traffic, if you look at the inland water transport carriage, you'll see it's more than 1,000%. You look at 120% increase even in the global pool of seafarers. And this is where we are globally. But this is not just about thumping our chest. There's a lot that remains to be done. While Sri Rahimji spoke here, he mentioned certain very specific instances. We live in difficult times. All of us here are COVID survivors. We've lost quite a few near and dear. The Russia-Ukraine conflict continues. The Suez, the Panama, and now the Red Sea. It's just day before that the INS Kolkata commander, Sisunwalji, he was decorated with the Shaurya Chakra. The Indian Navy carried out the first ever heaviest deployment in peaceful times in the Red Sea area, providing safe transit to merchant vessels irrespective of the flag and the citizenship of the seafarer on board. Multiple rescue efforts, and I think what the Indian Navy has done there for the country and for our image and for our seafarers needs to be applauded and respected and saluted. This slide talks about basically the shipbuilding. Everyone knows it's a heavy engineering sector. It is basically a catalyst that then motivates the entire economy, both in terms of job creation, in terms of basically the real lowdown being as simple as this. Shipping for India carries basically 70% in terms of the value and 90% in terms of the volume for our impacts cargo. And out of that, you're just looking at a measly 6% ownership by Indian flag, and there's a major foreign outgo close to around projected 120-25 billion in terms of the cost we bear. This impinges on your energy security because 80-85% of your energy security is still hydrocarbon based, is imported, and that's all on foreign bottoms, not on Indian bottoms. So we need to really apply our mind and work through this. This, of course, is what I reiterated. We are not in much of a reckoning, but if you look at the objective on the top part of the slide, the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision, it's a document I would request everyone to closely refer to, because that has the framework which is envisaged for the growth that we need to take forward. So you see, the present scenario isn't much, and there's very little time by which we are looking at the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the translatable goals. I'll go faster. If you look at 80-85% of the new builds, 80-85% of the actual shipbuilding industry, it's all concentrated between three major countries: Korea, Japan, China. We need to basically reverse that. Even in terms of shipbuilding, if you look at engines, you have 4 or 5 major players internationally. So you need to land them here, make India a favored destination for manufacturing, for shipbuilding, and not just that, have the entire ancillary and ship repair to be grounded here. And that has several connects. This is what I reiterated. Let me skip through this. Now, on the left hand side, if you see, is what the MIV 2030 talks about. And it talks about a growth trajectory to almost 5 lakh GT. And your present position is also shown out there. But on the right hand side, I have tried to give a snapshot of where exactly we have the issues and hurdles that we need to navigate. And we need to do it collectively by devising strategies. Some could be fiscal, which I'll talk about, such as the Maritime Development Fund. Some could be procedural, such as the rationalization of the customs. The other could be special economic zones for basically shipbuilding. These are all financial, regulatory, procedural. The other part then also comes down to getting the technology and making it all come together here. Not just for the mid-sized vessels, but also for the much more longer and heavier builds, which are basically where the future is, because ports will get bigger, they will have deeper drafts, and you will only have mother vessels. This is the Maritime Development Fund, something I just flagged because the government of India is very keenly working on a complete redoing of the approach to shipbuilding by infusing close to around 6,000 crores. My eminent colleague, Shri Madhu Nair ji, has spent substantial amount of time up and down with the ministry, building brick to brick this entire strategy, which should be shortly seeing cabinet approval, and that should be the jump start that we are all looking for, and we have to leverage that. Coming down to the role of the Director General Shipping, we essentially are statutorily regulatory. So our role is rather confined to the sense we are looking at facilitating the Universal Shipbuilding Portal, which essentially will have everything as a knowledge repository. You would have bespoke designs, you would have basically a forum for collaboration, for discussion. You would also have issues being raised which are institutional to shipyards.
Okay.
Ship repair clusters, we're looking at seeding certain 300 plus meter dry docks for major fleet operators such as MSC, either on the eastern or western coast. Similarly, we're also looking at facilitating the regulatory framework. I'll go faster, and please allow me to skip certain slides because there are other eminent personalities who need to address you. The logistics is a challenge where we are at 13 to 14%. We need to come down to around 7% in terms of value chains internationally if we got to be globally competitive. and shipping forms a very critical element, including the inland waterways. So the smaller vessels, also the sustainable vessels, which very eminently Cochin Shipyard has brought forth, the water metro, these also are an inherent segment because the Amrit Kal vision talks about 13,000 MMTPA being done on inland. That reduces your multimodal costs and translates what essentially was envisaged in the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti and the National Logistics Policy. This is the technology interface, the maritime single window, meaning wherever a vessel is calling a port, ubiquitously, be it any port, not just India, anywhere else. This is an IMO mandated standard, a FAL 7 forms, along with the prior arrival notification, and we are working on this. It's a work in progress, but once stabilized, port calls will not be by engaging shipping agents going through voluminous papers, etc., and the transactional analysis would be mapped individual ID wise, container wise. There was mention of the container crisis. We're also working on that, a vessel sharing agreement, and rollback on the circulars 1, 2, 3 of 2021 so that we have more freeway for containers to move in the Indian container. We're working on a maritime knowledge cluster. This is a work in progress again. I will request all of you to please associate with DG Shipping because this has multiple verticals and will need a lot of deep dive in the maritime domain. The major emphasis is being laid on going from 12% of the global seafarers pool to 20%, and that is where at least I feel honored to present before you that we have had 83% continuous growth in the number of seafarers that we are adding since 2017, COVID notwithstanding. To regulate and to ensure quality in the maritime dispensation and trainings for all these 151 odd institutes throughout the country is a gigantic task. Leveraging technology like a learning management system, ensuring quality faculty, and having a e-examination system which gives you the best in terms of globally recognized COCs and COPs. Indian seafarers should be known for their mettle, and the DG Shipping is working on an e-Samudra project which has very recently been awarded after 5 years of tendering. This is to essentially envisage that you don't need to physically interact with the DG Shipping. All processes are completely at the click of a mouse. Seafarers, I do not feel proud at all when I say that India is globally touted as the country which has the maximum number of abandoned seafarers. It's close to 400 people. Different nationalities, different ports, they are just stranded there. And we need to work on this. We need to work on the rights of seafarers. Two aspects which I would want all of you to also incorporate. Sagar Mein Yog is nothing but a well-being concept that we want to build in. And Sagar Mein Samman is for our gender parity and for honor on women cadets who are going to sea. This is the Sustainability Connect. It was heartening to see that the seminar is taking up sustainability at a big boost. We are coming up with the SAC, the South Asian Center of Excellence for Sustainable Maritime Transport. It's a BIMSTEC umbrella sponsored regional international cooperation based center of excellence, and we are certain most of you will be associated with this effort. We're also working on the first draft of the National Green Shipping Policy that has all the sub-verticals, and we intend to bring out a consultative first draft by January of 2025. These are just an integration of the online platforms that I had basically put forth so that there is clarity when the materials are circulated after the deliberations at the seminar. And this is something which I had connected with Madhu Nayarji also. The entire connect of health, safety, security, sustainability, and disaster management, not just for ports, it also extends to ship recycling centers, to shipyards, and to all establishments that basically are looking, because international conventions are adhered to, and the mercantile marine in the waterfront, there's a work in progress where we need to come out with an India code of compliance for these 5 major areas. That is ports, shipyards, ship recycling, offshore, and also for institutions that train and equip. I'm grateful for this very kind indulgence by all of you, and I do look forward to hand-holding and guidance from the deliberations of DOSTAS led DIMS 2024, and sincerely grateful for this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for enriching our knowledge, and it was a splendid start for our event. Next, I invite Mr. Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director of Cochin Shipyard Limited, the platinum sponsor of the event and also an alumnus of the Department of Ship Technology, to deliver the first keynote address.
Good morning to one and all. Respected Sri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Shipping, Dr. Shankaran, Vice Chancellor QSAT, Admiral Subir Mukherjee, ASY Kochi, good friends on the dais, all owing everything they have today to the Department of Ship Technology, Dr. Abdul Rahim, Dr. Manu Kurula, Dr. Satish, and Navneet Mohan. Distinguished guests, fraternity leaders, warm welcome. For me, I also welcome you to Kochi, back to Kochi, because people like me in Cochin Shipyard, we consider this event not just DOSTAS, but this is also for Cochin Shipyard. There's a good opportunity to welcome you all back. It's a great feeling. And such gatherings couldn't come at more opportune time. The respected DG Shipping has set the context. For the first time, we are sensing real opportunity. And I've actually mentioned this in a few forums. Probably this time, this opportunity is for real. Because for the country, the larger perspective, it's very clear that India will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. It's only a matter of time. Geopolitics is favoring India. Within the country, there's much more belief and confidence. And this belief and confidence didn't come in just like that. Industries and sectors and segments did the pioneering work. People like FC Kohli, the Tatas, the TCS, the Infosys created the confidence, the belief in India. We never had the belief. We Indians were good. We were always working globally. We were doing great things globally, but as a country, we never had the belief. And when our fellow partners in various segments in the industries started moving forward, I still recall the times when Indian tech leaders were even strip searched in certain countries, to the situation where we are now, where we are welcomed and felt wanted. So the world has changed quite a lot. In this transition, our segment, the maritime fraternity, the shipbuilding, ship repair, the marine engineering ecosystem, this also has come a long way. And the proof and the facet here, what we are seeing, the Department of Ship Technology crossing 50 years, because nothing happens fast. You need to dwell into it, you need to be over there, you need to create those belief, trust, networks, and that is how things will move forward. But almost 50 years, see, out of the 75, yesterday we celebrated the 78th year of our independence, but in this 78 years, at least in the last 50 years, the kind of effort that many of us, all of us together have put in, I think we are reaching a time country's perspective, stable government over the past 10 years, it looks like strong policies to move forward. And the most welcome change and the transition which I am seeing as a shipbuilder is, for the first time, shipping, commercial shipping, is being recognized as strategic in nature. We always recognized defense shipbuilding, defense as strategic. Defense is strategic. And defense, especially from the naval perspective, the defense shipbuilding was recognized long time back. Organization amongst all the forces to have their own design center. It's a very critical step which was taken, must be about 60 years back. And today the benefits are there to see. Today almost all the Indian platforms across the board, if you can build suddenly the realization Cape of Good Hope, suddenly there is very strong feel in this country. The Ministry of External Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Port Shipping and that if is gone, because we are all very sure that this country will be the third largest economy in the world, then it's no longer protecting the defense sea lanes, which our defense forces will do, but it's also protecting your supply chains and your commercials corridors. So the rightfully shipping and its allied sector has been brought into the forefront. It's also been very clear that this is one industry where we are starting to get respect. We are not done great. As a shipbuilder, I can tell very clearly, if I can build an aircraft carrier, it looks good. It is definitely a reflection of what the country can do. But if you want to look at it and from a critical point of view, and I think that's what we should all look at it, from a critical point of view, there are miles and miles to go. But can't be disappointed. There are facets. And one facet which I would like to share is, today, my company is building short sea ships for Europe. We have been delivering ships into Europe over the last 20 years. But short sea vessels, what we call coastal ships in India, short sea ships, between our units, we are currently having 22 vessels on order. Chowglaze has got 34, Mazagon Dock has got 4+4, GRSE has got 4+4, and we'll get it more. So we are talking 72 of the ships being built in India today. And as we are speaking, probably in the short sea segment, we would be number 2 and number 3 in the world. And why? All these orders have been placed by good European clients. So it proves that our policies are seeing light, and it's also showing that India is a competitive country from that point of view. So I'm saying that there are examples in front of us where we can actually take things forward. To take things forward very strongly, what the world needs and what India would need is friendly and respectful partnerships. Without partnerships, we won't move an inch. And I think forums like this are great places to create those partnerships. It's not just about each individual organization, but the respect we'll have for each one of us, aligned with national priorities and national policies. I think we can really move forward. And this is the time. So let's use these deliberations over the next 2 days to deliberate, focus on various actionable points, create and rekindle friendships, and try to do business, try to work together friendly in the spirit of cooperation, because that is exactly how the rest of the world has done it. If somebody has done it, it's basically the industry has got together, and the industry has been supported strongly by the government. I, for one, feel the government has done enough on the policy part, and the government is actually doing much more on the policy part. Financial instruments, wonderful ideas like the GIFT City is in place. It's a great idea. GIFT City, I would request over the next 2 days to understand what exactly is GIFT City and what it can actually give to the country. And when we try to work together, I'm sure that tomorrow would be a much brighter future for our segment and the industry. Warm wishes to Dostas, warm wishes to DIMS 2024, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Department of Ship Technology. As Professor Shankaran, Vice Chancellor, said, I think if we are all duty bound, we are really duty bound, because I always say it's not your legal responsibility nor your official responsibility, but it's your moral responsibility to support your alma mater to the extent you can actually do. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Truly inspired by your words, sir. Thank you. Next, I invite Dr. Manu Kurula to deliver the second keynote address, a distinguished scientist who too is an alumnus of the Department of Ship Technology, is currently serving as Director General of Resources and Management, DRDO, which is the platinum sponsor for DIMS.
Respected Shyam Jagannathan, Director General Shipping, Chief Guest of this function, Professor P.G. Shankaran, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cochin University, Mr. Madhu S. Nair, the Chairman and Managing Director of Cochin Shipyard, Admiral Subir Mukherjee, Admiral Superintendent of NSRY, Dr. Satish Babu, Head of the Department of Cochin University, Department of Ship Technology, Dr. Abdul Rahim, the President of Dostas, Navneet Mohan, the Convener of DIMS, and Commander Deepak Sebastian, the Secretary of Dostas, respected professors, teachers, professionals, student community, naval officers, all those who are present here, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to you all. It is indeed a great opportunity to connect back with my community. It's our community. This wonderful occasion has been brought in by Dostas through DIMS. This is something which we would like to continue with. This is something we always cherish, an opportunity to come together, and we are getting 2 days to deliberate upon on what we do, what we have been doing, and what we could do. The shortest way of expressing sea for all of us is to say that the sea is unpredictable. And the shortest way of expressing what we are supposed to do, the naval architects, is to say, bring in some predictability to the systems that you make. So, our job, we all understood as making certainty where uncertainty prevails. The education that we had, the experience that we had, the exposure that we had, it all should give us this confidence that I'll be able to set sails and say that my ship is safe, my system is safe. Now, when you look at the systems of sea, we were talking about ships, but the days have come off. The systems of sea are not only ships. There are many systems which are there. And there is a chance for the seafarer to be away from the ship, and still you can have an autonomous ship moving around and doing your things. The technology has taken you to the level that you never imagined. We are talking about Cochin shipyard building autonomous ships, and that is for the international market. We are talking about India planning to operate systems at sea, working for us, not for exploitation, exploration of sea, autonomous systems. The backbone of all these things, all those good picture that has been brought in by DG Shipping and the speakers before me, they all require upgradation, upskilling of human capital first, and the technology. Technology, of course, can be achieved through human capital. So all these human capital who are sitting here, they have a sea of opportunity out there. It is through shipping and much beyond shipping. Through defense and much beyond defense. Naval architecture, by and large, I need not elaborate. It has its presence felt everywhere. Technologies have made it possible now for you to get in everywhere and anybody else to get in your way. Sea of opportunities. Naval architects for the sea and sea for naval architects. Sea of opportunities. That is the situation. If you look at the technological front, when you construct a ship, if you have to make certainty, what is that you need to have? At the design itself, unlike car, motorbike or scooter, you cannot make one and test it and say my ship design is correct. A ship is not something which you can make your design proved through a prototyping. It has to be confirmed prior to you going for building. You don't have a chance to say at the drawing stage, at the design stage itself, you should be able to say, yes, my design is perfect. It is certain. For that, you have to have capability for evaluating your design. To the extent, probably, the possibility of, with a confidence level of 90+%. In the country today, fortunately for us, of great leaders in the past have visualized such a situation and brought in a lot of capabilities. DRDO, through its naval laboratories, a lot of test facilities, evaluation facilities, capabilities are brought in. A lot of technologies are brought in. NPOL Cochin, all those sensors that is required for any autonomous system, they had been developing this, of course, initially for defense applications, but they are all available to us now. Now it is the call for the industry to take it and produce it. There is a requirement of knowing what is produced, what is available in the country. This forum, I'm sure, it is a forerunner in this regard. As Madhu was telling, defense, yes, such an ecosystem exists. Defense shipbuilding, there exists an ecosystem. We say we are builders' navy. But in the commercial shipping, all this knowledge that we have in the country, it is not used to its full potential. There is a possibility for all of us to come in and understand and use that potential that has been created. NSTL, Naval Science and Technological Laboratory of DRDO at Visakhapatnam. We had been working on autonomous systems for the last 50 years. As early as 1992, autonomous underwater vehicle was developed. 1992. Since then, an ecosystem has been developed. An ecosystem for autonomous vehicle development, sensor development, the mission computer systems development, the BLDC motors that are used for such propulsion systems, capability for designing propellers, any type of propellers required for any of the platforms that operate at sea has been developed. But we need to have industry support now. We are finding it difficult to manufacture propellers beyond 5-meter diameter. The industry, we are hoping that will come up and fill up the gap. And then, if you look at the total systems that is required for a ship, though we say that we are builders' navy, we are able to build ships. A large percentage of the systems are still coming from abroad. We are thinking that it is better to get from abroad, it will reduce the time and cost. But in this Amrit Kal, and when we are hoping to become a developed country by 2047, when the government is supporting every sector, we also have to play our role. We also have to claim our place. We also have to take initiative so that our industry will be cost-effective, economical, and our skilled manpower will be paid well. Today, we have a problem of underemployment or unemployment. Technology is the only solution for coming out of this situation. Government has brought in many schemes for this. Through DRDO itself, we have a technology development fund, wherein we support startups to the tune of 50 crores per case, to bring in new technology and for creating the ecosystem. I'm just looking at the autonomous vehicle systems technology ecosystem that has been created by DRDO. We are trying to see how many of industries, how many of the people who are coming and taking this. Probably, we have not advertised enough so that people could come in. Of late, Navy has come up with this IDEX competition. A lot of responses are coming, good responses are coming. People are able to produce things. I think this community has a greater role to play. All these technologies which should not be on the shelf and you will be going and sourcing it from international agencies. Its homegrown technologies are available. Now, the part that has to be played by the academia, as it was brought out by Dr. Shankaran, a lot of work is going on. But I feel there is much more importance has to be given for upskilling. Today, the technology is continuously changing, and this upskilling, the industry also has to contribute, and they should consciously support the academic institutions to bring in the technology of today getting into the industry without much delay. There are a large number of programs government has brought in for upskilling. A lot of support is being given. DRDO itself, there is a program for bringing in academia, industry, and DRDO put together, taking its technology to the industry, to the production level. I request all of you to give wide publicity for this and make maximum use of these possibilities. There is a large requirement for producing systems that make us capable of exploring the sea than exploiting the sea. Sea is having a lot of resources, and we have to have a sustainable exploration of the sea. There are so many organizations in India, they are working on this, and the naval architects community has to amply support this organization. There is a program with NIOT, Ministry of Shipping, Deep Ocean Mission. All these systems that are required for deep ocean, it is nobody else's area, it is rightfully our area to develop systems for that. I earnestly request all those who are present here, please make this possibility utilized. Make this possibility utilized by the industry to the extent that we will be achieving the expectation of the government on us. The government has given us a fourth dimension. They have given a new identity to us. That identity is on expectations. The government's expectation on sea is on our shoulders now. Let us stand up to the expectation. Let us respond the most positive way. I take this opportunity to congratulate once again the organizers of this conference, the Dostas, for bringing all of us together, for giving us an opportunity to share that new identity, the expectations that we are holding now. And I'm sure these 2 days will give us ample opportunity to discuss and bring in all the synergy that we can to make this slogan, Developed India, Vikas Bharat, a reality. I once again thank each and every one of you for being a part of this DIMS conference. I thank the organizers once again for giving me this chance. I thank DRDO for sponsoring this conference as one of the platinum sponsorer. Thank you very much.
So with such impactful speech, I'm sure no unpredictability can shake our ships. Moving on, I now request Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee, No Sena Medal, currently serving as the Admiral Superintendent of Naval Ship Repair Yard Kochi, to deliver the special address. Sir, please.
Good morning, everybody. Director General Shipping, Sri Shyam Jagannathan IS, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Professor P.G. Sankaran, Chairman and Managing Director, Kochi Shipyard, Sri Madhu S. Nair, Scientist and DG Resource and Management, DRDO, Dr. Manu Korula, Head of Department, Department of Ship Technology, Dr. Satish Babu, President DOSTAS, Dr. Abdul Rahim, Admiral Bimal Kumar, DG WDB, distinguished alumni of CUSAT, honorable guests, naval veterans, ladies and gentlemen. Department of Ship Technology has been conducting the DOSTAS International Maritime Seminar from 2018, which has been a great success and has served as a portal for discussion and debate from leading industry and technical experts around the world. The seminar paves the way for creating an environment to exchange information and showcase latest technical innovations. It also provides an opportunity for the academia to interact with scholars and eminent speakers from the maritime sector in India and worldwide. It is important to mention the long-standing association of CUSAT and the Department of Ship Technology with the Indian Navy. The Department of Ship Technology has produced more than 500 naval architect officers for the Indian Navy. From the initial lot of officers who joined after their BTech program in CUSAT since its inception, to the Naval Architecture course alumni who have been contributing immensely to the Navy's indigenous warship and submarine design and shipbuilding efforts over the last 2 decades. The alumni of the Department of Ship Technology CUSAT has contributed immensely towards various warship designs of projects P-17, 17 Alpha, P-15, 15 Bravo, culminating with the indigenous aircraft carrier. The Indian Ocean region holds great relevance in the emerging world order of the 21st century in terms of economic growth, abundant natural resources, as well as presence of major sea lines of communication, being geographically and economically central to the region. India, as a major stakeholder, has a big role in the region for maintaining a rule-based order with open seas and freedom of navigation. Towards this, indigenous construction and acquisition of the state-of-art platforms, such as the IAC, INS Vishakhapatnam, and INS Vela, are a manifestation towards achieving self-reliance and Atmanirbharta. The public and the private sector participation has also been significant towards this, with an aim to have 100% indigenous content for all future platforms by the year 2047, as declared by the Honorable Prime Minister. The support and guidance provided by the Government of Kerala towards shipyards and shipbuilding industry is truly commendable in the country's motto of nation building through shipbuilding. The associated industries and MSMEs of Kerala have also played a major role in this journey of shipbuilding through self-reliance. I would like to end with a special mention of CUSAT, which has been instrumental in training, nurturing, and providing highly skilled and professional naval architects to the nation over the years. It is a matter of great coincidence that one of the founder alumnus of the CUSAT is at the helm of the Cochin Shipyard and when Vikrant was delivered to the Indian Navy. Also, the initiative of the organizers, DOSTAS, in conducting such seminars is worth emulating, as it provides a great platform to share ideas and views on contemporary topics on shipbuilding and design. The Indian Navy has been a partner since the incorporation of DIMS and will continue to do so. In the end, I would like to wish the organizers and the Department of Ship Technology a successful and enriching seminar with lots of meaningful dialogues and exchange of ideas and views. Jai Hind, Shano Varuna.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply honored by your presence. I feel really honored to announce this year marks the Golden Jubilee of the Department of Ship Technology. I now request Dr. Sadish Babu PK, Head of the Department of Ship Technology, CUSAT, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Good morning. Respected President Dostas, Honorable Vice Chancellor, other dignitaries on and off the dais, professors, ship technology, alumni members, friends, colleagues, and my dear students, warm good morning to one and all. At the outset, on behalf of faculty, staff, and students of Department of Ship Technology, I would like to congratulate our Alumni Society Dostas for organizing the 4th edition of DIMS in such a grand scale. I would also thank Dostas because this DIMS coincides with our Golden Jubilee celebrations. In fact, I would like to call it Golden Jubilee DIMS. Department of Ship Technology has reached a significant milestone in its journey. All our programs, whether it is BTech in Naval Architecture and Shipbuilding, MTech in Computer-Aided Structural Analysis and Design, our research activities, consultancy activities, other outreach activities are all going from strength to strength. We are all aware the amount of time and effort put in by our alumni members to make this function happen. It's very rare that a department alumni can come together and organize such an event with the participation of who's and who of the maritime sector, which shows the quality of our graduates. And it's also a testimony to the success of our graduates. Our alumni has been giving yeoman service to the maritime industry, including United Nations, shipyards, classification societies, defense, R&D organizations, and many others, both in India and abroad. So it is a time for honoring the past, celebrating the golden moment, and also envisioning the promising future. At this juncture, we have so much to thank our alumni for. We thank you, alumni, for your support, for the improvements in the department infrastructure, sharing your knowledge to the students, placement of our graduates, institution of various awards, financial support to the needy students, and many others. Department is also grateful to the industry for the constant support in our journey, whether it is campus placement, internships, sponsorships, etc. Of course, nothing could have happened with the dedication and support of all faculty, staff, and students. I also thank the university, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and all university authorities for guiding the Department of Ship Technology in our journey. Well, Jubilees are occasions to be celebrated, especially when it is Golden Jubilee, to recall the marvelous ways the department has fulfilled its mission of imparting quality education over the years. Here, I am proud to announce and also welcome you all to the Golden Jubilee celebration of Department of Ship Technology in the CUSAT Seminar Complex on 21st December 2024. Here we go. So, dear all, we hope you will certainly mark this date in your calendar and to walk down your memory lane, to catch up with your seniors, teachers, and not the least, your friends. Let's together make this event a grand success. So, see you on 21st December 2024 in the university. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a student of the department myself, I was really mesmerized by the video. With all the addresses now concluded, Dostas takes this opportunity to present a small token of gratitude to all the distinguished guests for chalking out their time from their busy schedules to be here with us today. Firstly, I request Dr. Abdul Rahim to present the memento to Mr. Shyam Jagannathan, IAS. Now I request Commander Deepak Sebastian to present the memento to Professor Dr. P.G. Shankaran. Next on, I invite Dr. Sadish Babu PK to present the memento to Mr. Madhu S. Nair. Now I request Mr. Navaneet Mohan to present DIMS memento to Dr. Manu Kurula. Once again, I request Dr. Abdul Rahim for presenting the memento to Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee, Nausena Medal. Also, I request Mr. Navaneet Mohan to present the memento to Dr. Sadish Babu PK. You may also. Finally, I'll now be inviting Commander Deepak Sebastian, Secretary Dostas, for a vote of thanks. Sir, please.
dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I think I have the easiest job today. I hope I don't forget anybody's name, then it becomes the most difficult job today. In October 2023, about 9 months ago, DIMS 24 went on the drawing board. And over the last 9 months, it has been a labor of love for many people. And today, as we see it unfolding, the plan and the dream is turning into a reality. My job here is to thank and express our gratitude to all who have made this event a grand success. In our tradition, it is customary that we take the blessings of our elders before we embark on a long journey. So when we embarked on this journey, the first thing that we did is to reach out to our industry doyens and seek their blessings. And we requested them to be our patrons, because without their blessings, there would not be a successful journey. So I thank our patrons who are gracious enough to affirm their unstinted support and blessings for us to start moving forward. Mr. J. Das Gupta, ex-President INA, Mr. Madhu S. Nair, CMD CSL, Dr. Manu Kurula, outstanding scientist DRDO as well as President INA, Commodore P.R. Hari, CMD GRSE, Mr. Brajesh K. Upadhyay, CMD GSL, Mr. Pankaj Chadda, Vice President, Naval Platforms L&T Defense, and Mr. Biju George, Director Shipbuilding MDL. Next, we looked for some support in our fraternity, and we found our partners in the Indian Navy, Department of Ship Technology, celebrating their Golden Jubilee, Cochin University of Science and Technology, the Royal Institution of Naval Architects, UK, the Institution of Naval Architects, India, and all of them accepted our request to associate their prestigious names with DIMS 24. Next comes the most important people, the people feeding the moolah, our sponsors who are generous enough to loosen their purse strings to fund this grand event. Next, I'd like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General Shipping, for sparing time to inaugurate this event as well as to participate in a panel discussion. I'd like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais for accepting our invitation and addressing the gathering. The panel chairs, we have 4 panels in DIMS 24. So the 4 panel chairs, Captain Christie, Mr. Elias George IAS, Mr. Jayakumar S, and Mr. Anil Das NT, for taking on the daunting task of moderating the panel discussions. I thank the panelists, experts in their respective domains, for agreeing to share their knowledge and experience and outlook with all the delegates here. The paper presenters, 10 of them, for their efforts to contribute to the content of this event. The exhibitors, for setting up and manning the exhibition stalls and lending a lot of color to the event. Of course, all the delegates who are here, without whom this event would seem a blank. From the Indian Navy, the Coast Guard, classification societies, academia, students, sponsors, and all firms in the maritime industry. Your active participation and presence today is the reason for the success of this event. I'd like to thank Hotel Lee Meridian for their logistic support, the members of the press, our media partner and organizing support, BIS Events, ably led by Mr. Arun and Mr. Basil, who superbly handle all our requirements. The volunteers, who are our dear budding naval architects from the Department of Ship Technology, who are helping us to run this event. The organizing committee, led by convener
Navneet Mohan and his co-convener Soni for staying and directing a cohesive team. I hope I have not left anyone. If I have, please do accept my sincere apologies. And finally, with a lot of heartfelt gratitude, I thank the alumni of the Department of Ship Technology for keeping this event close to their hearts and extending a sturdy support in all possible ways throughout our journey. The fraternity of Royal Shippies is our greatest strength. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. To capture this moment, may I request all guests on stage to please stand ahead for a group photograph. So, please. With this, we are finished with the inaugural session. A lot waits as this seminar has just started. But before that, we will be taking a short break. I request everyone to please move to the MFAR 2 for some beverages and refreshments. The next event is a panel discussion on defense shipbuilding, develop India as a global shipbuilding hub through collaboration between defense yards and the Indian Navy or Coast Guard. The discussion is surely something that isn't to be missed, and I request everyone to be seated here again before 11:15 a.m. Till that time, please enjoy the hospitality, interact around, and please do pay a visit to the stalls outside. Thank you.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the sponsors of this event, beginning with platinum sponsors, DRDO and Cochin Shipyard Limited. Our gold sponsors, ABB, and the silver sponsors, Indian Register of Shipping and Catmatic. We also thank Aries Energy, registration area sponsor, and Class NK, the delegate kit sponsor. Great Waters, delegate badge sponsor. We also thank our associate sponsors, GRSE, Goa Shipyard Limited, L&T Engineering, Zentech Incorporated USA, Warsila, Napa, Naval Group, Alboa D. Damon, ShipTech Icon, and Mazagon Dock and Shipbuilders Limited. Our event partner is Biz Events and media partner is Maritime Standard.
Consistently working on indigenization of defense technologies since its inception in 1958. The motto of DRDO has been Balasya Moolam Vigyana. The source of strength is science. DRDO has been at the forefront of Atmanirbharta in defense, having technical capabilities across the domains of land, air, and sea. Its strong network of 41 laboratories, associated work centers, 5 unique young scientist laboratories are spread across the country. DRDO has developed wide range of strategic and tactical weapon systems, platforms, equipment, technologies, sensors, and has also established state-of-the-art test facilities and infrastructure. The production value of DRDO developed systems inducted or approved for induction stands over rupees 3 lakh crore. Taking forward the thought of Atmanirbhar Bharat, DRDO has been spearheading the indigenization of Indian defense technologies, driving India on the path to pride. DRDO works in 7 different technological clusters, namely naval systems and materials. The cluster provides cutting-edge naval and material solutions for the armed forces. It has developed state-of-the-art underwater sensors and surveillance system, underwater weapons and associated systems, air-independent propulsion systems, protection technologies for marine platforms. High-strength material is also a speciality of this cluster. INS Vikrant is built with the high-strength steel developed by this cluster. Aeronautical systems. This cluster is engaged in the development of state-of-the-art combat aircrafts, unmanned aerial vehicles, aero-gas turbine engine technology, airborne surveillance systems, parachutes, and lighter-than-air systems. Armament and combat engineering systems focuses on research and development of armaments, explosives, land-based combat vehicles, and engineering equipments, including ATACMS, world's longest range artillery gun system, missiles and strategic systems. This cluster is responsible for the design and development of state-of-the-art missiles and strategic systems for the deterrence of the country. Electronics and communication systems, state-of-the-art technologies in the fields of EW systems, radars, sensors, and directed energy weapon systems and communication systems used in various flagship programs and platforms of DRDO. Life sciences, equipping the service with the best cutting-edge weapon systems and platforms do not really achieve their intended purpose until the integral human component of the war machine is also optimized in terms of psychological, physiological, and nutritional well-being with life support systems.
Hello, may I request all the delegates to please proceed for tea and beverages. It is available in M-FAR 2, and all are requested to return back at 11:15 a.m. You may bring tea or refreshments inside a manhole. Inside Attention all delegates. Please join us at the MFAR 2 for refreshments and beverages. You're also welcome to bring your drinks and snacks inside. And please be back at 11:15 a.m.
Maritime aspirations found a new anchor as India's port city. Cochin became the birthplace of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Nestled in Cochin's heart, CSL's sprawling 176-acre facility boasts of world-class shipbuilding and ship repair infrastructure, from state-of-the-art 3D modeling softwares, large dry docks, long waterfront with jetties, machinery and equipment, everything essential for an HSE-compliant one-stop solution for the industry. CSL's portfolio of an extremely wide variety of vessels is a testament to its versatile, adaptive and flexible culture and capabilities. It offers the full spectrum of shipbuilding, ship repair and vessel conversion related solutions. CSL added yet another feature to its cap when it built INS Vikram, India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, which was commissioned into the Indian Navy in 2022.
यदि लक्ष्य तुरंत है, यात्राएं बुलंद है, समंदर और चुनौतियां अनंत है, भारत का उत्तर है विक्रांत।
CSL's golden flag flutters proudly, celebrating 50 years of maritime excellence. CSL's renewed focus seeks sustainable horizons aided by technological innovations for a cleaner, brighter future. The yacht's clientele footprint spreads across the globe, having delivered numerous vessels to clients in the US, Europe, Middle East, and other countries in the region. CSL's geographical expansion initiatives have resulted in the setting up of ship repair business units in Mumbai, Kolkata, and Port Blair, thereby making CSL the only Indian yard offering direct professional services with dedicated infrastructure on both the east and west coast of India. Wholly owned subsidiaries companies, Udupi Cochin Shipyard Limited on the west coast and Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited on the east have augmented and enhanced the group's capability in shipbuilding, including on the niche and new technology fronts to a great extent. The new large dry dock and the new international ship repair facility established in Cochin as part of the company's long-term strategy roadmap will significantly augment the shipbuilding and repair infrastructure in India. CSL has incorporated the Strategic and Advanced Solutions Division exclusively to handle and maintain its leadership position on the front of new and emerging technologies. CSL takes pride in being one of the global leading yachts on the sustainable solutions front, having constructed the world's first zero-emission fully autonomous ferries for Europe, as well as being the vessel builder for world's largest hybrid electric urban water mobility service, the Cochin Water Metro, operating in Kerala, in India. The company lays significant emphasis on skill development and runs Vigyana Sagar, its dedicated and self-contained training facility in Cochin. CSL is India's first shipyard to have obtained the CII Green Gold Silver rating for its efforts at energy conservation and environment-friendly initiatives. CSL is also the first Indian shipyard with an integrated management system covering safety, health, and environment certified by DNV. With the ethos of Make in India, Make for the World, CSL has recalibrated its sails and set sights on continuing at the forefront of a brighter, greener future.
We are in the middle of transformation. Electrification, digitalization, connectivity, cloud computing, machine learning, technology. Sensors are getting smaller, big data is getting bigger. Augmented reality and virtual reality are providing previously unattainable field of use. And all this is providing unprecedented opportunity to create value and increase the sustainability of the shipping. The maritime industry represents approximately 2.5% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. And that number is set to grow with an increase of the global trade. ABB is committed to reverse the trend to take that number down. We at ABB believe that the next generation of vessels will be electric, digital, and connected. Electric because they're more efficient and sustainable, and digital and connected because that will take the productivity and safety of the vessels to another level.
Personally, I think that the Azipod propulsion system is one of the greatest innovations in maritime history. All big ships need something that moves them forward. Azipod propulsion system combines propeller driving the ship and electric motor driving the propeller and the rudder which is steering the ship. For the Azipod unit designs, the sustainability idea and thinking starts already from the design table, that we consider the materials we use, how much we use it, what kind of materials we are using. There are about 400 Azipod units in operation at the moment. Even though the Azipod propulsion system is mostly known from cruise ships and ice-going vessels, it has been installed into more than 20 different ship types. In my opinion, of course, one day I would like to see that Azipod propulsion system is equipped in all the vessels around the globe.
The electric ships are currently representing about 10% of the world's fleet. And to make the maritime industry more sustainable, that number needs to grow. We at ABB are fully committed to reaching...
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. A very exciting panel discussion is about to begin really soon. So all those interested to witness that, I advise to take their seat in Oman Hall right now. The delegates are advised that if they want to continue having the refreshments, they can do the same in Oman Hall itself. Thank you.
I think it's important as a company to be modern and the whole economy. And economy is also how much we pollute. Traditional ferries have been fueled by bunker oil. Since 2015, in this area of the world, we have a low sulfur emission called 0.1. This vessel we're on today is from 1992, and the other one that we converted is from 1991. But they are state-of-the-art vessels when it comes to the technology. And that's what we're very proud of at 4C. These vessels are designed in the end of the 80s, but still have the newest technology on board. We have the battery power of equivalent of 60 Tesla cars. We charge on the Swedish side roughly 9 minutes and 5.5 minutes on the Danish side. You have less noise, you have less vibration, but we also have another important thing. Is that people that are working in the company are very proud to work in the world with this new technology.
One small announcement.
ABB has already started with battery some vessels. Smaller ferries going to ABB, and we have also taken
there are a few coupons in your delegate pack. So I request everyone.
I think we will see a transition in both fuel and technology, so we're taking one step at a time. For larger vessels, we see a good potential to have a hybrid power plant. We can cut down on emissions, or we will probably also see these larger vessels powered by renewable power. It's a good potential to cut down on local emissions that affect people where they're living and local communities. And this technology with electric vessels and hybrid vessels is a technology that are available now and can address these issues now.
I think in general sustainability is important for any industry, and of course ABB wants to be a big part of that with its electric digital connect.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin with the panel discussion 1. I request all delegates to please enter the Oman Hall. You are free to carry your refreshments along. Thank you.
The member states of the IMO, International Maritime Organization, pledged to reduce greenhouse gases by 10% by 2050. And we at ABB are committed to that goal and to provide innovations and technology to make that possible.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the sponsors of this
I
event,
hope
beginning with platinum sponsors, DRDO and Cochin Shipyard Limited, our gold sponsors, ABB, and the silver sponsors, Indian Register of Shipping and Catmatic. We also thank Aries Energy, registration area sponsor, and Class MK, the delegate kit sponsor. Great Waters, delegate badge sponsor. We also thank our associate sponsors, GRSE, Goa Shipyard Limited, L&T Engineering, Zentech Incorporated USA, Warsila, Napa, Naval Group, Alboa D. Damon, Shiptech Icon, and Mazagon Dock and Shipbuilders Limited. Our event partner is Biz Events, and media partner is Maritime Standard.
Consistently working on indigenization of defense technologies since its inception in 1958, the motto of DRDO has been Balasya Moolam Vigyana. The source of strength is science. DRDO has been at the forefront of Atmanirbharta in defense, having technical capabilities across the domains of land, air, and sea. Its strong network of 41 laboratories, associated work centers, 5 unique young scientist laboratories are spread across the country. DRDO has developed wide range of strategic and tactical weapon systems, platforms, equipment, technologies, sensors, and has also established state-of-the-art test facilities and infrastructure. The production value of DRDO developed systems inducted or approved for induction stands over ₹3 lakh crore. Taking forward the thought of Atmanirbhar Bharat, DRDO has been spearheading the indigenization of Indian defense technologies, driving India on the path to pride. DRDO works in 7 different technological clusters, namely naval systems and materials. The cluster provides cutting-edge naval and material solutions for the armed forces. It has developed state-of-the-art underwater sensors and surveillance systems, underwater weapons and associated systems, air-independent propulsion systems, protection technologies for marine platforms. High-strength material is also a speciality of this cluster. INS Vikrant is built with the high-strength steel developed by this cluster. Aeronautical systems. This cluster is engaged in the development of state-of-the-art combat aircrafts, unmanned aerial vehicles, aero-gas turbine engine technology, airborne surveillance systems, parachutes, and lighter-than-air systems. Armament and combat engineering systems focuses on research and development of armaments, explosives, land-based combat vehicles, and engineering equipments, including ATACMS, world's longest range artillery gun system, missiles and strategic systems. This cluster is responsible for the design and development of state-of-the-art missiles and strategic systems for the deterrence of the country. Electronics and communication systems, state-of-the-art technologies in the fields of EW systems, radars, sensors, and directed energy weapon systems and communication systems used in various flagship programs and platforms of DRDO. Life sciences, equipping the service with the best cutting-edge weapon systems and platforms do not really achieve their intended purpose until the integral human component of the war machine is also optimized in terms of psychological, physiological, and nutritional well-being, with life support systems and protection from all conceivable operational hazards. Microelectronic devices, computational systems, and cyber systems. The microelectronic devices subcluster focuses on thrust areas and technologies relating to microwave tubes, solid-state electronics, including microelectronic device design and manufacturing. The computational systems subcluster focuses on systems and technologies relating to artificial intelligence, command and control, information and communication security, and many more. To develop defense R&D ecosystem and boost indigenous manufacturing, DRDO is supporting the industry through policy of transfer of technology at minimal or zero cost. Now, industry are working with DRDO as DCPP, PA, DP for development of many critical technologies. As of now, 1,550 TOTs have been handed over to industries by DRDO. DRDO has instituted multiple mechanisms and structures for result-oriented collaboration with academia, industry, and think tanks to design and develop next-generation systems. As an ongoing process of creating a DRDO and academia ecosphere, DRDO has established 15 centers of excellence in collaboration with various academia institutes all over the country to develop critical technologies. In addition, DRDO also funds academic research in defense science and technology through mechanisms, schemes like extramural research, research boards, and contract for acquisition of research services. DRDO also funds research.
Announcement: in next 5 minutes, the panel discussion 1 is starting. Thank you.
Research. Technology Development Fund (TDF) scheme is in place to encourage participation of industries, especially MSMEs, startups, to develop new technologies and products, upgrade existing products, systems, and R&D for indigenization of imported components and systems. Till date, 68 projects have been sanctioned under TDF scheme with the commitment of 283 crore. Dare to Dream Innovation Contest to promote innovators and startups are being conducted. 3 versions of contests have been concluded. Potential ideas are funded through.
Once again, good morning, everyone. I request you all to be seated right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to kindly be seated. We are waiting to commence the panel discussion 1, which is our flagship panel discussion. I would request all of you to kindly be seated at the earliest and settle down. Thank you.
I welcome everyone back after a refreshing break. I hope you could pay visit to our display stalls outside. We are going to begin with the panel discussion 1. The panel will be chaired by Captain K.J. Christie, and joining him as panelists are Mr. Biju George, Director of Shipbuilding, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, Rear Admiral Bimal Kumar, Director General, Warship Design Bureau, Indian Navy. Captain Jagmohan, Director Corporate Planning, Goa Shipyard Limited. Mr. Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Mr. Pankaj Chadda, Vice President, Marine Platforms, Equipment and Systems, L&T. Commander Shantanu Bose, Director of Shipbuilding, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers. I request the panel chair and the panelists on the dais, please. Our first panel discussion will focus on defense shipbuilding, developing India as a global shipbuilding hub through collaboration between defense yards and the Indian Navy or Coast Guard. India was once a country globally renowned for their shipbuilding capability, and in recent years, we have been reenacting the past, showing huge developments in warship building capabilities. This session will delve into strategies to elevate India's shipbuilding capabilities with a particular emphasis on the crucial collaboration between defense shipyards and our maritime forces. I request all delegates to please settle down as the panel is here now. The panel discussion will ensure for next 1.5 hours, followed by a Q&A session. During the Q&A session, mics will be available with our volunteers. So beginning with the panel discussion, I invite the chair of this panel, Captain K.J.S. Christie, to take over this discussion. Captain K.J.S. Christie is a shipbuilding professional having extensive experience in both warship and commercial shipbuilding. He was the head of the naval design team that designed the indigenous aircraft carrier during the basic design phase from 2000 to 2005. Thereafter, he was director of shipbuilding at GRC Kolkata and later was vice president and the head of ship design at L&T Shipbuilding, Chennai. At the moment, he is semi-retired, providing consultancy in ship design to SETS Kochi. I hand the dais to the learned chair. So please.
Hello. Hello. Good morning and namaskaram in the local Indian style. The chief guest, I'm not very sure he's there, dignitaries and friends. Welcome to this panel discussion on how to make India a major shipbuilding hub and bring in international orders through collaboration among shipyards, Indian Navy and Coast Guard. Thank you for the generous introduction that I got. I had written most of it, so I will take the credit for keeping it brief. We have very eminent panelists among us. Now, I don't have to, he has already mentioned the name, but I will just still repeat. We have Madhu Nair, CMD of Cochin Shipyard. Then we have Commander Shantanu Bose. He is the Director of Shipbuilding of GRSC, a post I held some time back. Then we have Captain Jagmohan, Director Corporate Planning, Goa Shipyard. We have Biju George, Director Shipbuilding, Mazagon Dock. And then we have Pankaj Chadda, Vice President, Marine Platform and Equipment L&T. And Rear Admiral Bimal Kumar, who is the Director General, Warship Design Bureau. So we welcome them once again. Now, I have to briefly introduce the topic. Indian shipbuilding industry is a very hot topic these days, and there are many government initiatives that is being instituted now. And I have learned during this seminar that we are on a strategic path to become a leading shipbuilding nation in the world. But if you really look back at the history, you will see that we have not fulfilled the potential that everybody has been talking about. And this is, through this panel, we will discuss some ideas as to how we will fulfill those potentials. Now, as a result, what we have is that we have still a very minuscule piece of the global shipbuilding pie. So that is something which we have to change. Now, mostly the shipyards, both government and private, compete in the domestic shipbuilding market and take these orders at almost at a rock bottom price. And something more interesting is that even after taking these orders through severe or very extreme competition, the winner pass on some of the job to the loser because they realize that they don't have the capacity to deliver the ships on time. So sometimes you can say that it is like a dog-eat-dog world, takes the orders at very, very small price and then finding it sometimes difficult. Now, if you ask again, are the shipyards doing good? Yes, look at the share prices, they're doing extremely good. Now, mostly the reliability, they are relying mostly on the domestic shipbuilding orders, which really may not be sustainable over a long time. Of course, our neighbors may keep or fuel the domestic budget for some time, and, but the priorities, the government priorities can always change. There could be a calamity, there could be another pandemic, or there may be other unforeseen or other priorities. So the funds may run down, but so you have to look outward to sustain the shipbuilding in India. And politically, Bharat wants to play a very leading role globally in the region also, and a defense exporter. The status of a major defense exporter can go a long way in terms of fulfilling that strategic role. Against this backdrop, let's see what we want to achieve through this panel discussion. Now, each shipyards represented here have the capabilities that are common to them, and some of those capabilities are unique to them. Okay. Now, so far, they have been competing with each other, that I have said. Now, the question being asked is that, can you collaborate and become competitive in the global market? Now, collaboration by people who have been traditionally competing may not be so easy, but that is why the challenge is, and that is why we have the people who are heading the shipyards here to address these issues and come out something positive and something tangible. Okay. Now, we also have the head of the Warship Design Bureau here, who actually holds the intellectual property for most of the, or majority of the shipbuilding design or defense shipbuilding, you know, call it frigates, aircraft carrier, or whatever is it. So there is a support needed by him for the shipyards to go out and project their capabilities to the world and grab these orders. Now, without further, because we are running a little short of time, so therefore I would say I won't elaborate much further. Let me come to the business end of this thing, that is the deliberation among panelists. But a few words on how we are going to do it. I will request each panelist spend little time, and certainly not more than 10 minutes, make it a little less than that, and give his views, okay? And so that, and give his views in terms of how are we going to achieve this collaboration, what kind of hurdles you are expecting, and you know, so on and so forth. But what we want is actually is that we want interactive session after that. You have been generally loaded with a monologue from one side. Everybody has been speaking. You guys have never got a chance to get back at them. So my intention is that quickly come to a point where you can interact and deliberate. Okay. Now, just a little bit, I wanted to talk about this time. We have to maintain, you know, complete the thing on time. So I have been told that 12:45 is the time. Here I just wanted to tell you an incident. A few years back, or many years back, I attended a conference which was actually on delivering ships on time. And there is this one gentleman was speaking on and on. Then somebody from the audience say that you are talking about delivering ships on time and you can't finish your speech on time. Okay, so that is something which we have to remember. And without much this thing, let me just come back to the panelists now. Okay, the first one is Madhu Nair. It is well known, he is the poster boy of QSAT and Ship Technology Department. And he's been a long-serving CMD in India. Under his leadership, Cochin Shipyard has gone from strength to strength. And he has won many awards, which I have been given a brief. Unfortunately, I don't want to go into the details of it, but everybody knows. So I request Madhu Nair, basically, because of his huge international experience, I want him to set the ball rolling and then come out with his vision, his views, and the pitfalls and hurdles he sees that in achieving this collaboration. Mr. Madhu Nair. Yeah, the panelists can actually sit down and talk. Otherwise, if they feel comfortable, you can go to the dais also. I leave it to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Captain Christie, for that introduction in the setting the context. And thanks, esteemed panel, for being together on this. And first of all, thanks to the great audience also here. I'll straight away get into the topic that has been mentioned. And it was mentioned that we are done good on international business. Let me start with where we started doing this. This was about 22 years back. And this, getting into the international business was not a matter of choice, it was a matter of survival. If we did not do it, we were finished. But with more than 20 years in the international shipbuilding, and when we started, words like you exporting to West Europe, just forget it. This is what we heard. India exporting to Norway, forget it. But today, more than 60 vessels exported, more than about 60 additional contracts with us. I think we have come a long way. And for the benefit of these discussions and the theme of the conference, talking about partnerships, let me just dwell a little bit deep into what exactly has happened. So as I said, it's been more than 20 years that we have been working with the international companies. But in a nutshell, it is all about partnerships. It was never a buy-sell relationship. It may look like a buy-sell relationship, but it was never a buy-sell relationship. Our interactions largely has been in West Europe, a few in the United States. But West Europe, it's been Norway, Germany, Netherlands, a few companies in Cyprus, Bahamas. But when I talk about partnerships, it may at the end of the day, you signing a shipbuilding contract. Let me say, it starts with international ship brokers when India didn't know what ship broking was. And for us, broking or a broker or paying commissions were a bad word, was, especially in a government company, simply was not accepted. And that's when we were working with brokers, international ship brokers. Technology groups or technology yards, and we worked with two of the largest in Europe at that point of time. A lot of key equipment makers, and these key equipment makers are not just, it's not that you're sitting on a pedestal and buying equipment from somebody. It's with huge respect that you are talking to equipment makers, and they also understood it the same way. A company like Sperry, for example, just making compressors, one of the finest starting air compressors in the world. And this company called Sperry, and this guy, Mr. Sperry, he'd say, I'm Mr. Sperry. How he would reach out and sell compressors and support you throughout the life cycle. These were things which we learned. Key equipment, banks. You can't do business without the banks understanding what you were. So we were, today banks like DNB or Nordea, when it's a guarantee or a corporate guarantee from Cochin Shipyard, they understand what it is. Government. So we were talking to the ambassadors, we were talking to officials, Norwegian Maritime Directorate, we can walk in. These were things which we were doing. Lawyers, they were our, what shall we say, enemies on the other side. But then these enemies were our better friends. So the legal guys. I should say, just in Norway, one country where we have strongly worked, more than 100 institutions have been involved. This didn't come in easy. This needed a lot of trust building. And you are going from a country like India, where our own people were saying, coming from India, trying to sell here won't work. And you are trying to impress upon people that this is not all that godforsaken place. This is one of the better countries in the world. And I thought, if you talk straight, and we don't get, as we talk, we don't get it very complex. We talk straight, we talk sense, and you convey that it is not a great hierarchy. When I was starting to do this talking, I was senior manager in the company. I was assistant general manager. It was at the mid-level. It was not that the chairman of the company was talking or the director of the company was talking. And they were not bothered about that, because for them it was all about the connect. Building up of trust, a lot of people, a lot of good friends as we move forward. So when I look at this journey of 20 years, 20 plus years, it's about that trust building and the confidence. And once you do that, I thought there was a lot of, then things were much more easy. But to do that, we had to overcome our fears. There were a lot of fears. Those fears had to be overcome. It was not that all fears were not there. There were fears, but you wouldn't open it. You would wrap up the fears and you would actually move forward. This is largely one thing which we were doing. So it was strong partnerships, trust, respect. All these words are what comes to my mind when we actually look at how we have done it. But what have we done? And let's take it with a pinch of salt. Largely, key designs were all branded. It was all imported. Key supply chains was imported, but we brought supply chains into India. Today, practically most Indian shipyards are talking about entire total accommodation. Prior to that also, we were talking to companies in Korea which had names like total accommodation in it, but none of us were doing total accommodation. But we were taught, people like me, by our Norwegian, German friends, that how you can wrap this up. So we bought in companies. We bought in companies like Maritime Monitoring. They are probably present here. Maritime Monitoring came here. They set up shop in India. We brought in electrical companies for turnkey. So the supply chains in Europe, friendly approach. We brought them here. Those supply chains were replanted into India. Today I'm very keenly looking at the new economic survey, which talks about whether you want to fight China or want to plug into the Chinese supply chains. I take a leaf from here because we bought in the supply chains into India. It was essentially bringing Europe into India, And we were together using the sentence, European quality at Indian price. This is what we were trying to use. And who were fronting us? We were being fronted by the Europeans. So we were teaming up and the Europeans were respecting us, we were respecting the Europeans, they were fronting us. The great part is we were fully accepted within the so-called clan or the so-called circuit. We were part of the circuit. Along with it, we were on new areas. As I said, the fears was always there. So contracts and how you deal with contracts with Europeans. So understanding deep insights. There are a lot of people in the shipyard who worked 15, 16 hours a day during those times. We still do. And when you talk about contracts, it's not just some document. Every word of that contract has got life, and you understand those contracts, the ethos of the contracts. You are entering the big time things. These are all $100 million kind of a thing. You can't take chances here. So potential risk mitigation. What we thought was risk, how you mitigate it. Potential risk mitigations. At times, some of those risks actually became real. How to handle it? Did you want to drag them into legal matters, or today India is talking about mediation? We were actually doing mediation. We didn't know that we were doing mediation. We were actually doing mediation at that point of time. Because at the end of the day, we were very clear, as a shipyard, as a shipbuilding company, we are holding the baby. Whatever we do, you'll have to, if you want to fight, let's be very clear, you have a baby in your hand. So you're fighting not with full strength, you have a baby in your hand. You can't throw the baby. This part is very clear for a shipbuilder. So we were not fighting. If there were issues, we were squaring it up. There was this let go, and mutual, again the respect came to the fore. And we got connected. The networks were strong with a set of people. And those networks, what happens is we are all aware. Today, we are talking about Department of Ship Technology. I'm from the 9th batch, so it's been a long time. But even today, if there is a student who is joining in the first batch, and they come and say that essentially what we have done in Europe. And the theme of this discussion today, what can we do within the country? For me, the core essence is, again, partnerships. Without teaming up, we will still continue to do dog eating dog, if that is to be used. But I think what we would need is, and I can straight away jump into this, I'm strongly pushing this case in couple of Swalamban series which CNS has had at his residence. I feel we need to have an entity. We can discuss that, we can evolve it, but it's a business entity. It's a business entity with deep-rooted knowledge, deep-rooted network. And this business entity, let me call it India Naval Inc. But this is all about India. We can fight on the ground. We can still fight domestically. But if that fight can be more respectful, then we can actually create an organization and a business organization, not just a grouping. as a grouping, we have SIDAM, we have CII, we have FICCI. But this I'm talking is a commercial, it's a company. It's a Companies Act company, for-profit company. But if we can create that for-profit company by the main industries involved here, Larsen & Toubro, the defense yards, Cochin Shipyard, Bharat Electronics, we can have the major players chipping in with equity, significant equity, not small money, significant equity, creating an organization and teaming up with the entire defense industry, plugging into DRDO, common use facilities in India, leveraging CII, FICCI, SIDAM, WDB. The DND has transited into WDB. And we have been talking that this transition should not just be a name change, it must really be WDB. WDB has to play two roles. One for the Indian defense, for our Navy, which is that strategic part, and supporting with the core knowledge into India Inc. A WDB, our design and engineering, today we are having strengths in design and engineering. At least I'm extremely happy that over the last 20 years we are having at least Indian ship with 16 Indian technologies, all Indian DRDO technologies from the industry. And we were trying to see how we can actually take it outside. But if we can do something like this, we can actually move forward strongly. I think we need to team up together because I feel if we do not team up, where we'll end up, I want a word of caution here. It's my understanding that recently, maybe over the last year, Larsen & Toubro, and Sri Pankaj Chadha can bear me out on this, was almost at the final verges of closing a very major deal in one of the European countries. And at the end, despite having all the credentials, they were kept out of it. And today, probably we are talking to the same country for import of technology for some of our platforms here. I think we need to be clear, we are okay. We are okay. We are in international business. We will do teaming up both sides, but it must be respectful, it must be mutual as we move forward. So India Inc. is the necessity if we have to do good on the defense side and globally.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Madhu. Regarding, we all know about Cochin Shipyard's success story in the international market. I have been talking to one gentleman called Mr. Anthony Prince. He has been also filling me with a lot of information. The one thing specific which I just wanted to mention is that, see, all of us have got expertise. Like, for example, Larsen & Toubro has built on a floating dock. Okay, they have got the design, they have the capability. Now, if another person is getting an order or an international order, the question would be that, will he be going to collaborate with Larsen & Toubro and get that design and expertise? This is one very simple question. Or will he reinvent the wheel himself in-house and redo the design? This is something which is happening now. Now the question is, can you break through those barriers and then come closer and do a productive partnership? Okay. So next I will call Shantanu Bose, who is actually the director shipbuilding in GRSC. Now he's also an alumni of Cochin QSAT Shipbuild. He's a graduate naval architect from here. He has got successfully delivered or associated with Project 17 Alpha and many other projects. So and he's also getting international orders for GRSC. So let us hear from his part of the story as to how do we go about it. Santanu.
Thank you, sir. Just take on with what you talked about and what is the flavor of the season is how do we collaborate and deliver a product to the export market. So one aspect is about collaboration amongst us. Now, what everybody knows, we have been, Navy has nudged us, and we have now collaborating with everybody actually sitting on the table. 17 Alpha, me and Biju have been together in the 17 Alpha project. We have been collaborating, building 7 ships on a single CAD model, which I thought would never happen, but it is a reality today. We have been co-building maybe 2 different kinds of ASW, SWC platforms, GRSE and Cochin shipyard. Recently, GRSE and Goa shipyard are building the next generation OPVs together. And what Captain Christie alluded in a backhand manner, we are also collaborating with L&T and making some platforms together, delivering very close to delivery. All this has been nudged by the Navy, apart from our collaboration with L&T, which was driven by need from both sides. And all these are partnerships and collaborations. This shows that collaboration is definitely possible amongst all the shipyards and including private shipyards to deliver a product which is acceptable to the end customer. That is the first part of collaboration. Now the other thing is how to tap on to the defense market. What Mr. Madhu Nair suggested of an India Inc. is not very different from what the Russians have when they have the Rosbron, and that is maybe one of the models which we can consider. But here there is also a lot of things which the Navy has to do. We have been discussing with certain countries for OPVs, which we have a perfectly good design. Goa shipyard has a perfectly good design. They have exported, we have exported. But as a nation, if we want to make our strategic imprint into friendly foreign countries and even further, then we would need some kind of standardized products which would be maybe shipyard agnostic, means can be built by this India Inc. company and loaded on. There have been a lot of deliberations, most of us are privy to it, wherein we have said, the government is also there, which have said that certain types of ships, certain shipyards, certain countries, certain shipyards will take the lead in, and we have been doing so also. But this needs to be given a kind of impetus and a focused vision. That will give it more push. It has to be a focused vision, not only politically, financially, and with the Navy putting that strategic push into it that yes, we will do this. Like something like the BrahMos project or the Dornier programs which have been happening. These have happened only because of strategic push from the government. Now that, as we were speaking in the first session, the recognition of the commercial shipbuilding as a strategic sector, we need to take this also into the defense shipbuilding, that the more our footprint, the Indian industry shipbuilding footprint is there in other countries, the strategic reach of our nation would extend. And this will go well beyond, say, showing the flag by the naval vessels elsewhere, but much beyond that. So these are some thoughts, and which I think that a good start has been made, but further focus and collaboration is the need of our to go ahead with that.
Yeah, thank you, Shantanu, for enlightening us about your experience and GRSC's experience. Okay, now, see, what he has brought out is that there is good collaboration taking place. There's a lot of echo. Yeah. Okay. The collaboration definitely takes place after winning the order. Okay. Now the question is, can you collaborate to win the order? Okay, rather than executing it. Now that actually will involve a lot of dialogue before submitting a bid. What is that I will put in? What is that you will put in? How do you bring all our resources together to bring down the cost and get it into a competitive order? Okay, how do you share the profit? So there is a lot of things to be done. So we haven't heard much about such things, but if somebody wants to elaborate, at least now or during the question answer, that would be welcome. Okay, now we come to Captain Jagmohan, who is the Director Corporate Planning at Goa Shipyard. Okay, he is also alumni of Cochin University, shipbuilding, ship technology. He is got a unique experience, having held a very senior position in GRSC as well as GSL. So he will, we are expecting a lot of thoughts from him, which probably how do we collaborate between various yards to bring in efficiency and win the order internationally. Captain Jagmohan, please.
Thank you, sir. We have had some very inspiring speeches in the morning session, a lot of optimism, but I think there is a need also to pepper this optimism with a little bit of skepticism. Now, I would like to start with, the growth of Goa Shipyard in the last 5 years. We were actually originally making maybe 5 years back just an OPV, maybe one project at a time, one ship at a time, an order book of 2,000 crores. And we are at this stage making 21, 22 vessels at the same time, an order book of around 20,000 crores. And this we have been able to achieve, one, because of the government's support. The Ministry of Defense has done our infrastructure upgradation. Along with Goa Shipyard itself, we have done around 1,400 crores of infrastructure upgradation. But largely, our resources are more or less the same. That means the officer strength, the blue-collar strength has more or less remained the same what was 5 years back. And we can't scale it up because we are not assured of any orders. So there has been growth pangs that GSL has faced. And I think that if India is planning to expand or become, as the topic says, defense shipbuilding hub for the world, we are also likely to go through these kind of growth pangs. Now, I would like to bring out one typical example that all of you will definitely be able to relate. Now, when I'm, let us say, making the freshwater system for a ship, what happens is that I will have to go through my tendering process. The valves for these systems come from Pune. The pipes come from Kota, Rajasthan. The pumps will be coming from Calcutta. The contractor will be from Mumbai. He will be using workmen from Bihar and Chhattisgarh. It's a great example for, national integration or nation building. But I don't think it is an efficient way of shipbuilding. Because if we want to get into the global shipbuilding arena, we need to be globally competitive. Now, if you cut to, let's say, Japan or China or Korea, they all have marine clusters. The shipyard is built, the entire cities are built around shipyards with complete supplier integration. And the items come on time to the desired standards and quality. Here we have a lot of difficulty in achieving that, basic things. Now, the other problem that we are facing is the availability of skilled manpower. Now, if you know, that's I think a situation that is faced across all shipyards. In fact, I am trying to poach from Cochin shipyard or GRSE, and everybody is doing that. Now, what we have to do is that we need to see why we are not having skilled manpowers. If you go to our ITIs and you know, our polytechnics, if you just go through all the disciplines, you will find that the fitter trade, the welder trades, they have, let's say, 40 vacancies. There are only 5 or 6 applying. I don't know whether it's a thing only of Goa, but I'm not sure whether it's across India. The people coming into you know, manufacturing industry and shipbuilding is very limited. There are several reasons. Of course, it's a very difficult industry to work. Our culture, our weather itself makes it extremely difficult for people to work. The payment is less. So there is a need for us as shipbuilders to collaborate with, white collar, with officers, we have no problem actually. Institutes like the Department of Ship Technology produce excellent naval architects. There are other colleges which produce excellent engineers who are you know, driving the growth of companies on shipyards. But it is with the blue-collared workmen that we have serious issues. There is a need to address that. Another thing which I noticed, you know, yesterday we had the Independence Day celebration at GSL, and we gave out scholarships to meritorious students. Almost all students who won the awards were girls. But when it comes to getting girls into manufacturing industry, we are able to show around 10-11%. That is largely in office staff and maybe officers and all that. But there are no girls going into the technical field. In fact, the whole of GSL has just one welder, woman welder. I don't know what the numbers are for other shipyards. So this has to improve. We need to bring women in, because the moment you bring women in, it will also, what is happening is that the labor force, the skilled labor force is highly mobile. They don't stay at one place because there is no certainty of their jobs. They just move around. Whereas if you have a woman also there is a possibility of keeping the skilled workforce at one place. So these, maybe, you know, we talk about the larger picture, but these small teething issues have to be addressed first if you have to have a robust shipbuilding industry. If you look abroad, all the countries which are doing well have almost addressed these issues. So that is important, and then we can move forward. But that said, I want to say that we have been able to transition. You see, GSL's growth from OPV building ship to OPV building shipyard to a frigate building shipyard in the last 5 years is an example of how the same difficulties and the growth pangs that we faced the country will also face. So we have been able to overcome them, and our productivity is more or less the same as the other Indian shipyards. But if we have to really get into the global shipbuilding arena and particularly the warship building area, we need to be, you know, we need to have our policies correct. See, we can't have a policy. The government has, now government, why is the government putting us into competition? That is because that is how they want the private industries to, or they want to rule out inefficiencies, etc. But with a broad brush, the same policies cannot apply to all industries. Now, for example, if you ask Maruti, the car maker, to start procuring his, let's say, a steering gear or his doors on a tender, is it possible for him to produce cars and high quality cars on time? So we will need to address policy issues as well. And another aspect, again, I'm speaking again a little on a negative side, is that when we are talking about, you know, being competitive globally with the help of this shipbuilding financial assistance, we need to see that the value added within our country should be significant. It cannot be that we are adding only 30% value in our country and we are giving 15% subsidy to the foreigner, to a much richer country. So those aspects also need to be addressed. Now, coming to the collaborative part, I think what Mr. Madhu Nair said is an excellent idea. We have been mooting that for a long time. That's probably the only way we will come on board on one platform. Otherwise, you see, we also must they say the further back you can look, the further forward you'll be able to see. If you see, we are a maritime country, but the only actual shipbuilding which is thriving is warship building. The commercial shipbuilding, barring maybe CSL and some of the smaller shipyards, we are struggling. And that is primarily because when the shipyards, when let's say the defense shipyards were taken over, the MOD took over 3 shipyards, and I think the the shipping ministry took over 2. Only I think CSL was a greenfield shipyard. We have taken over very small shipyards. So our scale and the infrastructure doesn't lend itself to, comparing with the Dalian shipyard, which can churn out Type 55 destroyer in 4 years, compared to, we take around 10 years. So those aspects have also to be seen. But at the same time, this collaborative shipbuilding probably will address, along with some policy changes that the government has to make, if we have to compete in the foreign market. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Jagmohan. We have got 3 more panelists to speak, and we have around, I would want to finish it in 20 minutes time so that we have some chance for some questions to be asked. So next is Mr. Biju George. He's the Director Shipbuilding of Mazagon Dock, and he has got extensive, he has been with the FDL for many years, and what I remember is that he has steered the Project 17 Alpha program very successfully as a collaboration between GRSC. So let's hear from him, his views now. Biju, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It's my pleasure and privilege to be part of this august audience as well as part of the program. I'll be try to be very brief because the ground to be covered is very vast, because the theme is very, very weighty. The theme is how to become a global hub for warships through collaboration. So warships and collaboration, so that would be the two themes. And so firstly, I would like to say that any defense exports has to be handled like a sandwich, because it has 3 layers. One is the G to G, second is Navy to Navy, and third is organization to organization, shipyard to shipyard. 3 levels of engagement becomes important, and this has to come in unison to make it into a success story. And I will briefly go through like a SWOT. The first strength is we have high intellectual capability, intellectual capital in the country. Only today when I saw that write-up, QSAT itself has churned out 1,000 plus naval electrics. That's a very impressive intellectual capital which we have in the country. Then shipbuilding industry, the spin-off benefits is enormous. So if we are embarking on exports, that fringe benefits are going to get smeared into the ecosystem here. The employment multiplier is 6.48. The investment multiplier is 1.82. Indian Navy and Coast Guard put together has at least designed 25 generic types of ships, from aircraft carriers to fast interceptor crafts. So the design bandwidth is enormous. So that's a big, we are in a very good position of strength as far as the defense export is concerned. What are our weaknesses? Maybe 4 areas, bulleted points. Capability, I'm talking from a shipyard perspective. No shipyard in the country has the wherewithal to do the conceptual and functional design of surface combatants or submarines. Second is the capacity. When I say capacity, it is the ecosystem capacity. We don't still have a mature ecosystem as far as the supply chain is concerned. Today we are struggling with even valves because to meet the increasing demands. Third is for niche technology, the foreign dependency still continues. Fourth, there are cultural barriers because shipbuilding is a very conservative industry. Changes are not we are not amenable to changes. So this is what we experience in our shipyard. The nature of warfare is changing. The war doctrine is changing. There is an increasing demand for autonomous systems, for unmanned systems. Unless we catch up with this, and rapidly move from the conventional warfare, probably we will miss the bus. Opportunity is, there is a lot of opportunity for exports. The low-hanging fruit would be littoral combat vessels, like maybe missile boats and below. We have been in dialogue with a Latin American country, which I leave unnamed. The deal was about to be done, but the sudden change in geopolitical situation, that is why I told it has to be a G2G. We got an advisory from MEA telling that no go. So currently the opportunity would be, I would say, the security surveillance requirements of developing countries. My dream, and I'm sure our country's dream, would be to roll out an indigenously designed, indigenously built surface combatant to the Western world. That would be a distant dream. So, nevertheless, these kind of vessels which, triple up, like for benign purposes, for constabulary roles, for combatant roles, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, those kinds of vessels would be the need of the hour. So designing, building, training, after-sales support, MRO, basically we have to enter into the life cycle. Many countries like we have Make in India, they are looking for local content. Many ships have to be probably built in the foreign soil if you want to get into defense export. So collaboration would be need of the hour, because without collaboration we cannot do. But with collaboration we can do anything. Partnership becomes the key. I'll just give an example which probably no one in the audience will be aware. Today, MDL has successfully completed MRO of a military helicopter, and the ferry flight is going to happen next week to a foreign country. We don't have any domain expert is in the aviation field. It's through collaboration, public-private partnership. Maybe a decade ago, private-public partnership was being ridiculed because it was meant that it is meant for nationalization of losses and privatization of profits. But no more it's true. We can hold hands each other, not only within the public sector undertakings, as well as with private players, and take things forward. Threat would be the adversary is always before us with freebies. That is our experience in many countries where we have gone. I don't want to particularly name. They are already there, gained inroads with all kinds of freebies. Sri Lanka is a case in point. Now, secondly, although it is a G2G deal, for us, for the shipyards, for any business entity, it has to be a business case. Otherwise, it doesn't become sustainable. So ultimately, we are doing business. For the recipient nation, it would be driven by a defense budget. But for the exporting shipyard or us, it is driven by profitability. And as far as defense export is concerned, the intellectual property of most of these assets are residing with the Indian Navy. So the Indian Navy and the shipyards needs to collaborate to what extent we can make this open into the international domain. Second aspect is the funding. We are looking, as I said, the low-hanging fruit has to come from developing nations. They don't have their budget. Their entire defense budget may be put together maybe for a couple of OPVs. So funding will be required. So the DLOC and the LOC, the defense line of credits, will come into play. But as per the defense line of credit is concerned, it has to come through competition. It cannot come through nomination. So it cannot come through just a teaming agreement. So these are policy changes that will be required. There are guidelines in defense LOC. We cannot employ a channel partner. Without channel partner, nothing happens, especially in developing nations. So these are the constraints. And technology adaptation. Cutting edge technologies comes with a price. And even if we have what is known as TOT, in our yard there is a very live TOT going on. There is a big percentage of that is a black box. And green transition is another issue because to need of the hour. Since I have to take a cue from the panel chair, I have to end this speech on time. I'll just now shoot in bullets some of the transitions which we need to immediately take up in partnership to achieve this goal of becoming a global shipbuilding hub for defense export. First is we have to rapidly move into modular philosophy. Build anywhere, integrate anywhere should be the mantra. Secondly, the production strategy should be batch production rather than just engineer to order, because unless those kind of, so we have to target multiple countries, and the saving grace with these developing nations are they do not know what they want. We have to define, we have to give the requirement definition as well. And thirdly, the collaboration with the local shipyards in the foreign country, the exporters country. Probably we have to do into acquisition. We have to move into acquisitions of some of the shipyards, joint ventures, SPVs. Only then this can become success story. A strategic shift, as I said, to niche technologies. Then end-to-end solutions have to be given. Many countries today have fleet, but they don't have MRO facility. Unless we give end-to-end solution, it is not possible. Now, this is where, again, Navy and Coast Guard comes into picture. I cannot give a proposal how I'll train a crew for the OPV because that is not my forte. That has to come from the Indian Navy. So Navy also should be willing to depute their teams for handholding as far as the training is concerned. Then, as I look at the future, all the shipyards will have to transit into digital smart shipyards with Industry 4.0 as the order of the day, because these are going to be business compulsions. And policy changes as regards defense LOC will have to be in place. And it's, as CMD CSL has brought out, it's a great thing that the West is looking east. And we need to jump into this bandwagon, seize the opportunity. But the challenge, I put it slightly with an analogy. The challenge is to serve Indian thali in an European restaurant with Chinese prices. And that would indeed be a challenge. And the need of the hour would be collaboration. We have competing space as well as complementing space. I don't know whether it is right for me to use a word. We have to form an ethical cartel to bag export orders. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Biju. Now we come to the representative of Larsen & Toubro Shipbuilding, Mr. Pankaj Chadda. Mr. Pankaj Chadda handles a lot of business. Among them, you have subsea vehicles, platform business, shipbuilding, marine equipment, electronics. So he covers the entire spectrum, the way I see it. And Pankaj Chadda, I know him very well. He is a thoroughbred L&T person. He knows the inside out of L&T. And also he has been associated with submarines and all the shipbuilding areas. So he would be the right person to bring a slightly different perspective of a private yard as to what are his views on collaboration. So, Mr. Pankaj Chadda.
Yeah, thank you, Krishti. And good afternoon, everyone. Amongst all these stalwarts, I am 7 months old rookie. I took over L&T shipbuilding charge from 1st of January. Though I have some association with the submarine building, but you know, the ship construction, ship marketing is a different game. And I'm learning, I'm learning with the experiences of all of them, and that's why I was taking a lot of copious notes. But what I have learned over the last 6-7 months, that if we have to become competitive in naval shipbuilding, because right from Government of India, the push is to deliver ships on time, quality ships, and within the budget. Because the industry is known to go beyond budget, beyond delivery schedules, and therefore that is one strong reason to collaborate. If we collaborate over here, we need not look at the pie which is available in India. but maybe together we have to increase the size of the pie so that all of us could grow in a healthy manner. The other important thing is that if we have to make naval shipbuilding competitive, we have to learn the practices of the commercial shipbuilding. So both of them have to go hand in hand. And if we are able to supply, like Cochin Shipyard has been able to break through in the European market, and I guess that is the way to go. We have to see that whether we are going to market to developed countries or developing countries, because the requirement in both the cases are different. Countries have money, developing countries need money, right? So the marketing strategy also would be different. A lot of things have already been conveyed on various policy perspectives and all, but I believe what Mr. Madhu, he talked about, strong partnerships among the shipyards, respect. That would be the key. While we can spend time to form this company which he alluded to, but I guess there are few things on which as all the shipyards can start, and they are the soft pillars. So when we deal with European, Japanese, Korean, one of the most important thing which comes to the mind is the safety. Safety in the shipyards. Now, if you read the latest news which are coming from South Korea, Hanwha CEO actually has been, unions are demanding that he should have our own experiences, all the shipyards which are being represented on this stage. So we could actually learn from each other the best practices in the quality. How could we take ideas from each other and implement in our shipping? I think which would be very, very important. The third is diversity, which Captain Jagmohan alluded to. The fourth thing is, Captain Christie, right, when he was setting the context, talked about dog eating dog. So we do have challenges on which we could collaborate. For example, we have unequal contracts with the MOD. So when we look at signing a contract for 10 years, we don't have a price variation clause. And it is generally said that the party which is the best place to take a risk, he should be taking the risk in any of the contract. Now, when we look at price variation, is the government, because over signing of 10 years, the inflation goes up, machinery prices goes up, but we don't have this kind of a clause in those long-term contracts. We also have these challenges of bank guarantees. And if all the naval contracts get placed, the kind of bank guarantees required would be humongous. And I think that even Indian banking industry may not be able to give those kind of bank guarantees. I guess there also we could collaborate and we could go back and see, how the contracts could be made equal, where the risks are taken by both the counterparties in a genuine fashion. Since the time is running short, so I thought I'd just give these 3-4 points and maybe we could discuss during the question and answer session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Pankaj. Now we come to the last panelist, Rear Admiral Bimal Kumar. He may be the last, but he's probably the most important one because he holds the intellectual property for all frontline warships. And though the shipyards may collaborate with each other, but certainly a collaboration with him would be most important to project the capability as a major warship builder to a foreign client. So let us hear from him as to how he can support the shipyards to achieve this aim of taking India to a shipbuilding hub, a leading shipbuilding hub in India. Sorry, in the world. Thank you. And Bimal, please.
Thank you, sir. Pankaj is not the latest entry into the field. I have been associated mostly with submarines throughout my career and just surfaced put it in quotes, around 2.5 years back. But having started on a lighter note, we listened to many of the issues. Most of the issues have been known over the time and flagged many a times. And it is only heartening that certain steps have taken place, have been started, which the Navy is an active participant. The gauntlet thrown at me has been that I have to elucidate what more the Navy can do. I would like to start with what the Navy is doing. Like Mr. Biju was specifying that it starts with G2G at one level. Most of us who are in the field will know that the Navy is one of the starting points for G2G discussions when delegations visit and the follow-up actions, like when a CNS goes or MOD goes, participates in countries' discussions. The follow-up points are taken forward with the FCI division here, and it is passed on to the MOD defense production for taking up or nominating shipyards who can further take up in track 2 or on a company-to-company interaction. Many of the shipyards are already been involved in this, so that is one field. And this, I think there have been instances which are known to all the participants, that how some contracts almost came through but had to be taken out because of geopolitical considerations. But those leave aside all those perturbances. But this is a track which can sustain, and this is one of the starting points. Now, coming to common use facilities, this is another area where Navy would like to spearhead. Navy has already started. There's one of the main weaknesses of our shipbuilding ecosystem is the lack of sufficient academic and industry support. If you try to contrast it with foreign, like say USSR, Russia, the erstwhile USSR, Russia, or the USA, we have a lot of backing, R&D backing, and projects taken up at the university level or at various R&D institutes, which culminate and see the productionized version facilitating the shipyards. This is something which Navy has been pushing the shipyards also, and we have taken up around 7 or 8 cases through the Nirdesh, which we are trying to revive, which the Navy will keep pushing. If we have more financial channels coming through, then this is an area where Navy would definitely like to get in more. Then supply chain. This is an issue which has been brought out by the shipyards. Some of the ships, you won't believe, the cost, delivery timeline can be reduced even further. They are stuck for as mundane things as shipyard supply items like walls. Ultimately, this is a problem with the lack of MSME support. We have 64 ships in order, almost. More than that, that is the main frontline ships. And more than that, the auxiliary ships, including Coast Guard vessels, add up to more than 20 odd more. So this, actually, everything is to be supported by the ecosystem which is available today. And if you look at the L1 concept, MSME, which is quoting in one shipyard, may not turn out as the L1 in other shipyard contract, but then eventually most of the chaps end up with the same firm. We have a classic case of walls in which many people competed. Finally, everybody boiled down to one number firm. And even to the extent that the same component being required for a control system, IPMS system, the OEM of the control system also landed up with the same OEM for the wall. Now, you can imagine the capacity constraint which that wall OEM was facing. This is an issue which we need to address. And this, I am not able to throw up any ready-made answers or solutions from the naval side, Navy side, Indian Navy, but this is a common issue which is haunting all of us. Another area where Navy has taken active interest of late is the tests and testing, the type testing. There has been, type testing policies are very clearly laid out and being put into practice and seen through by the DQAs. Interpretation is a problem. Navy is trying to rationalize the interpretation so that we get the necessary quality, the required quality, without too much of putting the testing the OEMs rather than the testing the product. So this is an area of focus for us. Then the policy regarding the quality as well as required the cost effectiveness of the product. This is a policy which is already enshrined in DAP 20. So, but where we have got stuck is, or we are facing a problem, we are hitting the wall is how to introduce this effectively into an effective clause in the RFP. We are still searching for a solution for that. We will definitely, with the help of all participants, we should be able to find an answer to this. In the regarding the one problem, or rather one area where the shipyards can improve definitely to become cost and quality competitive with respect to foreign market is on the common standard framework for all outfitting and construction norms. Because today we have ships which when you go inside, when you get into a ship, they look different, but we need to have a common standard for product structure. It is not as simple as you take out the, it's not as simple as an automobile industry, I'm definitely aware of it, but we can definitely move forward in this. I would also urge the shipyards to become cost effective. There is a need to move into full 3D CAD PLM integrated, matured design environment, because this is the way we can push our product to a competitive shipbuilding market. So I would like to sum up saying that we have the capability, we have the vision also, we need to put it into track and move forward. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bimal, and thank you, panelists, for giving your views. Now we will throw the session open to question answer. Just two observations from me. If anybody wants to talk, ask a question from the backside, you're most welcome, and we will oblige you. And another one is that my observation is that typically the questions run into paragraphs and the answers are given in one line. So maybe we need to bring in some balance there. Well, thank you. So now it's over to you.
Hello. Hi, sir. My name is Hari Raj. I'm CEO for Smart Engineering and Design Solution. We are a ship design company. We work mainly in the commercial area, and we have also associated with Cochin Shipyard on FPVs, ASWs, and now working with Hindustan Shipyard for the fleet support ship project. And for this particular topic, in various projects, we have tried to participate in Latin America, in Middle East, in Far East, for projects, mainly naval auxiliary projects. And we have actually gone through different steps. We have come into the front with 2-3 designs, but then we find it becomes a G2G discussion, and we are probably out. So one thing we noticed in that was the designs which we are competing, or the projects which we are competing, are highly standardized designs, like from DAM and the Stand Patrol series. I'm talking mainly on the naval auxiliary vessels, like Mr. Biju George mentioned. We felt that's one area there is a lot of requirement, and there is a lot of market. But then, as I said, when we reach a level, we compete with, how would I say, very sexy looking, very appealing designs. And finally, I see most of the projects are going for not to the client's requirement, but what's available in the market. So with this context, shouldn't we be developing designs for this auxiliary understanding the market? Because we know if it's a patrol vessel, there are a lot of requirement for 50-meter, 60-meter range vessels. So shouldn't we be developing concepts which are generally meeting the requirements of various countries, and then develop it to a level where the 3D is done, the material list is available, because we all know for Indian shipyards, procurement takes time. We know what is there in the market. So shouldn't we develop the material list, shouldn't we cost it well, so that when the opportunity comes, we have a product with which we can go and sell. Like Mr. Madhu Nair mentioned, if we as a country can showcase our product for different ranges of vessels, starting from 30 meter to 60 meters, having seen many of those kind of projects in the global market, I feel there's an opportunity for India. Thank you. So I would like to know the panel's on this.
Do you have any specific panelist in mind for
Sir,
answering this?
I think I would ask Admiral Vimal, because it's a design. Basically, my question
is
about
Vimal.
The design. Thank you.
Actually, we do not have a standardized design for any of the naval combatants, so to say. Now, we are looking at follow-on projects. That is the nearest you can come to as far as warship frontline competence are. We started with the 15 Alpha, 15 Bravo, 17 Alpha, now 17 Bravo is in the offing. Now, for foreign markets, your question specifically was with respect to the auxiliary vessels. The Warship Design Bureau, I'm limiting myself to Warship Design Bureau, we do not have a standardized product. But if you can look at something similar is already promulgated by the Ministry of Shipping. The nearest which have come is for the tugs. They have got a standardized design published through their websites, which is available to all the shipyards, all the boatyards or builders within the country, which they can use and quote. There's the first step, I would say, from the government ministry side. For the Navy or MOD, there is no such initiative so far that we have been able to standardize. I am not sure whether...
Yeah, I just want to, just clarify. His thing is, like, for example, he is asking, he's also a designer. Now he's asking you for a design. Okay.
Yes, it is.
So
it is
now what I wanted to basically say is that, will you, suppose there is a market for a design out there, a patrol vessel or whatever vessel, will you be in a position to develop a basic design, okay, and detailed design and keep it ready for any of the shipyards to be given? That can you address that?
That answer I can readily answer, because recently we had an interaction with a friendly foreign country at naval level. And the question which was thrown to us was, do we have a design readily for us? They were looking for a frigate. That's why I didn't touch upon, your question was specifically to auxiliary crafts. And we had a design readily available to them, but then we did not take it forward because the equipment fit was an issue which had to be discussed. But to answer it, for frigates, if a friendly foreign country asks us, we have standard designs which we can furnish. Our designs, thanks to our predecessors, the work which has been done, our designs are world class. 17 is one of the best ships which have come out into as a frigate. That legacy is being followed in 17 Alpha, and now it will be followed in the 17 Bravo also. So look, that is why the query, first of all, the query came from a friendly foreign country for a frigate because of the end product. So we can normalize, we can standardize to that extent, and we can take it forward.
Yeah, I think Jagmohan would like to add something to it.
You see, it is not that your design doesn't match with the DIMS design. First of all, we need to be a little flexible. For example, a fast attack craft for one country may need to go at 35 knots, another country may look for fuel efficiency and do at 25 knots. So that is, that is not the matter. A Daman or an Israeli shipyard does far more business development activities than we do. We go nowhere near that. We can't be just, sending some pamphlets and expecting an order. So that is primarily the difference. I'll give you an example. Now, you talked about fast attack crafts. One of the leading suppliers of fast attack crafts across the world is the Israeli shipyard. It's a very small shipyard. It's smaller than Goa shipyard. It is smaller than any of the shipyards that are here. But it exports more fast attack crafts than any other shipyard. And it primarily does it because of its extensive marketing and close follow-up by the Israeli government. So it is not that, keep a design ready and you will be able to get a market. You need to market, you need to do a lot of business development activity. Probably even the government needs to be involved if you need to actually sell a warship to a foreign country.
Sir, I fully agree on that.
Yeah, but Hari, can you offline you can take this. Okay, let's give it to somebody else. Yeah.
Hello, this is Alex Jacob, second batch.
Yeah, can you please state your name and?
Okay. Yeah, this is Alex Jacob, naval architect, second batch from CUSAT. My career started with MDL as a naval arch in the production side, and I was involved in P-16 Godavari class frigate, third of the Gomati. And during my tenure there, I found that, certain systems, especially in the operations room, the KIO and the data bus system were periodically getting modified to new versions. That caused actually a delay in the total project, as well as because the decisions from the Navy were coming late, because Macedoc didn't have anything to do with the decision of what the systems, the weaponry system and other things to be there. Are you addressing such sort of issues these days? This question is to Admiral Bimal Kumar.
Bimal, you have the prime slot.
Months. That is where we are. Now, why I brought in this delivery time is that electronics, communications, and weapon systems, the changeover rate is so high that by the time you conceptualize a warship and build in a weapon system, by the time you are already at the delivery, the system becomes redundant. So whereas the Navy cannot afford to move out to the redundant system onto the front. So therefore, there is a requirement of constant evolution. How we can bridge it is reduce the delivery timelines. So by modernization, by integrated construction, the kind of issues which are faced on Godavari time are definitely not existing today, except for one or two. You will be surprised. It is not because of CMS or any of those. It is because of IPMS that we had delays in one of the systems, one of the ships. So that definitely it is not completely behind our back, but then it cannot be completely wished away also. Today we are thinking of, we are seeing how we can introduce autonomous vessels, aircrafts into the ships. So it is, the scenario is evolving.
Yeah, if you ask a question to somebody other than Bimal Kumar, we'll give you preference. Yeah, please.
Okay. I'm Simon Pulakaran, again from the second batch of CUSAT. I have been working mostly both on shipbuilding and ship design in India and abroad. But of recently, I have been on training, manpower training. My question is based on the comment by Mr. Jaganmohan about shortage of manpower, skilled manpower, whatever manpower. We are the largest population in the world. We have the highest amount of young population in the world, and we still have a shortage for manpower, not only in shipbuilding. Recently, I came to know the statement from L&T also they're facing a severe shortage for manpower. They're getting orders all over the world. I have also worked with L&T for about 3-4 years. Now, how do we face this issue? I'm in training in a small institute around here in Palakkad, which was previously by Terma Shipyard. We are training workmen who has a +2 qualification, trained them for 2 years for, worker level. Another level is a BSc program from IMU for the supervisory level or junior officer level. And the third program is a 1-year program for BTech engineers at the engineer level. We are facing problem. The basic issue is we train them and the industry is saying, who are you and what are you about? We approached Mazagon Dock, we approached Cochin Shipyard, and I went to Goa Shipyard. Goa Shipyard did not even allow me inside, right? But people who come for this, they say training, we'll get a job in a government undertaking. No, I know you have some certain restrictions on that. And straight we say we'll talk to our subcontractor. Now, who are these subcontractors? Can we project any of these subcontractors to the students? It's a reputable subcontractor with some standing. And when you select a subcontractor, do you really look into whether the subcontractor has got at least 1/3 or half of the workforce that they give has some kind of training? Now, on the other front, you are saying about European quality at Indian cost. What is the key to that? I visited quite a few.
Can you kindly come to the question, please?
Yes, the question is, the quality and price of European shipyard very often is still competitive because of the manpower efficiency. There again we are coming to, if we want to go to the next level in shipbuilding, we have to improve that. Please, lot of shipyard personnel are here, and Mr. Jagamohan can lead to give the answer for this. Thank you.
I mean, it's a pressing issue. First of all, I regret the experience that you faced at GSL. Sorry for that. Now, it's important that we are able to, I think what you brought out is very true. In fact, we have also been giving apprenticeship training to our people, and I'm not able to give them jobs. So what we have been trying is have a database, connect them to our subcontractors, ensure subcontractors pay well. But it is a very difficult task. And overall, I find that the younger lot are not very interested. I don't know the reason exactly, but I have a feeling it is because in 2009, 2010, when the shipbuilding was booming, like how it is booming now, and then there was a sudden collapse of the market, a lot of people got unemployed. And that, of course, must have spread the word, and it's anyhow a difficult job, and you're not paid well enough. And if there is no job assurance for continued duration, why would people go? Now, if I see Goa, let's say we have this food and beverages or hotel management, also part of the ITI structure. There you find people all going for that and not coming for this. It is because probably there is no assurance of job and a decent salary for the kind of hard work they do. So this is an area that we need to address. And once we get trained manpower, then obviously the quality issue will also be addressed, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. We can just allow one more question because I have been already told that we are already late. So just one more question, please.
Yes, sir.
Last question.
Rajneesh here from Vedam Design. I am a naval architect and working a lot for the design development in India. So as Mr. Hari asked, I just like to add a supplement to that question. So we discussed about lack of training and lack of trained manpower, and also the kind of lead time which we are taking for ship production. So one important thing we have to look at is the standardization of design. In my beginning of my career, I worked a lot in Korean shipyards. And if you see any Korean design, forget a Korean shipyard, any Korean design, be it from Samsung or from DSME or from Hyundai, they all look same. exactly same. You have to see the title block to realize whether it's from Samsung or from DSME or from Hyundai. What it does is, it gives a lot of efficiencies of scale in the design, so shortening the design cycle. It brings that pool of designers into play. And also, since the whole design is standardized, then the vendor ecosystem grows very well. Now, if you see in Indian context, and we can understand many shipyards, most of the shipyards in India, they grew at their own organic way. So they have developed each in a different way. And they have different style of production. So the ideal way is that we should have a standard basic design and the production design, but the low-hanging fruit is the production design. If you see, a production design takes around 60% of your designing man-hours. So if you could standardize the production methodology across India, which can be used by all the shipyards alike, at least the 60–70% of that, that will also help us in getting a lot of efficiencies. It will solve the manpower training issues, it will solve the lead time issues, and it will bring the efficiency. So it's not a question really, but it's rather a suggestion to the whole distinguished panel sitting on the ground to also look towards that and maybe work towards getting this really low-hanging fruit. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you that it's not a question, so we don't have to answer. That's good. But the standard designs works very well for probably commercial ships. But once it comes to warship, it cannot be purely a standard design because it's an evolving technology, the threats are different. Okay, everybody wants state of the art, and state of the art is a very confused word. Under that, you can do anything. Okay, with this, I think we have come to the close of this session. I'm supposed to sum up, but there is nothing much to really sum up. It is quite clear. So, except I will say that the problems have been brought out very clearly. The need for collaboration is understood. Nobody has any doubts about that. And some of the things, what Mr. Madhu said, that time I was in a writing mode, so I wrote 3 lines. Partnership is very important. Yes, talk straight is very important. Trust, I think that is the biggest. In case these shipyards have to collaborate among themselves, they have to trust each other. Nobody is going to cut or pull the carpet under their feet. That is the kind of mindset that has to come in. Then only we can succeed. With this, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel, for this deep, important, and most importantly, a collaborated discussion. So I assure you that panel delivered well on time. Now, I request our panel chair, Captain K.J. Christie, to kindly present mementos to our esteemed panelists as a token of appreciation. First, I invite Mr. Biju George, Director of Shipbuilding, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited. Commander Shantanu Bose, Director of Shipbuilding, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers. Rear Admiral Bimal Kumar, Director General, Warship Design Bureau, Indian Navy. Mr. Pankaj Chadda, Vice President, Marine Platforms, Equipment and Systems, L&T. Captain Jagmohan, Director, Corporate Planning, Goa Shipyard Limited. Mr. Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Cochin Shipyard Limited. I would also like to invite Sir Sohan Roy, founder CEO Aries Group, an award-winning Hollywood film director and also alumni of Department of ShipTech, QSAT. So please. I request her to hand over token of appreciation to Captain KJ Christie. To commemorate this special session, I invite our panel for a group photograph. With this, we come to the end of the panel discussion 1. Thank you once again to our esteemed panelists for their insightful contributions. The discussion has truly enriched our understanding of the future of India's defense shipbuilding industry and the collaborated efforts plus strategies involved to turn our nation into a defense shipbuilding hub. While I'm sure the hunger for knowledge is never going to end, there is at the moment a different kind of hunger we must all cater to. So I request everyone to proceed for the lunch at MFAR 2. Please take this time to enjoy the meal and continue networking with others. A small announcement, there is a coupon and your delegate badges that's required to be produced when you are going for the lunch. So please use that. After the lunch, we reconvene at 2 p.m. for our second panel discussion on the topic, National Maritime Policies, Shaping the Future of India's Maritime Ecosystem. This session will explore the key policies and strategies that will guide the development of India's maritime sector in the coming years. We look forward to your participation in what promises to be another engaging and informative discussion. Till then, please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Weapon systems, platforms, equipment, technologies, sensors, and has also established state-of-the-art test facilities and infrastructure. The production value of DRDO developed systems inducted or approved for induction stands over rupees 3 lakh crore. Taking forward the thought of Atmanirbhar Bharat, DRDO has been spearheading the indigenization of Indian defense technologies, driving India on the path to pride. DRDO works in 7 different technological clusters, namely naval systems and materials. The cluster provides cutting-edge naval and material solutions for the armed forces. It has developed state-of-the-art underwater sensors and surveillance system, underwater weapons and associated systems, air-independent propulsion systems, protection technologies for marine platforms. High-strength material is also a speciality of this cluster. INS Vikrant is built with the high-strength steel developed by this cluster. Aeronautical systems. This cluster is engaged in the development of state-of-the-art combat aircrafts, unmanned aerial vehicles, aero gas turbine engine technology, airborne surveillance systems, parachutes, and lighter-than-air systems. Armament and combat engineering systems focuses on research and development of armaments, explosives, land-based combat vehicles, and engineering equipments, including ATACMS, world's longest range artillery gun system, missiles and strategic systems. This cluster is responsible for the design and development of state-of-the-art missiles and strategic systems for the deterrence of the country. Electronics and communication systems, state-of-the-art technologies in the fields of EW systems, radars, sensors, and directed energy weapon systems and communication systems used in various flagship programs and platforms of DRDO. Life sciences, equipping the service with the best. Cutting-edge weapon systems and platforms do not really achieve their intended purpose until the integral human component of the war machine is also optimized in terms of psychological, physiological, and nutritional well-being. with life support systems and protection from all conceivable operational hazards. Microelectronic devices, computational systems, and cyber systems. The microelectronic devices subcluster focuses on thrust areas and technologies relating to microwave tubes, solid-state electronics, including microelectronic device design and manufacturing. The computational systems subcluster focuses on systems and technologies relating to artificial intelligence, command and control, information and communication security, and many more. To develop defense R&D ecosystem and boost indigenous manufacturing, DRDO is supporting the industry through policy of transfer of technology at minimal or zero cost. Now, industry are working with DRDO as DCPP, PA, DP for development of many critical technologies. As of now, 1,550 TOTs have been handed over to industries by DRDO. DRDO has instituted multiple mechanisms and structures for result-oriented collaboration with academia, industry, and think tanks to design and develop next-generation systems. As an ongoing process of creating a DRDO and academia ecosphere, DRDO has established 15 centers of excellence in collaboration with various academia institutes all over the country to develop critical technologies. In addition, DRDO also funds academic research in defense science and technology through mechanisms, schemes like extramural research, research boards, and contract for acquisition of research services. DRDO also funds research under its various grant and aid scheme to undertake research in the fields of aeronautics, armaments, naval, and life sciences to strengthen funded research. Technology Development Fund TDF scheme is in place to encourage participation of industries, especially MSMEs, startups, to develop new technologies and products, upgrade existing products, systems, and R&D for indigenization of imported components and systems. To date, 68 projects have been sanctioned under TDF scheme with the commitment of 283 crore. Dare to Dream Innovation Contest to promote innovators and startups are being conducted. 3 versions of contests have been concluded. Potential ideas are funded through TDF for converting to products. DRDO, as the premier technology organization of our country, is working in the pursuit of achieving indigenous development and production of strategic and defense systems, making the nation self-reliant in advanced defense technologies. Raksha Anusandhan se Atmanirbhar Bharat ki or aggrasar. Jai Hind.
Located on the southwestern coast of India, Kerala is a land with a lush maritime history that dates back to several centuries. Cochin, the thriving port city in Kerala, is the commercial capital of the state and an epitome of Kerala's cultural richness. In 1972, India's maritime aspirations found a new anchor as India's port city. Cochin became the birthplace of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Nestled in Cochin's heart, CSL's sprawling 176-acre facility boasts of world-class shipbuilding and ship repair infrastructure, from state-of-the-art 3D modeling softwares, large dry docks, long waterfront with jetties, machinery and equipment, everything essential for an HSE-compliant one-stop solution for the industry. CSL's portfolio of an extremely wide variety of vessels is a testament to its versatile, adaptive and flexible culture and capabilities. It offers the full spectrum of shipbuilding, ship repair and vessel conversion related solutions. CSL added yet another feature to its cap when it built INS Vikrant, India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, which was commissioned into the Indian Navy in 2022.
यदि लक्ष्य दुरंत है, यात्राएं दिगंत है, समंदर और चुनौतियां अनंत है, भारत का उत्तर है विक्रांत।
CSL's golden flag flutters proudly, celebrating 50 years of maritime excellence. CSL's renewed focus seeks sustainable horizons aided by technological innovations for a cleaner, brighter future. The yacht's clientele footprint spreads across the globe, having delivered numerous vessels to clients in the US, Europe, Middle East, and other countries in the region. CSL's geographical expansion initiatives have resulted in the setting up of ship repair business units in Mumbai, Kolkata, and Port Blair, thereby making CSL the only Indian yard offering direct professional services with dedicated infrastructure on both the east and west coast of India. Wholly owned subsidiaries companies, Udupi Cochin Shipyard Limited on the west coast and Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited on the east, have augmented and enhanced the group's capability in shipbuilding, including on the niche and new technology fronts to a great extent. The new large dry dock and the new international ship repair facility established in Kochi as part of the company's long-term strategy roadmap will significantly augment the shipbuilding and repair infrastructure in India. CSL has incorporated the Strategic and Advanced Solutions Division exclusively to handle and maintain its leadership position on the front of new and emerging technologies. CSL takes pride in being one of the global leading yards on the sustainable solutions front, having constructed the world's first zero-emission fully
is National Maritime Policies, Shaping the Future of India's Maritime Ecosystem. This session will delve into the critical policies and strategic frameworks that are essential for steering India's maritime sector towards sustainable growth and global leadership. We look forward to explore how these policies will influence the future of our maritime industry. Welcome to the esteemed panelists. We will now begin now. The panel discussion will ensue for the next 1.5 hours, followed by Q&A session. But before, let me welcome our panel chair, Mr. Elias George IAS. Mr. Elias George IAS currently is serving as Director at Federal Bank and was formerly the Head of Government and Public Sector at KPMG India. Experience of 35 years in the Indian Administrative Service, leading policy formulation, program execution, and oversight in various ministries of the Union Government at Delhi, state-owned enterprises, as well as in the southern Indian state of Kerala. Last assignment held by him was Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Kerala, CEO of the Kochi Metro Rail Project, and Chairman of the Unified Metropolitan Transport Authority. Over to you, sir.
Is somebody going to introduce the panelists or should I? Okay. Good afternoon and warm welcome to all of you and a very distinguished panel representing various facets of the Indian shipping and shipbuilding industry. I don't think they need further introductions. Each one is a star in his own right. We have the Director General of Shipping, who is a development cum regulatory authority for the whole of the shipping sector, you know, the kind of god of our sector, so to speak. We have a very distinguished CMD of Kochi Shipyard, whose tenure I don't need to speak about. I had the honor to serve on his board for some time. And the stock prices of the CSL show his performance also as a kind of reflection. I don't want to go into individual introductions. You know them all better than me. Kaman Jaykumar, who was my colleague in KPMG, Mr. Dasgupta, who was in INSA earlier, and Mr. Dr. Jeevan Sudhakaran. You came a little later. So Jeevan Sudhakaran, who's got his own shipyard, doing extremely well in Kochi. I think we'll plunge straight into the topic without wasting much time. We have about an hour to discuss, and half an hour is for Q&A after that. So basically, I think the theme today afternoon is what is the future plans for the Indian maritime sector? And we need to take a very clear-eyed look at where we are now, which is not a great place to be, as you know better than me. We are the 5th leading economy in the world. We have great plans for Viksit Bharat, etc. We are scheduled to really gallop up the GDP rankings very shortly. We have about 7,500 kilometers of coastline. 10% of the worldwide mariners are of Indian origin, etc., etc. But our share in global shipbuilding is less than 1% and subject to correction by VGS, etc. is about 0.6% is what I understand. We were actually much higher in these rankings in the 2000s. We have slipped down because other nations have done better than us. Japan, South Korea, and China consume about 85% of shipbuilding capacity in the world. So we need to really get our act together in terms of technology, in terms of capacity, in terms of creating a demand, which is a big challenge, in terms of creating a financial architecture, a taxation architecture which will incentivize Indian shipbuilding. And also be very cognizant of the fact that some of these countries give about 35% subsidy. These 3 countries I spoke about, 25 to 35% subsidization for shipbuilding. We had a step subsidization scheme, which is another 2 years to run. So all these themes you know about. We also, only about 6% of Indian cargo is carried on the coastal routes of India. And one of the really staggering figures is that if you can get your logistics act together in this country, the GDP of the country can go by 15%. So one of the big challenges for India as a developed nation is to develop our logistics. How do we do that? How do we incentivize transshipment, interoperability, and all the rest of it so that more Indian bottoms carry cargo domestically required? Then, of course, there are the other challenges of what are the PPP structures around shipbuilding and shipping in India, which basically our PPP architecture is still to be fully put in place. the kind of risk sharing, profit sharing between government and the private sector is still a work in progress. Those are issues we need to sort of handle. A lot of regulatory reform is required. Then, of course, green transition. Shipping is one of the prime, flags raised in the world of the carbon economy. How do we do a green transition in this country? How do we digitization? Heartening development is that the shipping minister has recently announced a revised shipping policy coming out any day. I don't know whether it's today or whatever it is. They're going for and from what the media tells me, they're going for a 10-year fixed rate subsidy, recycling credit note scheme for recycling ships in India, 3 maritime clusters in 3 locations, etc., etc. The contours of that is not yet known. So I think I'll cease now with these introductory remarks, and I would request DG Shipping to get the ball rolling with his much awaited comments on where we are and where we need to go. Mr.
Sir, I had a small presentation. I'll be very brief, just to set the context from my side. These are the 2 open policy documents. This is the Maritime India Vision 2030. On screen are essentially the key performance indicators, are the deliverables by 2030. So if you're looking at essentially the shipbuilding connect out here, I had mentioned it. It basically is about taking it to around 5 lakh GT by 2030, as I had mentioned in the morning. And the rest are essentially ports, logistics, cruise passenger segment related, and seafarers related. Now, the more definitive document is, again, a loose agglomeration. These are all available on the ministry's website. The 2047 Amrit Kal Vision. 11 themes, which have been put onto the screen. And these 11 themes are basically how we will be working through. I am trying to show this to you very quickly in the sense it gives an understanding of what the connect is in terms of the maritime interest. So I'll quickly go through, of course, the Indian Navy. The Indian Navy basically, as they themselves have very proudly stated, defined to be completely self-reliant, a blue water navy, combat-ready, credible, cohesive, and future-proof. So the Navy is, in essence, doing what it is doing, protecting our maritime interests, and defending what India's presence is in the maritime domain. Ports is one major connect. Why I'm listing them out is so that we have clarity. Ports, the Sagarmala, which Elias George sir had mentioned, is essentially towards the multimodal shift. Our mix of road, rail, and water is not correct. It's slightly askewed if you compare it to China, compare it to Europe. So we have to get the logistic cost down from what I had mentioned in the morning is 13 to 14%. So a global standard that's ascribed is around 8 to 7%, so that you have more of a competitive bargaining in all of value chains. Ports is having massive capital infusion through the Sagarmala. You're having new ports being run. Transshipment ports, such as Vadhva, which is coming up. You're having Galathea. Then you're having specific interventions in terms of the model concessionaire documents. The Indian Ports Act has been revised. The model concessionaire document allows terminals to be completely privately managed, allowing efficacy of scale. Case in instance is one of the major ports, Vishakhapatnam. If you look at JM Bakshi handling the terminals, in the EODB, the Ease of Doing Business Index that the World Bank has, they jumped in a single year 122 positions in terms of container handling. One of the major goals of the vision was increase this to 4 lakh million metric tons per annum for ports handling. Coastal shipping is another requirement where we still are underperforming. And as was mentioned, both for, despite the cabotage, Indian flag and coastal operations, for foreign flags are easier in coastal trips than for our own Indian flags. There is a disincentive, and this is needing correction. And it's largely financial re-engineering in terms of the applicable GST, the landed cost basically for operations. Inland waterways is the next big story that is happening. CSL, Madhu Nair sir is reaching out with these vessels which are going to redefine basically how the inland waterways are going to provide value to the complete multimodal shift. Our platform today is focused on this vertical, shipbuilding and repair, which is looking at the vision as embedded in the maritime Amritkal vision, saying that we become a global player in shipbuilding, repair and recycling. The cruise segment is another connect, where we're looking at 10 lakh passengers per annum. We're looking at international cruise terminals and regular visits. Premium cruises do not visit India. That has to change. And we need to go from somewhere around the 13th to the 4th in Asia Pacific. Seafarers, as I mentioned, 12% is the present presence. We need to push it to 20% or higher, because Indian seafarers with their COCs are rated very highly. And unfortunately, as on date when I speak, 86% of the seafarers are on foreign flags. It's just a residual 14% who are actually doing Indian flag vessels. Green transition is a very pertinent thing, because the entire maritime domain, while we're looking at other sectors also doing the decarbonization, perhaps I think the red tape hits us earlier, because 2050 is when you go net zero. IMO is basically furthering that goal. Our nationally determined contributions and what has been stated nationally is 2070. Whether India goes for a subsectoral commitment and basically looks at how it has to negotiate the market-based measures being brought in is also another part that would impact deeply on how we basically look at our technology transition. IT and e-governance is the digitalization part, which I mentioned has to be taken on to add a lot of value. Multimodal logistics, as I mentioned. Legislation. The Merchant Shipping Bill was 1958. Just last week back, we had two very old acts, the Bill of Lading and the COGSA, which were basically reenacted, not substantially changed. But the new MS bill has got certain specific elements, such as transparency in freight. This didn't exist earlier. It also has the increase from 448 to 541 sections and is more attuned to an effective, pragmatic kind of legislative framework that precipitates ease of doing business. External relations is something which I mentioned we have to seriously work on, because shipping by nature itself is international. Now, I'll just leave this slide because there are eminent panelists out here. These are some of the challenges which I feel we need to deliberate on and get a fix on. And this is specifically with the sub-vertical of shipbuilding, repair, and recycling. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. As one of the country's leading shipbuilding practitioners who's had a track record of success and who knows the problems on ground with his feet on boots, we'd really like to hear Mr. Madhu Nair's perspectives on what this country needs to do to become in the top 5 as what has been outlined by the Ministry of Shipping.
Thank you, sir. And extremely happy to have this panel being moderated by Mr. Elias George. Technically a naval architect, and by profession somebody who has actually sat on the other side and have seen policies and transformation happening in the country. Let me take a little bit of time here to have a big picture, because without that, we all, as naval architects, as shipbuilders, when we talk about shipbuilding, country, why we are not at same lines with somebody else, I think we miss the track. See, from a larger perspective, and this has been my pet topic wherever I have got the opportunity to impress upon why an industry like shipbuilding is important. This is, in this forum, probably people are much well educated on this particular aspect, but let me repeat it. The whole thing is like, we talk about Japan, the way it's done, shipbuilding, Korea, China, and then we suddenly talk about ourselves, and we have a pitiful situation. And then we get into figures, we talk about we being less than 1% of the global market. The fact is, 3 countries are about 82% of the global market. The balance, the entire world is striving for the balance. One thing which we need to realize, and this should actually be drilled down, is you look at some of these names and how, when we talk about Japan, Korea, China, let's also understand what these countries are from a macro point of view, and what we want to, as Elias George rightfully said, we are very clear. I said this in the morning session also. It's very clear that today the 5th largest economy in the world, tomorrow will definitely be the 3rd largest economy in a few years from now. The figures are getting into 2047, anywhere between 30 to 40 trillion dollars, and crossing 5 trillion very shortly. So all this picture has been painted. We are all now very clearly aware of this. But let's start with Japan. For us, the epitome of shipbuilding. And you talk about companies like Mitsubishi. How many of us are very clearly aware that Mitsubishi is not just an engineering company or somebody who makes engineering goods? Mitsubishi is the shipbuilder. And I go and repeat this everywhere. Mitsubishi is a shipbuilder. Kawasaki is not a bike maker. Kawasaki is a shipbuilder. Hitachi is a shipbuilder. Toshiba was sub-vendor of one of the shipyards. And today, Toshiba is not an electronics giant. Toshiba is a shipbuilder. Come to Korea. Samsung, not a white goods maker or one of the greatest electronics company in the world. Samsung is a shipbuilder. Daewoo is a shipbuilder. Hyundai is a shipbuilder. We have missed this bus. 35 years, India has missed this bus. Let's be very clear. Why I am saying this is, let's not fret over spilt milk, but let us not even forget what it was. We need to very clearly understand what it is. And it is what happened, if you look at all these companies, all the names I said, it has something at the end. It's all Samsung Heavy Industries, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Kawasaki Heavy Industries. And India missed that bus, not just shipbuilding. We missed the heavy engineering bus. We went good on automobiles. We climbed on the light engineering bus. So the light engineering, India is good today. Automobiles, Anand Mahidra's famous tweet, when I was in Harvard, if I had said that India would overtake Japan in car building, I would have been mocked. And today, see where we are. So automobiles and light engineering, where are we? But on shipbuilding and heavy engineering, I am today building a new 310-meter dry dock. And in that dry dock, today the 3rd largest crane in Cochin, the largest crane in the country is the 3rd crane in Cochin shipyard is being built up. It's a pity that that crane has to come from Hyundai in Korea. But again, the positive is that there are 2 other large cranes coming in over there, which is coming from Larsen & Toubro's plant in Kanjipuram. So that's at least the positive part of it. So we have missed certain buses. Due to a set of reasons, we could not fully understand the impact of an industry like shipbuilding and the cascading effects it would have on the economy, employment, and various other aspects. But that part is history. We need to learn from it. And I have a feeling, and today morning I was saying this for the first time, we are saying, to understand this and to learn from this, we must talk about the government of India as a whole, India as a whole. So from a government's perspective, policies must be whole of the government. It is definitely not shipping or the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. It is, as I said in the morning, it's strategic. So MEA is there, commerce is there. We talked about Gati Shakti. And let us again drill down these figures. When we are talking about Gati Shakti, DG Shipping also mentioned this, we are talking about lowering our logistics cost from around 14% to around 8 to 7%. So if you cut down 6% on what? On a $5 trillion, we are talking $300 billion. And this is going to happen 3 years down the line if you can cut it down. And when we are talking about PLI schemes, it is part of, it's crumbs from this 300 billion which we are actually putting for PLI. And tomorrow talk about a 40 trillion economy. And we talk about 6% of a 40 trillion. These are huge figures. Unless we realize and understand this, and understand that not just shipbuilding, I'm not saying shipbuilding runs this whole thing, but industries like steel, shipbuilding, which is all interconnected. Unless we understand that this is an industry which can actually create what India needs the most, economic development, commercial activity, employment generation at the lowest strata in the society. We are not talking about the white collar. Today morning we again talked about the blue collar jobs. I'm talking about riggers, fitters, casual workers. We create employment at that level. Isn't this the most ideal industry for a country like India? Multiplier effects, documented multiplier effects, 2.5 to 6 times employment generation. So this is something which we need to take forward, and it's extremely heartening to note that the government of India for the first time, and I won't use the name of the top man, but right up to the top, it is very clear that we need to take this opportunity this time around. So coming to specifics, from a government point of view, I think DG Shipping is fronting a lot of things. The ministry, the secretary shipping, and the entire group is fronting. As we are speaking, just 1 hour back, the Honorable Minister has released the Green Tug Transition Program. And it's a compulsory mandate getting released. I don't think any other country in the world has such a transition program being released. We are talking about government policies. There are various frameworks of the government policies. There are financial instruments. We need risk insurance covers. This country does not have risk insurance covers. If you have to buy out a risk insurance, something like a Sinosure or K-Sure, which you have in China or Korea, we do not have. We have commercial insurance companies, but we do not have sovereign risk backing instruments in this country. We need to aggregate our demand. We are the largest bulk cargo in the world. India is the bulk capital of the world. And Adani, Ambani, Tatas, JSWs, ArcelorMittal, they all have a lot of cargo. They're all very happy to have this cargo in Indian bottoms. Come to liquid, ONGC, IOCL, BPCL, GAIL, they're all ready to work on this. And this is something which is happening. I was part of discussions called by advisor in the PMO. And the good part and the great part is everyone has said we are willing to invest into this. And that too looking into the future. Straight away the counter questions, the skeptics ask the counter questions. Where are the shipyards? Where are the ships? Now let's be very clear. Let's have belief in ourselves. And let us invest into the future. If every problem is to be solved, then what are we all doing here? Let us actually work hand in hand with the government. Let's have belief. And if we can take those steps together, looking at a 15-year horizon, I think times are looking good. This is my initial take, and I feel the government has done a lot. The industry has to confidently move forward, and that confident move forward should happen with the major players in the industry, the 5 government PSU shipyards, Larsen & Toubro, a company like Chaugle, which is doing good, who have been 3rd generation in the business, and a few others who are. So if we move forward and we create a little bit of belief in the market, I think there will be more people to come. Just one more point before I close. This is an opportunity for us. Demographics, our demographics and demographics in a country like Korea. Korea, the replacement rate, the number of children a couple has. So the replacement rate is 0.81. Our 0.81, the country is going down. You need, if the country needs to have a balanced, stable population, then your replacement rate must be, if I'm not wrong, somewhere around 1.3. Instead, Korea is 0.81. So that means there are no youngsters coming in, there are no children, youngsters coming into the system, and whomsoever are coming, potentially would pick up the more glamorous jobs kind of a thing. But for us, till 2070, our demographics are good. And we have been sounded on this by companies like Hyundai. Jagmohan, this question was asked in the morning. We can be the skilling capital for the world. And we can skill them in Korea. This can be, it can actually be a full cycle which we can open up. It can be good for us, it can be good for them. But we need to believe. And as I said, no single company can do this, however big that company is. This is not a commercial act alone. But it is neither economic alone. It is commercial and economic together. Along with the government, if we can build up institutions and systems, some of which I mentioned in the morning, probably we need to create partnerships. We need to create let's say, a design organization like SRE in China. We need to create an organization. And we need to create belief in this country, but it is actually possible, and I think this is the time. So I would rest at this stage and would be happy to chip in.
Yeah, I think it's only appropriate that we hear the views of a private sector shipbuilder who's built up things on his own to sort of reflect and counterpoise the views raised by CMD. But only one comment I want to add to bridge your conversations. It is the following. It is now, as DG Shipping and CMD indicated, that the policy stars in this country are aligned, pointing the way to a better future for shipbuilding in India with all those measures which are outlined here today. And having served in the ministry also, one of the reasons I feel was in the last 50, 60 years, shipbuilding in India was dominated by the public sector. There was no private sector heavyweights. And for any industry to flourish and for the policy stars to align, you need those heavyweights in the private sector, and L&T or whoever it is. You know how the Tata's Group equivalent in shipbuilding has never happened in this country. Now, of course, things are changing. So, is that also a counter we need to push? And how is that playing in terms of the perspective of the private sector shipbuilder, in terms of influencing policy, etc.? I'd really like to hear Dr. Sudhakaran about these points.
Thank you, sir. Let me give a brief of what we have been doing all these years. It is 35 years into the industry. As Elias sir has said, private heavyweight. Despite me looking like a heavyweight, the industry has to evolve. So 35 years. We have seen in our industry, we are basically composite boat builders. For a given size in 1990, the cost of a composite boat was double that of a wooden vessel. Now it has narrowed down, and properly made composite boat, the cost is cheaper than that of making a wooden vessel. So that means these composite boats, which are done properly, lasts beyond 35 to 40 years without maintenance. That is one advantage. And policy-wise, 30 years ago, we did not have a department for registration of vessels, not in Kerala, across the country. Thanks to the houseboat industry of Kerala, which was instrumental in putting together our policy framework, which has evolved through these years. Now we have the IV Act, which is well laid out, and IV Act is applicable across the country. That means earlier, till about a year ago, boat made in Kerala, licensed in Kerala, it was difficult to get it registered in another state. Now it is easier. When it comes to sustainability, ILP has got about 1,000 houseboats which are running on the fossil fuel diesel. That would be the best place in the country to showcase, or probably in the world, where you have a huge concentration of fossil fuel driven boats which can be converted into electric propulsion, I mean retrofitment. But that can happen only with the support of the government. Kerala, India, despite having so much of coastal line, we don't have any, apart from Goa, we don't have much of leisure craft or leisure boating industry in the country. Andaman is picking up, but Kerala, we have about 595 kilometers of coastline, but leisure activity in Kerala is, in the sea, it is not happening. That is one huge potential for creating self-employment. And infrastructure-wise, though we have 3 national waterways across the country, we have made a boat about 5 years ago, built in Kolkata and taken up to Varanasi through the waterway, near the Farakka lock in Bihar. Though it is said we have average draft of about 1.5 to 2 meters, and before Farakka, this got grounded, and we had to wait for about 28 days for the rains to come before the water level came up. So that is one thing which has to be ensured across the country, across the national waterways, adequate draft. A vessel which is being operated from Varanasi up to Dibrugarh in Assam, which is owned by Mr. Raj Singh, the Antra Cruises. That vessel, despite being about 70 meters long, the draft is just about a meter. That is one thing, because they have designed due to this restriction in the draft. In Kerala, this is another opportunity where you can start long-haul cruises from Musuris up to Kollam. Again, draft is a cause of concern. 25 years we had the national waterway in Kerala, almost more than 20 years, and we have terminals alongside, but these terminals are now being opened for leisure cruises as well. But access to the terminal and exit from the terminal needs to be dredged and maintained. So these are some of the points which I would like to highlight. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Sudhakaran, one of the concerns raised is the fact that people are still not happy about the whole fiscal ecosystem surrounding shipbuilding. The taxation regime, the duty regime, the subsidies which are not adequate, the rate of interest, etc. As a practitioner, what are the obstacles that you faced, and what do you think could be done better?
We are treated at par with any other industry, not even like the auto industry, which is getting the loans at maybe less than 9%. But when we approach, we get advances over 10%. That has to be addressed. And we need to have access to low-cost funds, because our product churn out, money-to-money cycle happens in about 7 months, 8 months, and if vessel is smaller, that can even happen in about 3 months, but not before 3 months. So that low-cost fund is the primary requirement for people like us. And guarantees. When we work with government, the guarantees, that needs to be streamlined. Why? Because, say, for example, X amount contract, when you start off the work, there are certain government departments which will keep asking guarantees till the X amount is reached. So not the first 25%, but for every stage you have to pay. So then the project becomes unviable. These are two things.
Thank you. Now I think we can move on to Mr. Dasgupta, my old colleague and friend, who's seen the industry from all sides, public sector, private sector, advisory, etc. He was also chairman of the IINA. So I think you have a lot of combined experience and a multiverse perspective. I'd also like you to speak about the financial underpinnings of this industry, if you are comfortable with the latest developments. Mr. Dasgupta.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Dostas for inviting me to participate in this panel discussion and participate in DIMS 24. I would like to talk more on the manufacturing point of view. because that I think is, I have seen over the years, in the last 45 years in which I have worked in the profession, I've seen many of the private sectors coming up, getting dissolved, small and medium size and even bigger ones. And having worked in virtually many of the segments of the maritime industry, I would like to remind that the word maritime has come from the Greek word or Latin word, which is known as maritimus, which means about the sea. So when we are talking about maritime, especially from the manufacturing point of view, all the equipment which go into the sea should get covered. That's because most of the trades and the processes which are involved in the manufacturing of maritime equipment are very similar, if not same. So from that perspective, the maritime should include port facilities, shipping, inland waterways, offshore sector, oil and gas, and renewable energy sector, deep ocean mission on which there was a discussion in the morning today, and also maritime security and safety. That is Navy, Coast Guard, as well as the salvage and the other sectors. Where are we standing? As Mr. Nair has pointed out, we are standing at a point where our total amount of GDP is approximately $3,950 billion, and the GVA, or gross value addition from the manufacturing sector, is just about $395 billion US. And against that, in 2030, we want to reach a GDP level of approximately 7,000 billion US, that is 7 trillion. And the manufacturing sector needs to contribute about 20%. That is what is the aim, which is, even if it is around 15%, it is 1,050 billion US. So where this huge jump will come from. On the other hand, we have the policy of farm to factory. Now, the farm, that is the agricultural sector today, employs 45% of the total employable youth, whereas the manufacturing sector employs just about 11% of the total youth. So there's a huge amount of shift which has to take place. And where else but the maritime sector is the right place that can contribute to both these, and that needs to be looked into. And here I have a few misgivings, if I may say so, from the manufacturing point of view. That is, the DPIIT, that is Development Program for the Investment and Internalization of Technology, or of Trade and Trade, that DPIIT does not actually recognize maritime manufacturing as a part of the manufacturing sector. And therefore, the entire group is there focusing on the automobile sector, the chemical manufacturing sector, drug and pharmaceutical sector, and food processing sector, where all the FDI is coming. The total amount of FDI coming to automobile sector is about 36 billion, chemical manufacturing sector 22 billion, drug and pharmaceutical sector FDI is 22.5, and food processing is about 13 billion US. Why else do we see that the youngsters are not coming to manufacturing sector and in the maritime sector, but would like to go to somewhere where there is a more amount of investment coming in, more amount of remuneration getting generated? So with this in mind, I would think, although the Vision 2030 and Amritkal Vision 2047, MEKV, that has done a wonderful job, I would like to just say that as a policy, there are 5 segments, which are mobilization, communication, management, incentivization, and regulation. So the entire exercise that has been done so far is essentially mobilization and kind of communication that has been carried out. There's a huge amount of work to be done despite the fact that we have embarked onto this transition, there's a huge amount of work to be done. And how do we do this? It requires a good amount of work, both in terms of investment in machine manpower, as well as the focus with which this can be achieved. So there's a lot of incentivization from the point of view of employability. When we are talking about farm to factory, how do we educate the people who are the farm hands to work in the factories and not in the service sector? Unfortunately, the maritime sector, the focus has been mostly on the operational aspects, but not on the manufacturing aspect. On the manufacturing aspect, there has to be a different goal, different outlook, which needs to be looked into. And this is where I would like to say that we need to look into a little more in depth and look into it with some kind of a focus on manufacturing. Because in all these manufacturing sectors, whether it is shipbuilding or offshore construction or the deep ocean mission or any of these sectors, the value chain is the critical item. Without the value chain, it is not going to be possible for us to really look into the possibility of, to be able to get a leap into the future without addressing all the aspects of the value chain. That starts from the ancillary industry, the material sector, and all these. And the investments have to go there. From the private sector entrepreneur's point of view, the risk is very high. In fact, I can tell you, even for a large company like Larsen & Toubro, when the Kattupalli was getting developed, there was the option of the shipyard, shiplift, and the port, and also the offshore yard, which were to be developed together. Now, I was at that point of time a nodal person looking after the offshore. And I know the story. There's a provision for a big dry dock to come up, which did not come up. Why? Because the investment required for the dry dock was very high. And even being Larsen & Toubro, they didn't venture to get into that investment. So there's a huge amount of need, focus, and effort required. And for that, I think a lot of work is still to be done. Even if we look at the next 5 years, from what has been planned, excluding the Navy and the security system, sector, there is a total amount of outlay which is possible to achieve of the order of 25 to 28 billion US dollars. And how are we going to do it? And who are the players who will do it? Not Cochin Shipyard alone can do it, not the Mazagon Dock. There has to be many people, and they have to be incentivized and also being given the role and some kind of a collaboration, as has been pointed out in the previous panel discussion. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Waiting to hear Commander Raghunathan, because I know I'm very proud of the fact that KPMG is advising the ministry and its agencies in coming out of the new shipbuilding policy. But before that, before we hear him, I want to turn back to CMD Kochi Shipyard. There are two aspects which are very important. One is that we are a minuscule player in the global shipbuilding space. That's also an opportunity for us to leapfrog in terms of technology, because we have to build those greenfield sites. And I know that you're dabbling with hydrogen as a fuel, etc. What do we do in terms of tech and IT and the energy transition? The whole world is talking about energy transition in shipbuilding. Without it, you are not going to go anywhere as an industry. So what are you doing there is my first question to you. Second question is, L&T is there in shipbuilding, but the big boys are not there, like the way the Adanis have got into ports. What do we need to do as a country to get the Tatas and the Reliances of the world into this in a massive fashion, which will give competition to the Samsungs and the Hyundais and all the rest of it?
So on the green transition, I think where we are currently, we are generally good. We are in the circuit, Cochin shipyard, a few other shipyards in the country. We are in the circuit globally. Certain technology is being toyed around. For example, like CSL has done this hydrogen fuel cell vessel. We have leveraged Indian industry. So it's got, let's say, we have partnered with a company called KPIT, auto company, has nothing to do with ships. But this kind of partnerships brings in more belief. It could move forward. There are always, see, the whole thing is you need to have the courage of conviction to step aside or what they say in local language, you have to do this upeksha. You will have to avoid certain of these skeptics because people will ask you, what's going to happen? Why do you want hydrogen? Hydrogen is not going to happen, that kind of a thing. But unless you sidestep that, we'll always be with a begging bowl for technology. Today, for example, these hydrogen fuel cell modules which we have made, it's CSIR technology, it's made in India, Indian Register Shipping involved, we are involved, IIT is involved. We can scale it up. Does it mean that it will all go great heights? Only time will tell. But the fact is that there are a set of players working in this on both sides. Let's say the hydrogen side, L&T is working on it, NTPC is working on it, IOC research is working on it. And I'm sure that, at least on the green side of it, the transition side, the big boys like Mukesh Ambani has gone and said, you will have hydrogen at sub $2 a kg. This is heartening to see. People like Reliance has teamed up with Ashok Leyland, the buses are rolling out. So I think on the ship side, we can take a leaf out of it. Examples like Cochin Water Metro gives a lot of credibility. You pushed it. It gives a lot of credibility, visibility, and belief. We need to do much more. But I think Indian industry can move forward. The digital part, the TCSs and the Infosys would be involved in all those moves. We can actually take things forward. For a company like ours, we have set up our own division for strategic and advanced solutions. We are pushing, I know for sure, companies like GRSE are pushing, Mazgondok trying to do something. So we all will move forward. The other question which you asked is, how do you get the big boys? A tough call because I think it's the options which is there in front of you. See, if you really look at an organization like Adani and when you look at how breakneck they have actually expanded, it's not a cacophony. It is actually a planned upward, downward kind of integration which they've actually...
If I can interrupt you for a second, this is also dependence on ancillaries, the chain.
Correct.
It's frightening for an Adani or anybody else to
Probably yes. That fright, Admiral Bimal was talking in the morning, Jagmohan reflected to it, how do you don't get valves in the system, you don't get cables in the system. See, I've been in the industry for long that I look at it from a different point of view. I do have all these problems in front of me. But keeping on saying that I have all these problems in front of me, are the problems going to get better? I'm talking, probably DNV is here. I go to talk to DNV in Norway, wherever I get the chance, I tell them that you guys sitting in your holy thrones in Norway trying to understand India, I said, 10 items in India, will you certify? Will you certify for India and will you certify for the rest of the world? Today I'm going and telling DJ Shipping was in Cochin shipyard. So I requested him, will you call these guys, all the predominant class societies in India who are all ROs, give them all, forget 10, 5 items which they will pick and certify in India. Is it about money? I feel all these guys have got enough and more money. But when we push them, we should also show them what is the future in the country. So Indian industry, the mid-size industry, I feel our MSMEs are coming well. Some of the products that's coming from Indian MSMEs are of much better quality than what was there previously. I can tell you, like today, steel. 15 years back, we used to import all our steel. Today, there's not a single ton of steel which we are importing. We are paying a little bit of a higher price in it. We are still okay. Tomorrow morning, I'm meeting Dilip Umman, ArcelorMittal. We are talking to JSW. We are talking to JSP. We are staying engaged. I'm okay to pay $50, $75 extra a ton. The positive side is when I needed steel in 3 weeks' time, JSW minted it for me. In 3 weeks' time, they minted it for me. So I think we need to take this. At least the senior guys in the industry must take this. The mid-level companies will come in. Once you show a cycle, we do not have that meat. The moment we turn 25, 30,000 crores straight away, have a sight of 50,000 crores in the business, I think everyone will come. And then the Hyundais will come, the Samsungs will come. They will search for an Adani or an Ambani here. They will come, and I think we need to have the perseverance till that point of time.
Thanks for that valuable insight. I think we all agog to hear Commander Raghunandan, because I don't know how much of the new policy can be shared in the public domain. A lot of it has come as media leaks, but over to you. And also, if you can talk a bit about the awaited financial ecosystem for shipbuilding would be good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will first start by saying I am not at too much of liberty to give out the details of what the policy evolution is. But there was a workshop which was conducted last month by the ministry. I had the opportunity to moderate that workshop where the contours of the policy were very clearly laid out. So I will try and bring out whatever was laid out as that. There are a lot of discussions happening, but I'll focus on what the contours were. You know, I will start by addressing what Elias sir first asked. How do you get the big boys in? You know, if you look at the situation, it's a vicious cycle. You know, the unwritten word that is used against the Indian shipbuilding industry is you are not in a position to get global orders because you are not competitive. That's what is repeatedly told to us again and again and again. But we are stuck in a visual cycle of sorts. To get global orders, you need to get investment, technology, you need to get better shipbuilding practices, etc., etc. To get investment from the big boys or from the Samsungs and Hyundais of the world, you have to offer them a reasonably good value proposition. For a reasonably valuable proposition to exist, there has to be demand. So you come back to the same starting part of the cycle that you're stuck in the cycle. So to get out of this cycle, there has to be something that is done to break out of the cycle so that you are not dependent on some other demand coming from somewhere. You are in a position to try and see whether you can create demand yourself. So I'll give you some interesting numbers quickly that we had an opportunity to crunch. What CMD CSL sir was saying in the morning, third largest economy is not an if anymore. It is a question of when, and it's pretty soon. So, and there is this third largest economy is not just a service economy. We are looking at a large scale growth in manufacturing. And so if you're wanting to secure your supply chains, the need for securing them cannot be overemphasized at all. Today, our EXIM cargo is about 1,300 million tons per year. It is poised to grow to 5,700 million tons by 2047, simply because the economy is going to grow. And that is nearly 5-fold growth of your carriage capacity that you need, that you are having as of today. And if you look at our coastal cargo, we are doing about 170 million tons per year. It needs to grow to about 1,300 tons per year in line with economic growth. That's how your internal pathways of semi-finished and goods and input raw materials have to keep moving. Our coastal cargo has to reach 1,300. So let me try to crack the aura of sentimentality and break the harsh readiness with which we generally tend to view this picture. Out of the 1,200 odd MMTPA that are EXIM cargo, only 5% is carried by Indian-owned ships as on today. Now, if this 1,200 becomes 5,700 and you are only doing 5% of your cargo, you can imagine what situation you're going to be in terms of securing your energy or securing your trade needs. It is not a good picture at all. As pointed out by CMD sir, it's already, the government is very much seized of the fact that this trade security and energy security is a strategic requirement, so policy has to evolve to find a way to protect it, both in terms of ship ownership and also in terms of shipbuilding. Okay, and so even to maintain 5% with this denominator going up from some 1,200 odd to 5,700 odd, even to maintain that 5% ownership, you need a huge growth in your owned fleet size. So there is a lot of focus on ship ownership. Also, if your manufacturer has to sustain and grow, coastal cargo is the cheapest. If you address the last mile connectivity issue, better than road, rail, everybody seized of it. There was talk of bringing down the logistics cost. So the government is very much seized of the fact that there has to be a focus on increased coastal cargo capacity primarily built by Indian shipyards. So in all this seemingly adverse scenario, actually, there is an opportunity to get out of this vicious cycle. We have to think about creating demand locally. So the government's policy evolution is largely a four-pronged approach. The first approach is, see, what happened before is it's not that the government has not done something. The subsidy scheme has existed from 2016. There have been different measures which have tried to kind of rejuvenate the industry and try to support it and bring it up. But for putting the past aside, the government is very focused on not doing just one aspect of it, but to look at it holistically. That is a stated purpose of the government. This was very clearly brought out during the workshop also. The first is to address the demand side measures. Now, I'm not sure whether anybody from the Ship Owners Association is here. Anyway, some protectionist measures are necessary. If you look at all, CMD sir very nicely brought out how China, Japan, Korea became those big countries. They were focusing on heavy engineering. They said, we need to own our own cargo and we need to build our own ships to own our own cargo. That was a simple way with which they started. And that is why they are there today. So if you want to grow, a little bit of protectionist measures are necessary. I know there will be some pushback from the ship owners because they feel that the Indian shipyards are still not competitive. But I think somewhere the beginning has to be made, and that government is very much seized of the fact that they have to tackle both these problems together. Other protectionist measures like, mandating coastal cargo to be transported on Indian-built ships is being discussed. It was discussed during the workshop also. That is where there was a little bit of pushback. But I think that's a good place to start because if you look at the shipyards that are there in India, their capacity is to build smaller ships. So that can be very gainfully leveraged if you do this. Then, but one important thing amongst all of this is while you are trying to create policy to make ship ownership, you should also try to balance it to incentivize ownership of an Indian-built vessel. So that is to make funding easily accessible. So the government is already thinking of something called a maritime development fund, where a ship owner will be able to get access to funds for procuring vessels, etc. Then there is, through at least for the PSU requirements, etc. The government is looking at consolidating the demand and trying to create the demand to be met primarily from Indian shipbuilding yards as much as possible. Next is the supply side. The second prong is the supply side, and that some of the measures you're all already familiar with. Subsidies is being discussed. The large scheme didn't have too much of an offtake because, there was a lot of hope that, a lot of private shipbuilding industry capacity will sustain and they will get in a lot of orders and consume that subsidy, but few shipyard failures and the subsidy really didn't take off. Probably because the previous measures kind of focused only on the supply side of things, whereas now the focus is four-pronged. Then there is also talk of measures for developing capabilities, what Captain Jagmohan was talking about. Shipbuilding is very, very unique. If you look at the Apprentice Act, there are 181 trades listed. Shipbuilding has got a direct impact on 44 out of the 181 trades. So it's both in terms of job creation and in terms of, skill requirements. That's a huge impact that you're talking about. So there is a very conscious effort to see how upskilling of trades, particularly the blue collar, can be done. Government schemes can be brought in. The MSD has got a scheme called paid apprenticeship programs. So they are looking at coordinating with the MSD. Surprisingly, there is no specific skill sector for shipbuilding, but that is also being discussed, that they should set up a sector skill council exclusive to shipbuilding. That's being discussed, definitely. I think a large focus in that is to holistically address the requirements of the emerging shipbuilding industry in terms of both blue collar and white collar jobs. Another interesting part is we have a lot of small capacity available in different shipyards everywhere. How do you involve them in larger shipbuilding? So one of the concepts which I think Mr. Biju George touched upon in the morning is modular multi-location construction, wherein you can try and leverage the available capacity by building blocks in smaller shipyards, and you have to get in infrastructure to be able to transfer it from the smaller yards to the larger yards to integrate them. The government is looking at possibilities to create these kind of maritime assets that will facilitate this modular multi-location construction. That was also discussed during the workshop, and we had a lot of inputs from them. That is the third prong. The third prong is the prong that Eliezer was specifically talking about, the fiscal and financial support. There is a lot of discussion in terms of trying to make the tax structure better, easier, etc. The inverted tax structure problem which both defense shipbuilding faces and commercial shipbuilding also faces. It is being discussed with the Ministry of Finance to see how that can be sorted out. Lots of discussions are happening to try and resolve those problems. Then there was a talk about having very, very specific insurance schemes, because shipbuilding is a very unique industry. You have certain kind of risks which don't exist in any other industry. Something like, buyer default. He gives you an order, gives you 10%, you finish construction and suddenly he backs out. What do? How do you protect yourself from risks like this? There are no products currently available in the market for it. Now there is a conscious effort in discussion with the industry to create specific products. It is being deliberated. Hopefully something will come out of it. And of course, they are also looking at facilitating some amount of government support for facilitating export credit guarantees, and there was a talk of some complexity in the guarantees and all, some sort of surety bonds in lieu of guarantees. All this is all being discussed in terms of providing a holistic financial support as much as possible. With regard to capital, again, there is discussion as to see whether low-cost capital can be provided to shipbuilders. It is still at a nascent stage. A lot of discussion is happening. Which direction it will take, I'm not yet sure, but we can be sure that the government sees to the fact that they're trying to alleviate that problem. And lastly, the fourth prong, which I think is a very, very important prong, is evolve policy for boosting domestic shipbuilding ancillary industry. And this is one place where both defense and commercial shipbuilding can actually converge and benefit from that convergence, because if you converge, the volume simply doubles up. And if there is volume available, a person who currently is not incentivized to expand his capacity will probably be thinking about expanding his capacity. So a set of valves which are applicable in a fireman system in a naval vessel can easily be deployed on a merchant vessel also. And if you give him the volumes, he is more than happy to extend his capacity. So I think, unlike previous times, there is a conscious effort to look at this policy evolution holistically through these four prongs, and I'm sure much to our delight, in very short time, the government is going to come out with some policy to try and really boost the industry in a holistic manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander, and thanks for that very data-rich intervention. I think we've covered most of the touch points for the shipbuilding industry, except probably the demand side, and I'm told the gentleman from INSA could not appear today. I also think it's only appropriate that our regulator and our interlocutor with the government and our ambassador, the DES, has the last word. But before that, anything else, any other panelists, anything top of your minds, whatever is top of your mind, if the others could sort of, something which is bugging you in the industry, something which keeps you awake at night, it would be good to hear if any of you have it,
I just wanted to touch upon one aspect, that is engineering aspect. I think that has not been talked about here. We often say that we don't really have the engineering capability in the country, to which I do not personally agree, because the complexity of our shipbuilding industry engineering is very well possible to be carried out in India, both in terms of the basic engineering as well as in terms of the detail engineering. And in both the sectors, there are overseas big engineering companies who have set their shops in India, and they are operating from out of India, in completely an engineering enterprise, which is catering to the engineering of huge complex ships and offshore structures all over. Even in our homegrown Larsen & Toubro, the capability of engineering is very high. So from the engineering point of view, there are certain amount of protected engineering aspects which are covered in naval ships. But otherwise, essentially from the engineering point of view, it is quite possible to be carried out here. In terms of the centralized research and development, personally, I think that it is the industry academia which was discussed in the morning, and industry academia exercise or collaboration is going to be much more useful than going in for a centralized research and development agency, which of course is there in the naval sector from DRDO, and their outputs are available for the sector. But from the engineering point of view, I think we do have the capability, and there are a lot of engineering companies operating out of India, and they can be very, very well used by the shipbuilding industry in India to carry out the engineering. Thank you.
I just have 2 points. As we said, while the government comes out with the policies and other things, from an industry point of view, as also for insights for government, especially people like DG sitting here, 2 segments. One is the coastal ship segment. India needs a lot of coastal ships. We are talking about incentivizing coastal ships. A little bit of stick also can be given. A part of your cargo, let's say 10% of a cargo should be by coastal ships. It could be a stick. And you can also incentivize it. That kind of a demand, I'm saying like ships less than, say, 10,000 tons dead weight, something like 130 meters or less. Today, in the morning session also, I said, there are 72 ships being built in India on contract in various Indian shipyards. And these are all from Europe. So if we can do that competitively, time-wise, quality-wise, because these Europeans had all the places in the world to go to, and if they come to India, that means this is a segment which we can actually do. So a segment like that. Tugs. Why should all the tugs in the world come from 1 or 2 shipyards in China or those Usmar and Sanmar in Turkey? Why can't we do tugs? Each tug, we are talking $6 to $10 million US. Can't we churn out 30, 40 tugs a year from this country? India alone would need 500 tugs. So can't we do this? These segment, today's Indian shipyards, whomsoever it is, the mid-level, the senior shipyards and the smaller ones, I think this is one area, if we do our policies correct, restrict unnecessary imports. I'm not a votary of something being done immediately with a sunset clause. Come 2030, nothing beyond 2030 if we promulgate it now. I think this gives a lot of belief and faith in the system. For example, I just want to say like an organization, Chowgle is here. An organization like Chowgle Shipyard, they have now bought over a shipyard in the old Bharati shipyard in Mangalore, and they are investing there. What gives them confidence to do that? At least they are sensing something into the future. So this is one part. The second part is slightly more larger vessels. And these are oil carriers. The IOC, ONGC, BPCL together, roughly, India would need at least 45 MR tankers in the next 25 years. India would need VLGCs, give it at least 10 to 15 numbers. Ethane carriers, we would need at least 15 to 20 ethane carriers. If we are willing to stick our neck out, 20 LNG ships minimum. Can't we say that this pool will be available? This pool will be available, and then we try to get one major player, either a Samsung or a Hyundai, into India, and one big break in India can actually change the whole tide. Because, see, we are all looking at Japan, China, Korea. Let's look also at Turkey. Turkey, small country like Turkey, in the last 25 years, Rahim can bear me out, they are probably now number 4 in the world. And the kind of employment they're generating, high quality ships they're generating, can't we beat Turkey? This is a question which we need to answer.
Thank you, CMD. So before the Q&A, I'd request DG Shipping to have the last word on the subject.
It's rather heartening to listen to the inputs. I think 4 things are very clear here. One, the intent of the government. Now, the intent of the government has been spoken about, and this workshop, which was done on the 4th of July,
is basically putting all the aspects on the demand and the supply side and trying to come out with specific schemes. The first is a regular infusion of financial resources, for which there will basically be a specialized kind of a development fund, and that is essentially to address the primary concern that is there about the cost of capital. Now, as this fund evolves, there are multiple concerns that have been flagged here, such as hedging of risks. Now, those kind of instruments will have to react to the given proven market conditions to give an investor confidence. There were very specific interventions by Madhu Nair sir. One was on coastal, one which impinges very deeply on the energy security. So there was a mix of oil tankers plus LNG plus ethanol carriers. Now, the first thing that is clear is the intent of the government. The second is we should not be dissipating what was called as missing the heavy engineering bus. If the cusp of technology and intent also has to tide over what is called as the transition pangs. Today, the Green Tuck Transition Program, the first ever in terms of a mandatory transition, is being imposed. Policy would have to find a balance between not having too much of transition pangs while also facilitating growth. The third thing here which was mentioned is about landed costs for any big time player looking at a value proposition in India. L&T was mentioned, where a dry dock perhaps was a little too expensive to look at the rate of return and the investment thereof. That also to an extent is going to be addressed by what the government is contemplating. Two other aspects. One is a research vertical. Now there could be different thoughts on these. One is an industry academia connect. The other is having a dedicated sovereign funded research vertical. Now that is a mandate because all the three countries which were mentioned, which are doing the majority part of shipbuilding, had sovereign funded research verticals for the heavy engineering required. And the last part is the human capital and the skilling. Now, all these four are sincerely being engaged with the government. My mandate here is, as a regulator, to essentially find that interface where we facilitate policy as it translates on the ground. I feel confident that eminent intellectual think tanks such as this, forums such as this, will provide that value-based inputs to course correct as we traverse this journey. I would like to end by simply saying government's intent is there. It is now for all of us as a collective to make sure that we navigate the course correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Shipping. We'll throw open the floor for Q&A if people have questions. But as an interested observer of the industry, I can't help making the following remark. We are a very masculine industry, and the number of senior women leaders in shipbuilding is pathetic. Now, I come from the steel background. I used to work in the steel sector. If you go to the Bilai steel plant, the blast furnaces are run by smart women there. And ours is not more taxing than running a blast furnace. So maybe for historic reasons, I see there are a lot of young women in the room, smart naval architects, I'm sure. But this industry needs to sort of, detoxify the hugely masculine environment which Indian shipbuilding faces. It's required for your ESG requirement also. It's required for your public relations also. It is also required in the interest of basic fairness and humanity. And all the leaders of the industry are in this room. I would request you to work on it in whatever way you can. I think I'll throw open the floor for Q&A, if any.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Captain Jagmohan from Goa Shipyard. It's a question to KPMG. US, is a proponent of free market and leads innovation. Can you hear me? The United States is the foremost proponent of free market and the least regulated market and open to innovation. Despite that, they have probably one of the oldest acts, the Jones Act, which has actually helped sustain shipbuilding in US. I hope when we make our policy, we must make it as strong as that. If we make our policy in half measures, it will not deliver the results. I hope that is being taken care when you are making this policy.
Taken care and more is how I would want to assure you, sir. Jones Act was one of the major considerations. Of course, the ship owners are apprehensive. They have been apprehensive and they've raised concerns. But their concern was they tried to bring up points like, Jones Act has recently resulted in failure. The logistic costs have gone up. But that's after 100 years. So the point being considered is, at least in a short to medium term horizon, there is a little bit of protectionist policy that is necessary. And it's not just the US. US has got a very prominent Jones Act in place. China, Japan, Korea, all have had protectionist measures till the time they became shipbuilding measures. So that the policy definitely is taking that into consideration. In the workshop, it was brought out that they are looking at consolidating demand from the oil PSUs and trying to materialize the demand through domestic shipbuilding. Little bit of a protectionist measure, coastal shipbuilding from a certain time when there is sufficient maturity in the industry to be all coastal ships to be built primarily in India, maybe with a sunset horizon, but definitely for a certain period of time. So that is definitely being considered, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Shrikant Ditigi from Chogle's shipyard. On the skill development and the shortage of laborers, we experience that India is growing, which is a plus point here, and there is infrastructure development, there are roads everywhere. The welders, fitters are asked for, and someone in the morning they mentioned also in terms of poaching. So that's a healthy sign that there are ample jobs available for the laborers. So is there any way that we can develop the cross training where across not only shipbuilding, all the industries have a common pool where the skills are developed and supply demand where demand is high and supply is less, and some kind of policies where the laborers being trained and we are available. I'll just give an example. I was in Europe on a shipyard. An Indian welder working there, he came and he didn't know that I'm a shipbuilder here. Sir, आपके पास कोई welders वगैरह है क्या जो इधर आ सकते हैं? Unfortunately, I'm looking for welders here. But that's the scenario. We are short of laborers. Some strong policies have to come in here where all industries can be supplied enough of workers.
Okay. So see, actually, the government already has a scheme called NAPS 2.0, National Apprentice Promotion Scheme, primarily for skilling people. So what is being considered by the Ministry of Shipping is to use that as the baseline and kind of do upskilling which is specifically required, because like I said, 44 out of these 181 trades are they're generalized trades, but they have a large impact on shipbuilding. So this come from a generalized common pool background with a little bit of upskilling, they would be able to get into shipbuilding. So there is a very, very clear focus on building up this capability and developing a pool of talent. The government is considering measures and incentives to build up this, this human resource gradually. Definitely a part of the policy evolution. If you had attended the workshop, there was a lot of discussion on this, and government is very much seized of the fact that this has to be a focus area.
It's a slightly different approach, again addressed to you on the policy matter. See, there's something known as lessons learned. 40 years back, when I entered into shipbuilding, I was a colleague of Elias in Bharati Shipyard. The private shipbuilding in India was very much restricted. Later, we saw it slowly being released. And by 2000, we saw some incentives are being given, and some shipyards, private shipyards, came up in a fairly good way, but by 2010, we saw a big crash. All the leading private shipyards, ABG, Bharati, Pipavav, Tebma, all perished. Have we taken a soul searching on this when we take a future policy making in this regard?
Yes, the current policy evolution has taken a lot of feedback from why it crashed, why the subsidy offtake was low. All of that has been taken into consideration. Like I said, one of the biggest factors that was discovered is while you were giving subsidies on the supply side, there was nothing much being done to boost demand. So that is one of the major lessons learned that has been fed back. Now there is a conscious effort to create demand. Also provide subsidies on the supply side. There is a conscious effort to create capacity because you have only certain types of capacity available, certain capability available. There is a conscious effort. A lot of lessons learned have been very focused manner. It has been taken into consideration for the current policy evolution.
I wish the best. The next cycle will be sustainable. Thank you.
If I'm permitted, I'll just very briefly supplement. The skilling part that had been mentioned, there is nothing stopping any existing shipyard into undertaking probably an apprenticeship program where you take the necessary assistance, either have a captive intake or you would basically then be having a pool which if you requirement is done can basically be deployed elsewhere. Now this is, I am speaking from the experience of what I saw in my previous assignment in the gems and jewelry sector. In the gems and jewelry sector, again, not just in shipbuilding, Turkey is also doing a world-leading thing in terms of designs. Now, in Mumbai, the Gems and Jewelry Export Promotion Council has taken out this scheme where they give a stipend, get in class 8 passed. Of course, here you will need slightly more technically qualified and suitable candidates to be taken over. So that probably is something. What I'm trying to mention is during these phases of the discussion, you can have a bespoke skilling program which will see capital infusion based on schemes, and you could have a necessary skilling pool. The second part about the lessons learned was shipbuilding per se will always have inherent risks, and that depends on how we hedge them, either by a sovereign underwriting or giving a comfort insulation to the resource being committed, and as was mentioned, having very specific niche-based focus. Niche-based meaning the coastal segment. If you're doing mid-sized ships, if you're looking at tankers, so specific, the tug transition program, these would essentially be fleshed out in greater contours, and then we could engage with them. And possibly if you're doing all of these parallelly, even if there is a slip in probably one of these, the others will connect, and that's how the entire economy will take over and the right kind of an ecosystem would come up.
Thank you. I believe we've got time for only one last question. If there are any, we will take those.
I'm Commodore Sali, retired, from presently working in L&T. This is not really regarding policy matter, but to what Mr. Dasgupta mentioned about engineering capability, I just wanted to bring out something that we have with all QSAT and other IIT naval architects here, we can design ships. As they say, it's not rocket science. It will perform with regard to, speed or stability and all those things, strength. But there are certain finer aspects which are not directly correlated to functional performance, but which differentiates let's say a best in class vessel or a shipyard or a design organization's product from what is built by us. Even our own Navy, let me be very frank, one-to-one, they will find that 4-in-1 little better. It is a fact. This is, to my understanding, there are finer aspects like comfort, ergonomics, noise and vibration. Of course, for warships, there is shock resistance, signature, thermal, magnetic, all that. So these are certain areas where I feel we need to have certain centers of excellence, 1, 2, whatever, like in lines of what Manthu was mentioning in the morning. We may have pockets here and there, like in STL has got noise, vibration, there is one. And IRS is doing something, I know that. But where we can go to as a single center of excellence or an expert with the problem, that is lacking. So this is not government's policy, but we all as naval architect fraternity, we may have to give some thought to it, at least in these niche areas where it's like a question of diminishing returns. You have to put more and more money, but to get that edge over the best in class vessels or products. This is just what I wanted to say, rejoin.
Yes, I agree. I think there are, apart from what you said, yes, there are certain niche areas on which some amount of outsourcing will have to be done. I mean, the final decision is in insourcing and outsourcing, where we do insourcing and where we do outsourcing. This is a decision matter, and which has to be undertaken. And apart from that, well, basic design, detail engineering, and there is a third part, which is a production engineering, which has to be done by the shipyard. If the shipyard does not do the production engineering themselves, with the kind of workers which are available to the shipyard, the ship will not come out proper, neither it will come out on time. So that part is a shipyard's responsibility. So there are certain things which are policy related. Some things are, as Mr. Nair has pointed out, some things are yard's responsibility. They have to be done by the yard themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we need to wind down now. It only remains for me to thank the very distinguished panel here who represent the stalwarts of the industry for having come all the way. I hope you benefited by, I think we covered most of the touch points except probably the demand side. And with this, I'll bring the proceedings to a close. Thank you.
Thank you to our panel for the insightful discussion. I would now like to invite our panel chair, Mr. Elias George, to kindly present mementos to our esteemed panelists as a token of our appreciation. Commander J. Kumar Raghunathan, Senior Specialist Advisory, Government and Public Sector Aerospace, Defense and Space, KPMG, India. Mr. Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General, Shipping. Mr. Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Mr. Jyotisman Das Gupta, Ex-President, Institution of Naval Architects. Dr. Jeevan Sudhakaran, CMD, Samudra Shipyard Private Limited. Now I invite Mahesh Krishnappa, Senior Vice President, Head of Marine and Ports Division, ABB Private Limited, Singapore, to kindly present a memento to our panel chair, Mr. Elias George, as a token of our appreciation. To mark this significant occasion, everyone is requested to stand together for a group photograph. Thank you once again, panelists, for their insightful contribution. This discussion has truly envisioned the maritime policies ahead and how that will affect the shipbuilding industries. A special announcement. You can get a copy of Professor Dr. K. Shivaprasad's book chronicling the 50-year journey of Department of Ship Technology at CUSAT, available for purchase at the reception. Additionally, be sure to visit stalls on either side. We will now be taking a break. Please use this time to enjoy refreshments and engage in conversation with others. The beverages and light eats are available in the M-FAR2. Thank you.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the sponsors of this event.
After the break, at 4 p.m., we will have 3 compelling technical paper presentations. These presentations will cover the following topics: advances in acoustic research for ships, the Smart European Shipbuilding Project, battery electric vehicle for inland waterways, experience and way forward. All are requested to be seated by that time. Thank you.
To all the sponsors of this event, beginning with platinum sponsors, DRDO and Cochin Shipyard Limited, our gold sponsors, ABB, and the silver sponsors, Indian Register of Shipping and Catmatic. We also thank Aries Energy, registration area sponsor, and Class NK, the delegate kit sponsor. Great Waters, delegate badge sponsor. We also thank our associate sponsors, GRSE, Goa Shipyard Limited, L&T Engineering, Zentech Incorporated USA, Warsila, Napa, Naval Group, Alboa D. Damon, Shiptech Icon, and Mazagon Dock and Shipbuilders Limited. Our event partner is Biz Events and media partner is Maritime Standard.
Consistently working on indigenization of defense technologies since its inception in 1958. The motto of DRDO has been Balasya Moolam Vigyana. The source of strength is science. DRDO has been at the forefront of Atmanirbharta in defense, having technical capabilities across the domains of land, air, and sea. Its strong network of 41 laboratories, associated work centers, 5 unique young scientist laboratories are spread across the country. DRDO has developed wide range of strategic and tactical weapon systems, platforms, equipment, technologies, sensors, and has also established state-of-the-art test facilities and infrastructure. The production value of DRDO developed systems inducted or approved for induction stands over rupees 3 lakh crore. Taking forward the thought of Atmanirbhar Bharat, DRDO has been spearheading the indigenization of Indian defense technologies, driving India on the path to pride. DRDO works in 7 different technological clusters, namely naval systems and materials. The cluster provides cutting-edge naval and material solutions for the armed forces. It has developed state-of-the-art underwater sensors and surveillance system, underwater weapons and associated systems, air-independent propulsion systems, protection technologies for marine platforms. High-strength material is also a speciality of this cluster. INS Vikrant is built with the high-strength steel developed by this cluster. Aeronautical systems. This cluster is engaged in the development of state-of-the-art combat aircrafts, unmanned aerial vehicles, aero-gas turbine engine technology, airborne surveillance systems, parachutes, and lighter-than-air systems. Armament and combat engineering systems focuses on research and development of armaments, explosives, land-based combat vehicles, and engineering equipments, including ATACMS, world's longest range artillery gun system, missiles and strategic systems. This cluster is responsible for the design and development of state-of-the-art missiles and strategic systems for the deterrence of the country. Electronics and communication systems, state-of-the-art technologies in the fields of EW systems, radars, sensors, and directed energy weapon systems and communication systems used in various flagship programs and platforms of DRDO. Life sciences, equipping the service with the best cutting-edge weapon systems and platforms do not really achieve their intended purpose until the integral human component of the war machine is also optimized in terms of psychological, physiological, and nutritional well-being, with life support systems and protection from all conceivable operational hazards. Microelectronic devices, computational systems, and cyber systems. The microelectronic devices subcluster focuses on thrust areas and technologies relating to microwave tubes, solid-state electronics, including microelectronic device design and manufacturing. The computational systems subcluster focuses on systems and technologies relating to artificial intelligence, command and control, information and communication security, and many more. To develop defense R&D ecosystem and boost indigenous manufacturing, DRDO is supporting the industry through policy of transfer of technology at minimal or zero cost. Now, industry are working with DRDO as DCPP, PA, DP for development of many critical technologies. As of now, 1,550 TOTs have been handed over to industries by DRDO. DRDO has instituted multiple mechanisms and structures for result-oriented collaboration with academia, industry, and think tanks to design and develop next-generation systems. As an ongoing process of creating a DRDO and academia ecosphere, DRDO has established 15 centers of excellence in collaboration with various academia institutes all over the country to develop critical technologies. In addition, DRDO also funds academic research in defense science and technology through mechanisms, schemes like extramural research, research boards, and contract for acquisition of research services. DRDO also funds research under its various grant-in-aid scheme to undertake research in the fields of aeronautics, armaments, naval, and life sciences to strengthen funded research. Technology Development Fund TDF scheme is in place to encourage participation of industries, especially MSMEs, startups, to develop new technologies and products, upgrade existing products, systems, and R&D for indigenization of imported components and systems. Till date, 68 projects have been sanctioned under TDF scheme. with the commitment of 283 crore. Dare to Dream Innovation Contest to promote innovators and startups are being conducted. 3 versions of contests have been concluded. Potential ideas are funded through TDF for converting to products. DRDO, as the premier technology organization of our country, is working in the pursuit of achieving indigenous development and production of strategic and defense systems, making the nation self-reliant in advanced defense technologies. Raksha Anusandhan se आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर अग्रसर। जय हिंद।
Located on the southwestern coast of India, Kerala is a land with a lush maritime history that dates back to several centuries. Cochin, the thriving port city in Kerala, is the commercial capital of the state and an epitome of Kerala's cultural richness. In 1972, India's maritime aspirations found a new anchor as India's port city. Cochin became the birthplace of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Nestled in Cochin's heart, CSL's sprawling 176-acre facility boasts of world-class shipbuilding and ship repair infrastructure, from state-of-the-art 3D modeling softwares, large dry docks, long waterfront with jetties, machinery and equipment, everything essential for a HSE-compliant one-stop solution for the industry. CSL's portfolio of an extremely wide variety of vessels is a testament to its versatile, adaptive and flexible culture and capabilities. It offers the full spectrum of shipbuilding, ship repair and vessel conversion related solutions. CSL added yet another feature to its cap when it built INS Vikrant, India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, which was commissioned into the Indian Navy in 2022.
यदि लक्ष्य दुरंत है, यात्राएं दिगंत है, समंदर और चुनौतियां अनंत है, तो भारत का उत्तर है विक्रांत।
CSL's golden flag flutters proudly, celebrating 50 years of maritime excellence. CSL's renewed focus seeks sustainable horizons aided by technological innovations for a cleaner, brighter future. The yacht's clientele footprint spreads across the globe, having delivered numerous vessels to clients in the US, Europe, Middle East, and other countries in the region. CSL's geographical expansion initiatives have resulted in the setting up of ship repair business units in Mumbai, Kolkata, and Port Blair, thereby making CSL the only Indian yard offering direct professional services with dedicated infrastructure on both the east and west coast of India. Wholly owned subsidiaries companies, Udupi Cochin Shipyard Limited on the west coast and Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited on the east, have augmented and enhanced the group's capability in shipbuilding, including on the niche and new technology fronts to a great extent. The new large dry dock and the new international ship repair facility established in Kochi as part of the company's long-term strategy roadmap will significantly augment the shipbuilding and repair infrastructure in India. CSL has incorporated the Strategic and Advanced Solutions Division exclusively to handle and maintain its leadership position on the front of new and emerging technologies. CSL takes pride in being one of the global leading yachts on the sustainable solutions front, having constructed the world's first zero-emission fully autonomous ferries for Europe, as well as being the vessel builder for world's largest hybrid electric urban water mobility service, the Kochi Water Metro, operating in Kerala, in India. The company lays significant emphasis on skill development and runs Vigyana Sagar, its dedicated and self-contained training facility in Cochin. CSL is India's first shipyard to have obtained the CII Greenco Silver rating for its efforts at energy conservation and environment-friendly initiatives. CSL is also the first Indian shipyard with an integrated management system covering safety, health, and environment certified by DNV. With the ethos of Make in India, Make for the World, CSL has recalibrated its sails and set sights on continuing at the forefront of a brighter, greener future.
We are in the middle of transformation. Electrification, digitalization, connectivity, cloud computing, and machine learning, they're all converging. Sensors are getting smaller, big data is getting bigger. Augmented reality and virtual reality are providing previously unattainable field of use. And all this is providing unprecedented opportunity to create value and increase the sustainability of the shipping. Maritime industry represents approximately 2.5% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. And that number is set to grow with an increase of the global trade. ABB is committed to reverse the trend to take that number down. We at ABB believe that the next generation of vessels will be electric, digital, and connected. Electric because they are more efficient and sustainable, and digital and connected because that will take the productivity and safety of the vessels to another level.
Personally, I think that the Azipod propulsion system is one of the greatest innovations in maritime history. All big ships need something that moves them forward. Azipod propulsion system combines propeller driving the ship and electric motor driving the propeller and the rudder, which is steering the ship. For the Azipod unit designs, the sustainability idea and thinking starts already from the design table, that we consider the materials we use, how much we use it, what kind of materials we are using. There are about 400 Azipod units in operation at the moment. Even though the Azipod propulsion system is mostly known from cruise ships and ice-going vessels, it has been installed into more than 20 different ship types. In my opinion, of course, one day I would like to see that Azipod propulsion system is equipped in all the vessels around the globe.
The electric ships are currently representing about 10% of the world's fleet. And to make the maritime industry more sustainable, that number needs to grow. We at ABB are fully committed to.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all are enjoying your refreshments and conversations. But a small announcement, we are about to begin the technical presentation in the next 5 minutes. So please make sure you are in Oman Hall before that. Thank you.
In this area of the world, we have a low sulfur emission called 0.1. This vessel we're on today is from 1992, and the other one that we converted is from 1991. But they are state-of-the-art vessels when it comes to the technology. And that's what we're very proud of at 4C, is these vessels are designed in the end of the 80s, but still have the newest technology on board. We have the battery power or equivalent of 60 Tesla.
Would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the sponsors of this event, beginning with platinum sponsors, DRDO and Cochin Shipyard Limited, our gold sponsors, ABB, and the silver sponsors, Indian Register of Shipping and Cadmatic. We also thank Aries Energy, registration area sponsor, and Class NK, the delegate kit sponsor. Great Waters, delegate badge sponsor. We also thank our associate sponsors, GRSE, Goa Shipyard Limited, L&T Engineering, Zentech Incorporated USA, Warsila, Napa, Naval Group, Alboa D. Damon, Shiptech Icon, and Mazagon Dock and Shipbuilders Limited. Our event partner is Biz Events, and media partner is Maritime Standard.
In its domains of land, air, and sea. Its strong network of 41 laboratories, associated work centers, 5 unique young scientist laboratories are spread across the country. DRDO has developed wide range of
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin with technical presentations. I request everyone to please make their way to Oman Hall. One announcement, all those who are willing to get their tea and refreshment to Oman Hall can do the same. But it is highly advisable if you reach the Oman Hall right now. Thank you.
Display will be? Okay. It's this right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I once again request everyone to please reach Oman Hall and take their seats. Thank you. Excuse me. Let's start. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now be beginning with our technical presentations by our three speakers. Without further ado, I request the esteemed speakers of this session to kindly come up on dais and take their seats. One final announcement to all those present in MFAR 2 or any other place to please make their way to Oman Hall. The speakers are already on the dais. Thank you. So thank you, dear presenters, for being present with us today to spread your knowledge. I am sure this session is going to be highly fruitful, presenting us with important takeaways. The rules of the presentation: each speaker will present for about 15 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for question and answers. A warning bell at 13, 15, and 20 minutes respectively will be indicated to the speakers. Our first presentation is Advances in Acoustic Research for Ships by Dr. Ronnie Francis, Scientist F at NPOL DRDO. Sir, I request you on the podium.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'll give a brief presentation on the marine acoustic research ships. So the contents of the presentation, a world scenario and some of the features of research ships, sonar domes, which is a exclusive feature of some of these acoustic research ships, and a brief touch upon the underwater radiated noise and a particular class called silent class ships. To start with, these acoustic research ships are basically quiet ships, and they are designed and constructed for underwater acoustic experiments. And the purpose of the ship include actually it's not partially slide is not fully visible. Now it's okay. So the purpose of these ships include deep and shallow water acoustic experiments, sensor array studies, ship noise reduction experiments, seismic bottom measurements, etc. So we can see here some of the experiments being carried out from these ships. For example, the sonobuoy launching. And then an object beyond the seabed is being searched by using a hull-mounted sonar. And typically we generate this kind of profiles for example, you can see in the slide the profiles of temperature, salinity, and sound speed collected over the various parts of the ocean. So these are the typical kind of experiments we carry out using these marine acoustic research ships. So to look at some of the world scenario, if you look at the world scenario, many of these ships are actually used for military purpose. So you may not find much information on some of the prominent ships actually. But we can see some of the commercial application ships which operate with silent features. That include the Quest, which was retired in 69 to 2016. And it was operated by the Royal Canadian Navy for the acoustic experiments. Then the GeoSARS, basically it's a fishery research. Basically fisheries research is one area where this acoustically silent feature has got a lot of importance in the commercial field. Because fishery research ships should not scare away the fishes. So there is one area which has got direct application in the area of underwater radiated noise. And RRS James Cook, and this is one Aframax tanker, which is recently in the commercial area, actually the first ship which was granted the DNV Silent E class. It is a commercial ship, but having the Silent class E categorization given recently in 2021. So if you look at some general features of these acoustic research ships, they handle large towed systems. For example, in the first slide, you can see that it tows the hydrophone tubes. These are mainly in the military application area, where it is towing a large hydrophone tube, which is in fact searching for the target objects underwater. And the towed body being deployed, so that is an acoustic projector, again being deployed into the ocean. And the sonar winch, which is used for stowing and deploying these large hydrophone tubes. So these are some of the features of these acoustic research ships, which include handle large towed systems and scientific payloads. And to handle this, we need winches, airframes, cranes, and davits, which are specific for these applications. So, and many of them have got large moon pool, which it is a large opening in the middle of the deck actually, and it imposes a lot of structural discontinuity in the structural design, so that its own challenges associated with that. Some of the ships may have this, it's called gondola, which you can see on the bottom. There is a flat bottom, which is used for fitting the various acoustic equipments like multi-beam echo sounder or ADCP, etc. And drop kills are there on some of these ships, where the drop kill can be lowered below the keel 2 to 3 meters, and again do the experiments, and it can be lifted up once the experiments are over. So they are generally having specialized laboratories and large deck area, and as you can see on the right bottom corner, that many of these ships will have the decks very close to the water level to facilitate them to deploy and retrieve large objects into the sea, and towing it and retrieving it after the purpose of trial is over. So they have got seakeeping features because they are for research purpose, and needs to be having stable ships at low speeds and while drifting. So SWAT design is one of the ideal design for this kind of ships. On the figure is a research ship called Planet of the German Navy, which is used for underwater research and sonar equipment. And they are having this electric power mostly supplied to the laboratories, which will have a separate power distribution system for laboratories and equipment, because we need very clean power to power these laboratories. And also cooling is a major requirement in some of the ships because this equipment will generate a lot of heat, and to cool that, we need to have special cooling arrangements in these laboratories. Sonar domes is particular for military ships actually. You can see the sonar dome, which is, you can see two photographs. One is the cut open view of the sonar dome, which typically houses the acoustic transducer. So it basically protect the acoustic payload from the various hydrodynamic forces because it comes at the extreme forward of the ship. This sonar transducer is basically listening for some of the noises or target signals from the underwater objects. And these domes have to be, one feature is they are housing this acoustic transducers. So they have to be acoustically transparent, and there should be minimum acoustic transmission loss across these domes. So low density, high strength materials like GRP, CFRP are preferred for these domes. But these are vulnerable to sudden and catastrophic failure. And this dome is mostly flooded to couple the transducers with the surrounding sea because it's an acoustic transducer operation is there. So dome will be usually flooded with fresh water. So it's a challenge between, it's a compromise between sonar acoustic performance and mechanical strength to withstand the high slamming conditions occurring at the sea. And should have minimum drag, and though it resembles a bulbous bow, their functionalities are quite different. And bulbous bow is above the baseline, but the sonar dome will be usually fitted below the keel line of the ship and will not have much effect on the wave-making resistance of the ship. The flow-induced noise is a major concern in this sonar domes. You can see the mechanism of flow-induced noise, where you can see the turbulent boundary layer, which is on the outside of the dome, excites the dome wall, and that vibrations are transmitted into the interior, and the acoustic array picks up these vibrations. And so this minimization of flow-induced noise is also a major concern in the design and construction of sonar domes. So they have to be hydrodynamically efficient, and the structural response to these pressure fluctuations is also a major concern which is to be addressed while designing and fitting a sonar dome on the ship. There are different types of sonar domes in tried, like steel sonar domes. They are got, though it looks from a construction point of view it is good, but it is significant difference in impedance, characteristic impedance, so it is not an ideal material for a sonar dome. And also it has got a lot of inherent problems, like it may deform and create again affect the smooth flow around the dome, and it will again create turbulence and flow-induced noise. And also this rubber sonar domes have been tried in some of the ships, and they have got acoustic performance very good, but the acoustic transparency is good, but they exhibit poor mechanical strength, and service life is also short. So that's why the composite domes are now in more preference. They have got far better acoustical performance than
Cadmatic, and we had all the solutions for marine, process, industry, and electrical as well. And in 2019, we acquired a company called Kim Data, a Finnish company, and then we made like us more stronger in 2022 by acquiring Computer and Associates, software for document management. It was an Italy company. Then in again 2022, we merged with or partnered with Contact Solutions for PLM development. So here we are, like almost 350 employees plus and serving 6,000 organizations in more than 60 countries. So coming back to the subject, so ACUS is a smart European shipbuilding project which is funded by European Union and completely funded by European Union and to a consortium of 8 people. And we have the logos of all these 8 participants here. So you can see, of course, Cadmatic is there and Contact, as we have partnered with them for the PLM, we will be functioning as one entity. And then we have SARC, which I'm showing in the second row. SARC is a Netherlands company for functional design for the CAE research part and development part. And then we have our first row, which is NTNU, Norwegian Technical University for research part and best practices identification. And UTU Finland and NHL Stenden is again a university. So the first row is full of universities which is supporting us for the project. And the second row is for the software and the development part and so on. Then the third one is Ulstein and Gondan. Those are shipyards which we will be using for implementation and the rest of the progress of the project. This project is a 4-year project from 2023 and it will be till 26. And with the timelines, we'll see depth in detail. So what is the ambition of this project? You can see a traditional maritime value chain from the client requirements, then to concept design, and then to engineering and assembly, construction, and then delivery. So what are we looking for is to have a potential lead time reduction in the assembly and construction area by doing what is nothing like we are actually trying to improvise the engineering phase, processes like implementing few technologies. On the second row, you can see there is an indicative timeline, which is very quite indicative. There are indicative timelines for each phases. And then what are the implementations or computational tools that which we are looking to implement is like human-centered Industry 5.0 needs, and then a standard for shipbuilding data. And the more important point is having a smart platform for integrating the CAD and CAE softwares. And then more importantly is to use the models for 3D and 2D. So reusage of model is also what we are looking for. And then finally, what are we trying to do is to also include the MRO, which is the maintenance, repair and operations in the life cycle, so that we complete the life cycle loop also in digitalization front. We are working on it, and the final aim is to at least have 30% time saving and little more in the construction stage. We are working on it, and it's quite ambitious, but we will do good. So here we are seeing the configuration of the platform which we are trying to build, which is a smart platform for integration and all. So here is the ACUS platform which we are trying to build, and these are the segments. I will explain you one by one. So here there is the shipbuilding expertise segment, from where we will take the knowledge and the best practices. I'll show you a few examples of best practices as well in the next slides. And there is the CAE part, which is the functional design requirement side, where that segment is taken care. And then there is this CAD-CAM functionality, which is completely Cadmatic's part. And then PDPLM functional, again, we have collaborated with Contact. So there is a whole entity or a major contribution of Cadmatic in this platform. So for Cadmatic, we have like contributing this to speak in little more detail, the 3D modeling and then the production data, then from there to information management. And then again, it is integrating itself to, manufacturing execution systems and for production reviews, AR and VR, etc. Also exchanges. So this is the platform configuration. And then we saw the platform configuration previously. Now it is about in line to the configuration, how are we dealing with the work packages to achieve this goal? So there are work packages defined in this slide. So there is this work package 1, which is best practices for shipbuilding. And then work package 2 is about CAD and PLM platform management. This is again one work package we will be focusing on. Then there is this third platform, open platform development, which is once the project is maturing, okay, we have achieved whatever we want to do in terms of rest of the implementation package and all. This open platform is kept for, or it is intended to widespread adoption once the project is successful, and then it also facilitates high degree of integrations and interoperabilities. That's the reason there is the work package 3 for open platform development. Then there is work package 4, which is implementation at shipyards. Then work package 5 is knowledge management. Of course, these are not handled one by one, but rather it is parallel, and that's why we are able to combine this project in a 4 years of time. And you can see the timeline below. So we are somewhere in 2024 mid, and so this implementation part is yet to be started in a couple of months' time. So in line to the work packages, who is responsible for those work packages? Like you can see in this slide, the research and input, which is the best practices, will be taken by Ulstein and Gondan, and also few design officers and shipyards involved in that, and even from NTNU University. And then the development of software is taken care by CADmatic, Contact PLM, and how the integration is done. And even the functional design is taken care by SARC and NHL, Stenden, etc., Locopias, and there are companies which are working through that. And then implementation will be again done at Ulstein, Gondan, and there are few selected cases I would like to show you in the upcoming slides. And then there will be knowledge management from particularly UTU University, Finland. And there is also a timeline linked to that. So we have seen the project side. Now I would like to show you a few of the research part, like what have we done, and from CADmatic point, what have you contributed and all. So these best practices are nothing but we are trying to identify with shipyards, like what is their expectations and best practices that they follow for a particular process, and then also about their role of digital tools that they use in the shipbuilding, how efficient, and what had really worked well for them. So we are going to trace that and take it out. And this is conducted by Norwegian Technical University. So here we are seeing a typical ship life cycle, including the upstream and the downstream value chain. And these best practices examples I will show you in line to this phases which are shown here. First example is a concept stage. This is one best practice which we have identified from a shipyard, and this is before the contractual phase or a project sales, you can say. And this is one example of a data model which we have acquired, we have gone through, and this is the one side what are you seeing is for a project design, basic design, and the one more side is a detailed project design data model, which is how data flows throughout this process and best practice, and how do we do that when we are implementing. Then we have also mapped a few activities for a detailed design project, what are managerial tasks and what are engineering tasks, and keeping it. So finally, doing all this data modeling and data mapping, what are we getting finally is we are trying to categorize this data into 3 types. And what are we getting is finally deliverable data, proprietary data, and an external data. These are the 3 data which we can categorize whatever data models we were working. And deliverable data is nothing but your tender package or detailed design package, etc., your 2D, 3D drawings and models. And proprietary data is nothing but your yard data, whatever your yard has the data in that for them. And then the external data is your classification rules and client specifications we categorize as such. And then this is again a result of a very latest research which was recently published for this project. So what we are seeing here is a data of a work breakdown. One side what you are seeing is the blue one is a product breakdown, where how the product is split, in our case the ship, and then in the other side there is work breakdown, how the work is split and in line to the goal of achieving that project as desired or as per specification. So in middle you can see an organization. So what are we trying to say in this slide is there is organization, there is shipyards, but we can see clearly that each shipyard have their own approach towards handling this work breakdown into particular task and then to for further proceedings. So this again, for an example, I can say you can see this engineering change here. So we can easily see there are few thousand engineering requests which are actually handled for a project. So what are we trying to do on a whole is we are trying to link all the data which which is passing through this organization column to this work breakdown, so that it's kind of a PLM way of looking thing. And what are we trying to do is to increase the traceability and visibility of the data so that things are properly handled and enhanced for the usage, so that it remains in the loop. So these are selected use cases for shipyards for implementation. One is concept design development, which is completely to be done in Cadmatic Wave and implemented in the mentioned shipyards. And the next one is establishing a new project, which includes the inclusion of ERP systems and the DMS systems, also with the collaboration of external suppliers as well. And then stability follow-up, which is with the concept of integration between the concept design and the detailed design part, then how will we use the same models and all things like that. And purchase process is about how are we including management offers, technical reviews and documentation, etc. So these use cases are selected based on the life cycle or the supply chain way, and this will be soon implemented in a couple of weeks. So coming to the summary part, so intensive work is going on related to the development of Cadmatic PLM as a portfolio for Cadmatic as well. And then in point of SEUS project, Cadmatic participates in the research practices also to know the expectations of the developing PLM, and then we can optimize it more. And then Wave product development for SEUS roadmap is inline, and overall implementation for the PLM vision, which is shipbuilding specific PLM, what we are looking for. So that is also will be starting very soon. And preparations of implementation for implementations are on the go, and several customers are considering the practical ways to implement it without disrupting the normal way of doing things. Yeah. So here I conclude my presentation, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. It is now time for the Q&A session for technical presentation. Please feel free to ask any question that you have regarding the presentation.
Good evening. My name is Commodore Arshi.
Good evening, sir.
A few years back, L&T was probably considering your Nupas Cadmatic for their design in Katupalli.
Yes, sir.
And I had happened to be also part of that organization.
Okay.
And there was a query which your organization was to solve to give the automatic seam numbers to, because in the 3D modeling you could do and create the seams automatically, the types of seams you want. Have you been able to resolve that issue, or it is still outstanding?
Which is on the 3D modeling part, your meaning, sir?
Yeah.
To create scenes.
Seam numbers.
Scene numbers.
Weld seam numbers.
Weld seam numbers.
And this project you were to, I believe you were to do it for a shipyard. I'm forgetting the name of the shipyard. So having read your name again, because that issue till I left L&T was outstanding and you could not deliver me that. So I just want to know, have you done some work thereafter?
Yeah, sir. Actually, it is in progress. Not
Still
only,
in progress?
No. Not only that, but we have implemented, but it is under iterations, and you will be getting that in the upcoming revisions as well. Okay. So the patches will be released accordingly, and then
let's not beat around the bush. I'll ask a very specific question again. Has that project of giving weld seam numbers implemented in your software? And if yes, which shipyard is using it? You will get in the subsequent this thing. It is 8 years back story. And if it is still not been implemented, I wish to know what is the reason that it has not been implemented.
No, it has been implemented.
Which shipyard has used your software where they are using this software to give the weld seam numbers?
Actually, the reference list I need to.
So please get back. I'll take your contact.
Yes, sure.
And you take mine.
Yeah,
and
I can give
contact
you.
me. Thank you.
I can give you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure discussion will continue after this. Any other? Okay, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm Shrikant from Choglaze. I just want to understand, see, one is warship building.
Yeah.
We are typical shipbuilders who are into European market. As far as design concerned, the kind of ships which are built in India, niche expertise lies in Europe from the design perspective.
Yes.
There are many design houses.
Yes.
But over a period, what is understood is, Europe is reeling through the skilled manpower, especially, the prices are going up and the manpower issue is there and they are not able to deliver on time. So this is the time where India has to come in and, set up the design houses have to come in and handhold with the shipyards.
Yes.
Now, but we find that you're not sufficiently prepared in terms of basic design is one thing probably that can come from Europe because that much they are able to cater. But when it comes to detail engineering, we find the Indian design houses. Now, Cadmetic, I understand you have a European Union backup. So I really need to understand in detail. But certainly, this is one of the questions which is in everybody's mind to go ahead. So how are you prepared for that?
So I understand this question as like in terms of Cadmetic knowledge resource in the market, you are meaning to ask, sir?
I'm asking in terms of detail engineering preparedness to provide detail engineering services to the Indian shipbuilding industry for an European owner or European orders.
Yes, actually, giving detail engineering services in the sense, actually, we as maybe I will tell you one more time that we are an OEM, sir, where we actually have a software developed for detail engineering, projects to be handled. But delivering part is still with the customer, and how do we support that? Okay, so in that way, we have our, training pool ready, which we are actually in collaboration with few of the educational institutions, so that we plan it from the very root of the industry, so that when people get out of the college, then they have sufficient knowledge to handle those kind of complexity in projects. So we are still working on the root level, so it has to come up maybe in 2 to 3 years, we will do that, sir. Implement it successfully. Yes, and you will see the effect in the market.
Thank you, sir. With this, we end the Q&A session. With the tagline European quality and Indian price being commonly used today, I'm sure this presentation was interesting for some of our dignitaries. Also, I'm aware this is a learned presentation, but I think learned people also require some appreciation. So, a round of applause for Mr. Agtish Murthy. Also, apologies from my side, but a round of applause for Dr. Ronnie Francis also due for his beautiful presentation. Okay. Thank you. So, next we have Battery Electric Vessels for Inland Waterways, Experiences and Way Forward by Professor O.P. Shah from IIT Kharagpur.
Is it okay? Is there a laser pointer? First of all, good evening, everyone. And I want to thank once again Dostas and DIMS 2024 for giving me this opportunity to make this particular presentation. The presentation, not coming on the screen. Not coming here? Thank you. This is a design of a 150 passenger fully electric catamaran ferry, the first of its kind in the country. Please let us distinguish this from the Cochin Metro, which is a hybrid electric ferry. I'll come back to this. This work has been done mainly by Garden Reach, and you can see Commodore Sridharan, Commodore Vinit Ayrath, Commander Gupta, all have worked hard. Srinivas, Somasan Gupta, who is no longer with GRSE, Harshit, my student, and myself from IIT Kharagpur. You can see the river Ganges on the background, and you can also see on the right-hand side the vessel fully built, ready for operation. My content will be mainly a brief introduction. I'll try to be quick and fast. The types of electric propulsion system, why we chose this, what are the key enabling technologies. These mainly recall batteries, battery cells, charging infrastructure, electric motors, and fuel cells. And then I'll come to the actual design. This design was completely indigenous. In the Hindi, we call it Atmanirbhar. I will prefer to call it self-reliant. Everything regarding from development of hull form to design of propellers to testing and CFD analysis were all done in-house. Not a single thing was done in a foreign towing tank. We will look into these development stages as we go along, and then finally river trials and conclusion. I have my own take on this, and the figures that I am quoting here as far as inland water transport, which is a prime source for fully electric ferries and passenger vessels, is that the figures that are there from government data, we have only moved from 0.3% to 2% in the last 20 years. Not a very great achievement. And if you look at our IWT sector, even in 2023, I'm quoting government figures. It's hardly 2% compared to 54% road, which is the most polluting. And then we have the rail. When we put it in international context, it's even worse. The European Union, I don't want to compare, but you look at China and you look at the amount of cargo they are transferring. In India, it's very minuscule. And mind you, the figure that I'm giving is in metric tons. If I put it in metric ton miles, it will be even worse. So we have a long network of rivers, but we have hardly exploited them. There have been opportunities, as we have seen in the last few years. There has been various projects by government, National Waterways 1 and 2, which are the major waterways of the country. They have also been linked with what we call the Indo-Bangladesh Protocol. And there seems to be a lot of opportunities, as you can see in the slide out here. It basically connects to the northeast, which is predominantly landlocked. However, even if you look at the trade with Bangladesh, which is supposed to be booming, it's only 15% of our total thing is taken by waterways. And as far as northeast rivers are concerned, hardly any cargo transportation takes place. Now, the DG Shipping rightly said in the morning, and it was mentioned also in the afternoon session, that there is a strong pressure on us to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And these greenhouse gas emissions, the International Maritime Organization has laid its strategy. We will quickly come to it. There is a 40% reduction. And by 2050 or 70, they want a zero reduction from the base year of 2008. This is as per the Paris or the COP26 protocol. We have to limit our global warming. There are two issues out there. There is a technical issue, which is the greenhouse gas fuel intensity, which is going down every year. And there is an economic measure. These are for bigger ships, but I'm sure it will also come with for coastal ship because it is over 500 GT. And there you have to pay an economic fine also. What type of economic fine will slowly come because that is being deliberated. And I don't think we can escape this. Every country has more or less agreed that they will follow this. As far as fuel is concerned, we have to be very careful now. There are things which we talk about tank to wake and well to wake. Now, for every fuel, this definition is given. So even if you look at LNG, where we can say, no, it is less polluting, no. When you look at from well to wake, or that is from the source of production to the use in ship, it has a worse worse indicator even then compared to fossil fuel. We talk of ammonia. How is the ammonia being produced? We talk of electrical energy. How is that electric battery being powered with that source of power? And this entire thing will play a strong part in its future. And that's where perhaps the opportunity lies for the country if we want to quickly transition into this particular strict IMO regime that is slowly going to take into force. Now, I had looked into the fact that if for fossil fuel-free propulsion or cargo transportation or passenger transportation, we need to have, especially in small ferries, we need to go in for electrification. Now, in electrification, I said that there are various ways of doing it. You can have fully electric, you can have hybrid, you can have in-plug hybrid also. Each have their advantages and disadvantages. But if you look at very sensitive areas where pollution is to be reduced to quite a bit, when you go to Scandinavian countries, they will not allow any hybrid source by which diesel or any fossil fuel is being burnt. We'll come to a bit of this a bit later. I think I should be faster. I have tried to give figures from IMO, which is from Zestas, and these figures are there. There has been a huge leap as far as battery-powered ships are concerned, mainly for cars and passenger ferries. Also for offshore supply vessels, and I have also marked fishing vessels. We have been working with Ministry of Shipping to see if we can go for a hybrid fishing vessel, which is already there in Western countries. Also for tugs. I have not wanted the tug. I think the green line is for tugs. So the figures I am giving, it's now nearly 831, another 353 under construction, and it will have around nearly 12,000 megawatt hour of power. Now, the idea of going in for electric is definitely reducing greenhouse gas emission. It is also increasing energy efficiency. That's very important. Okay. We'll also try to reduce consumption and cost. You may say, how cost? We'll see later on, or one can do a calculation and see that money can be recovered in 3 to 5 years' time with the initial higher capital cost. How it is to be financed, that people had discussed in the afternoon session. So there are 3 options that we have. We can go for pure electric. We can go, energy storage is predominantly coming from batteries. You need shore charging, and you can have in future fuel cells also, depending on it. The primary source of power is diesel generator, electromechanical battery storage as we have seen, and or fuel cells, which could be hydrogen or ammonia driven. But it's all decided by the distance, the ship size, and available of. I will not skip this marinized batteries. There is a problem. Yes, marinized batteries are used for cars also, but for ships there are issues. They are more costlier. Then there are safety concerns, more important in ships than they are for cars. And still there is no large-scale manufacturing. You have to build them up. Amongst the battery cell, as you can see here, it is the NMC, or the nickel manganese cadmium, that is the most prominently used in the present day scenario, with the lithium titanium oxide also picking up to a great extent. In our case, it is the NMC batteries that we have used. The battery system is important because as naval architect, we have to put this as a part of the design. And this is how it is constructed. It starts with cells, then you come to a module which will have a battery management system. It's like putting them all in serial, putting 45. Then you put them in series and you get the required power pack. 900 volts, so many ampere hour. Then you put them in parallel to get your ampere hour numbers. Okay? And this is how it works, because this is important. And this battery will form perhaps the most costly and also the most weight item that goes on board the ship. And therefore, the hull form needs to be properly designed. Then sorry about the headline, is the plug-in system that you have. You can either have a AC charger. The system in the ship must have a DC requirement. Is the clock moving very fast over? I'll skip out the fuel cells. And then the electric motors. Most of you are familiar. It is normally a permanent magnet synchronous motor, and now they are commercially available up to 40 megawatts of power. With this in mind, let us look at the quick time. I'll try to be fast. Fully electric vessels of about 150 passengers on the river Hooghly. 10 knots speed, and 8 knots it can operate around 6 hours, 10 knots at least 4 hours. We had to keep the length between 24 meters from class requirements. The material was aluminium to keep the weight down. Superstructure was GR. It is a catamaran from safety stability reason, and we kept the what we call the S/L ratio, the spacing between hull, accordingly. This is in concept design for small vessels, the general arrangement that comes first. So the GRSC built up a very good general arrangement for this particular vessel, and that's how it looked. It was then the job that we should develop the hull form. We had worked on CFD for quite a bit of effort we put in to get the best hull form. And I'm just showing a few of the hull forms that we have developed. Just see the last two ones with bulb and without bulb. Okay. And if you look at their CFD characteristics, you will find that the bulb was behaving much better. We all agree. But finally, when we selected the one without bulb, because we thought at that stage that it is difficult to fabricate a bulb in an aluminium hull. These are the results. The results clearly indicate that had we put the bulb, we would have still had a lesser power than what we have. But we should work in close collaboration, industry fields. Some of the CFD results I'm showing here, and this will also clearly, this is for a catamaran, so you don't see port and starboard symmetry. Two vessels to be put on side. But if anyone notices a bit carefully, 8 knots with bulb and 8 knots without bulb, you can clearly see that with bulb, the wave interferences are much less. Okay? And this is, of course, the bulb has to be refined and all, but this is an indication, and this has a direct bearing on the battery power. Then finally, we did a model test in our tank at a 6.8 scale. That is for the propeller, this thing. You can see the model. The model was tested. Just a few things. Oh, 4 minutes, sir. 4 minutes. Okay, thank you. I'll finish off. If you look at this particular, you see, it is model speed of around 5.5 knots, or ship speed of 5.5 knots, and you see this. This is where I want to warn some people that we did a CFD analysis, okay? And when I tried to run the CFD again at the model scale, you can see deviating the model test results and the CFD results. This is because this sort of interference where the waves are breaking is never captured well by CFD. So one has to be very careful when we see colorful fluid dynamics and think this is the holy book. Okay, it is not so. Okay, model tests sobers you down and brings you back to earth. And I am grateful to Garden Reach that they were far-sighted enough to say, no, we must do a model test. We did both for what you call self-propulsion test and resistance test. After that, things are become very straight. We took the power, we took the motor power, which is around 50 kilowatt per shaft. This is from our initial self-propulsion test. 90% or 45 kilowatt was the one that we used to design the propeller. We used the standard five-bladed because of vibration reasons, and cruise B series propeller. Sorry, this key has been missing in cruise B series. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, and standard manganese bronze. We got a very good results from this, as we can see, that if you run this vessel at around 8 knots, you only need 20 kilowatt power per shaft. If the hotel load can come from the solar cell which they have used out here for their roof. And I would like people to compare that would you get this sort of speed with 20 kilowatt per shaft and get a vessel, which basically means either you can reduce your battery size or you need to do, your number of chargings are much less. So the trials were conducted, and I was fortunate to be on the ship on the trial. The results seem to be reasonably good. Just few seconds. Will this play, or I have to press? It had a very small turning circle diameter, less than the 2-ship length. It had a very good stopping ability. Okay. The rudders worked absolutely perfect. They were also in-house designs along with the propeller. So people talked in the morning of industry-academia collaboration. This is just an example. We and Garden Reach worked together very well to come up with this particular product. I would like people to come up and board the vessel and see and compare it with other electric ferries around the country. And all the authors are grateful to the CMD, Commodore P.R. Hari of Garden Reach and his entire team for their help, support, and guidance. I wouldn't have been able to do this work had I not got my full support of all the members of the ship. This model testing was done at the existing model testing facility at IIT Kharagpur Department of Naval Architecture, and all my people helped me to get the model testing done in quick time. So thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer any questions, but my co-authors are also sitting in the audience. They also will be able to help you out with questions. Sorry, I had to be a bit quick. Thank you.
I believe the presentation was so lucid that there could not be any questions from the audience. Thank you, sir. A round of applause for Dr. Shah, please. A really interesting presentation, gracefully embolding self-reliance. I'm sure this innovation will open up new opportunities for our country, as mentioned by Dr. Shah himself. Sir, I also felt the clock was ticking too fast, but my watch proved otherwise. So I would now like to invite Mr. Shrikant Itagi, Vice President and Head of Business Development and Strategic Planning, Chogole and Company, Shipbuilding Division, Goa, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our 3 distinguished presenters as a token of appreciation. Sir, please. First, I invite Dr. Ronnie Francis. Mr. Ratish Murthy. Professor O.P. Shah. To commemorate this special session, all are requested to please come together for a group photograph. Once again, thank you to all our 3 technical presentators. It was a beautiful presentation by all of you. Also, to the gathering, Thank you for being present with us today on this memorable day. We have concluded the panels and presentations scheduled for day 1, and next we'll be seeing you in a networking cocktail and dinner, which will be organized in MFAR 2 and start from 6 p.m. I request everyone to take this time to visit the Marine Expo in case you could not chalk out the time yet. The Dostas International Maritime Seminar was envisioned as a biennial 2-day event to foster unparalleled information exchange, showcase cutting-edge technical innovations, explore business opportunities, and address trends and issues critical to future strategies in the maritime industry landscape. I hope today's session lived up to that vision and were enriching for all of you. Tomorrow we have 6 technical presentations and 2 panel discussions lined up. The first set of presentations will start from 9:30 a.m. and it is advised to be present in Oman Hall by 9 a.m. We look forward to your active participation in these sessions. Thank you. Hope you all have a nice evening. A small announcement, all are requested to keep their tokens in their delegate badges safe, as it will be required in the networking dinner and the lunch tomorrow. Thank you.
And Class NK, the delegate kit sponsor. Great Waters, delegate badge sponsor. We also thank our associate sponsors, GRSE, Goa Shipyard Limited, L&T Engineering, Zentech Incorporated USA, Wärtsilä, Napa, Naval Group, Alboa D. Damon, Shiptech Icon, and Mazagon Dock and Shipbuilders Limited. Our event partner is Biz Events, and media partner is Maritime Standard.
Consistently working on indigenization of defense technologies since its inception in 1958, the motto of DRDO has been Balasya Moolam Vigyana. The source of strength is science. DRDO has been at the forefront of Atmanirbharta in defense, having technical capabilities across the domains of land, air, and sea. Its strong network of 41 laboratories, associated work centers, 5 unique young scientist laboratories are spread across the country. DRDO has developed wide range of strategic and tactical weapon systems, platforms, equipment, technologies, sensors, and has also established state-of-the-art test facilities and infrastructure. The production value of DRDO developed systems inducted or approved for induction stands over rupees 3 lakh crore. Taking forward the thought of Atmanirbhar Bharat, DRDO has been spearheading the indigenization of Indian defense technologies, driving India on the path to pride. DRDO works in 7 different technological clusters, namely naval systems and materials. The cluster provides cutting-edge naval and material solutions for the armed forces. It has developed state-of-the-art underwater sensors and surveillance system, underwater weapons and associated systems, air-independent propulsion systems, protection technologies for marine platforms. High-strength material is also a speciality of this cluster. INS Vikrant is built with the high-strength steel developed by this cluster. Aero unmanned aerial vehicles, aero gas turbine engine technology, airborne surveillance systems, parachutes, and lighter-than-air systems. Armament and combat engineering systems focuses on research and development of armaments, explosives, land-based combat vehicles, and engineering equipments, including ATACMS, world's longest range artillery gun system, missiles and strategic systems. This cluster is responsible for the design and development of state-of-the-art missiles and strategic systems for the deterrence of the country. Electronics and communication systems, state-of-the-art technologies in the fields of EW systems, radars, sensors, and directed energy weapon systems and communication systems used in various flagship programs and platforms of DRDO. Life sciences, equipping the service with the best. Cutting-edge weapon systems and platforms do not really achieve their intended purpose until the integral human component of the war machine is also optimized in terms of psychological, physiological and nutritional well-being, with life support systems and protection from all conceivable operational hazards. Microelectronic devices, computational systems and cyber systems. The microelectronic devices subcluster focuses on thrust areas and technologies relating to microwave tubes, solid-state electronics, including microelectronic device design and manufacturing. The computational systems subcluster focuses on systems and technologies relating to artificial intelligence, command and control, information and communication security, and many more. To develop defense R&D ecosystem and boost indigenous manufacturing, DRDO is supporting the industry through policy of transfer of technology at minimal or zero cost. Now, industry are working with DRDO as DCPP, PA, DP for development of many critical technologies. As of now, 1,550 TOTs have been handed over to industries by DRDO. DRDO has instituted multiple mechanisms and structures for result-oriented collaboration with academia, industry and think tanks to design and develop next-generation systems. As an ongoing process of creating a DRDO and academia ecosphere, DRDO has established 15 centers of excellence in collaboration with various academia institutes all over the country to develop critical technologies. In addition, DRDO also funds academic research in defense science and technology through mechanisms, schemes like extramural research, research boards, and contract for acquisition of research services. DRDO also funds research under its various grant-in-aid scheme to undertake research in the fields of aeronautics, armaments, naval, and life sciences to strengthen funded research. Technology Development Fund TDF scheme is in place to encourage participation of industries, especially MSMEs, startups, to develop new technologies and products, upgrade existing products, systems, and R&D for indigenization of imported components and systems. To date, 68 projects have been sanctioned under TDF scheme with the commitment of 283 crore. Dare to Dream Innovation Contest to promote innovators and startups are being conducted. 3 versions of contests have been concluded. Potential ideas are funded through TDF for converting to products. DRDO, as the premier technology organization of our country, is working in the pursuit of achieving indigenous development and production of strategic and defense systems, making the nation self-reliant in advanced defense technologies. Raksha Anusandhan se Atmanirbhar Bharat ki or aggrasar. Jai Hind.
Located on the southwestern coast of India, Kerala is a land with a lush maritime history that dates back to several centuries. Cochin, the thriving port city in Kerala, is the commercial capital of the state and an epitome of Kerala's cultural richness. In 1972, India's maritime aspirations found a new anchor as India's port city. Kochi's became the birthplace of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Nestled in Kochi's heart, CSL's sprawling 176-acre facility boasts of world-class shipbuilding and ship repair infrastructure, from state-of-the-art 3D modeling softwares, large dry docks, long waterfront with jetties, machinery and equipment, everything essential for an HSE-compliant one-stop solution for the industry. CSL's portfolio of an extremely wide variety of vessels is a testament to its versatile, adaptive and flexible culture and capabilities. It offers the full spectrum of shipbuilding, ship repair and vessel conversion related solutions. CSL added yet another feature to its cap when it built INS Vikrant, India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, which was commissioned into the Indian Navy in 2022.
यदि लक्ष्य दुरंत है, यात्राएं दिगंत है, समंदर और चुनौतियां अनंत है, भारत का उत्तर है विक्रांत।
CSL's golden flag flutters proudly, celebrating 50 years of maritime excellence. CSL's renewed focus seeks sustainable horizons aided by technological innovations for a cleaner, brighter future. The yacht's clientele footprint spreads across the globe, having delivered numerous vessels to clients in the US, Europe, Middle East, and other countries in the region. CSL's geographical expansion initiatives have resulted in the setting up of ship repair business units in Mumbai, Kolkata, and Port Blair, thereby making CSL the only Indian yard offering direct professional services with dedicated infrastructure on both the east and west coast of India. Wholly owned subsidiaries companies, Udupi Cochin Shipyard Limited on the west coast and Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited on the east, have augmented and enhanced the group's capability in shipbuilding, including on the niche and new technology fronts to a great extent. The new large dry dock and the new international ship repair facility established in Kochi as part of the company's long-term strategy roadmap will significantly augment the shipbuilding and repair infrastructure in India. CSL has incorporated the Strategic and Advanced Solutions Division exclusively to handle and maintain its leadership position on the front of new and emerging technologies. CSL takes pride in being one of the global leading yachts on the sustainable solutions front, having constructed the world's first zero-emission fully autonomous ferries for Europe, as well as being the vessel builder for world's largest hybrid electric urban water mobility service, the Kochi Water Metro, operating in Kerala, in India. The company lays significant emphasis on skill development and runs Vigyana Sagar, its dedicated and self-contained training facility in Kochi. CSL is India's first shipyard to have obtained the CII Greenco Silver rating for its efforts at energy conservation and environment-friendly initiatives. CSL is also the first Indian shipyard with an integrated management system covering safety, health, and environment certified by DNV. With the ethos of Make in India,